Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Entering the Tower. Seeing this astonishing scene, the monks who were already close to the Babel Tower immediately stopped their steps, turned around and began to retreat desperately. The body of the late foundation building old man, who was wrapped in purple flames, was completely burned by the purple flames before it fell to the ground. In the end, not even a speck of dust could be seen. Although most of the monks in the air withdrew in time, the strange purple light that just appeared did scare everyone a little, so that these people could only stand there stupidly, not daring to move. On a high mountain in the north of the secret realm, the golden feather demon king, wearing a golden armor, looked at the scene in the sky in an illusion array and couldn't help but reveal a hint of ridicule. Even though they know that they may lose their lives if they move forward, there are still so many ignorant people who want to ascend to heaven in one step. There is always no shortage of greedy people among these human cultivators, haha. Brother Jinyu is right. These greedy low-level cultivators of the human race are actually no different from those low-level monsters of our demon race that have not opened their spiritual intelligence. The young man standing not far from the golden feather demon king also chuckled after hearing this. The young man who spoke had white hair and black clothes, and there was a very strange red light in his eyes. He was also a unyielding demon king who had cultivated to the second level of the unyielding like the golden feather demon king. In this illusion array, in addition to the golden feather demon king and the man in black, there were 5 or 6 unyielding level demon kings, as well as dozens of great demon kings who had cultivated to the late giant stage. After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he looked at Longfang who was standing behind the golden feather demon emperor, and with a hint of doubt on his face, he asked again, Brother Jinyu, this junior behind you looks unfamiliar. He should have just joined your golden feather mountain recently. Seeing that the other party's gaze turned to Longfang, the golden feather demon emperor glanced at him sideways, and replied calmly, Brother Qian guessed correctly. Longfang did come from the northern frontier last time, and he just joined my golden feather mountain not long ago. What? Brother Qian, do you have any ideas about him? Hey. Brother Jinyu, you are joking. How dare I have any ideas about your people? I'm just envious that your golden feather mountain has one more capable general. When the golden feather demon emperor heard the other party's answer, he smiled and said, the strength of the several juniors that Brother Qian brought this time is also very good. There is no need to envy my golden feather mountain. You know, the Xiaoyao sect that I faced in Jinyu Mountain is not an easy opponent to deal with. Unlike my brother, who is not as lucky as me, he can get some benefits from the human race every time there is a beast tide. Hearing the sarcasm of the golden feather demon emperor, the red cloud demon emperor nodded awkwardly and chuckled, then quickly shifted his gaze and focused on the Babel Tower outside the illusion array. After about half an hour, the colorful rays of light around the Babel Tower in the air finally gradually disappeared. At this moment, the high-level cultivators who had been staying in place without any movement also began to move slowly. The restrictions on the tower have almost disappeared, and we can prepare to go in. After Li Mufang shouted, he immediately led the Xiaoyao sect to fly to the entrance of the Babel Tower in the sky. At the same time, the cultivators of the unyielding sects such as Lingyuan sect, Xingchen sect, Xianji sect, etc., also turned into a series of escape lights and rushed directly into the sky. Their reaction speed was not much worse than that of the Xiaoyao sect. The dark entrance below the Babel Tower was so huge that even if hundreds of people entered side by side at the same time, it would not seem crowded. Seeing that the leading unyielding sects in the middle had already started to move, the other giant forces and independent cultivators who had been waiting for a long time also immediately set off and followed behind those unyielding sects. The human cultivators had just set off, and the demons in the north immediately took action. Under the leadership of several unyielding demon kings, many great demon kings who were rarely seen at ordinary times also rushed out of the illusion array and showed their figures. One by one, they turned into spiritual light and went straight to the Babel Tower above. Seeing so many demon masters appear, some low-level cultivators who were just about to leave and some independent giant cultivators who had already rushed into the air were immediately shocked again. Unlike the cultivators in large sects like Xiaoyao sect, they had no place to know some detailed information about the Babel Tower in advance, and they didn't know that the demons would intervene in this ancient secret realm. Seeing this scene, many low-level monks who were full of confidence and wanted to go in to search for treasures just now immediately began to retreat and dared not take another step forward. As early as when the Babel Tower appeared before, because the location where it appeared was suspended in the air, the lowest level Qi refining monks on the periphery could not fly with swords and could not go up at all. Therefore, up to now, most of the Qi refining monks have voluntarily given up and left here. The remaining ones who are still here are some speculators who are still unwilling to give up and want to see if there will be a chance to pick up some cheap opportunities. The foundation building monks present, except for those who did not know the severity of the restrictions outside the Babel Tower at the beginning and were scared away by the power of the purple light, most of them did not lose confidence and stayed, ready to follow those high-level monks confidently and enter the tower to share a piece of the pie. However, when they saw so many demon clan masters appear and enter the tower directly, the faces of these foundation-building monks in front of them changed immediately, and the only confidence in their hearts disappeared in an instant. Although they didn't know the details of the Babel Tower, they knew that it must be very dangerous to attract so many unyielding sects to fight for spiritual objects. If they encountered a high-level human cultivator, as long as they took the initiative to retreat and didn't provoke the other party and didn't get in the way of the other party, it stands to reason that as long as their luck was not particularly bad, they would not deliberately embarrass themselves if they met those people with bad tempers. No matter what, there would always be a chance to beg for mercy. But if they encountered a high-level demon cultivator in it, the situation would be very different. The human race and the demon race in the floating cloud mountains often attacked each other, and they were incompatible. These great demon kings would not sit down and patiently reason with you, a small human cultivator. After seeing this scene, the foundation-building cultivators who had already flown into the air or had not yet set off stopped one after another. After hesitating for a long time, these people took the initiative to turn their swords and left here. Not only these low-level cultivators, but also some giant and loose cultivators who had already flown into the air, shook their heads when they saw this, and then gave up entering the Babel Tower to search for treasures, and left here in all directions. Although everyone wanted to go in to search for treasures, not everyone had the courage to face the dangers in front of them. Knowing that entering the Babel Tower was extremely dangerous and there would not be many chances of survival, most people could still make rational choices. After all, opportunities are not only available here for these low-level cultivators. They can just go to a safer place to look for them. As long as people are still there, everything is possible, and luck will always have a chance to come to them. However, there are still a small number of more courageous foundation-building cultivators who are not frightened by the demon kings who appeared in front of them, and follow them directly into the Babel Tower. Most of them are people whose lifespans are almost exhausted, but they still cannot form a pill. Even if they go back, they have no chance to change their fate, and can only wait for the time of sitting in the cave. Anyway, they have reached the point where their lifespan is insufficient. Now that they have finally found a secret place, these people naturally do not want to miss this opportunity to change their own destiny. Even though they knew that the Babel Tower was very dangerous and they could lose their lives at any time, these people did not hesitate for too long and followed them into the tower. However, after only a moment, the originally bustling hills immediately became quiet, leaving only some hesitant low-level monks who were still considering whether to go in. After diving into the black vortex, Qingming only felt a huge suction force coming towards him, which immediately pulled him. Then the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly began to rotate rapidly, and soon Qingming and others had a dizzy state in their brains. After about a moment, Qingming felt his body loosen up and appeared in the sky above a place, and soon fell directly from above. Seeing this, Qingming immediately stabilized his body, and after several jumps in the air, he landed directly next to a huge rock below. Not long after his body landed, Qingming immediately saw several figures with spiritual light appearing in the air not far away. It seemed that someone just landed next to him. Since Qingming got the scroll in Qi Mountain, he has been studying hard for a long time in order to enter the tower. He knows that there is a method of inverting space at the entrance of the Babel Tower. Anyone who enters it, whether it is a high-ranking unyielding ancestor or an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, will inevitably be dislocated and teleported directly to a corner of the tower. However, as long as several people enter, they intentionally stay close to each other, and when they reach the scattered positions in the tower, the distance between them will not be too far. Qingming picked up a talisman that he had prepared before, cast a spell quickly and put it in his hand. Soon a circular mark appeared faintly on the talisman. It seems that my luck is not bad. Senior Sister Zhao is nearby. After carefully looking at the talisman in his hand, Song Qingming carefully put it away. Following the direction indicated by the talisman, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Chapter 552 Ancient Puppet Beast. Looking at the grassy valley below and the surging river, Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as if it were a beautiful holy land on earth. In the past, although the space inside the several secret realms he had entered was also large, most of the places in the secret realms looked very desolate. However, the intuitive feeling of the Tower of Babel he entered this time was completely different. On the surface, it was not like what was recorded in the notebook. It was a dangerous secret realm full of dangers. If the talisman in his hand had not clearly told Song Qingming that he was getting closer and closer to Zhao Menglian's location, and seeing the scene below him that was no different from the outside world, Song Qingming would probably have begun to doubt whether he had fallen into an illusion as soon as he entered. After flying forward for about 10 miles, Song Qingming quickly came to a small hill covered with various flowers and plants, according to the instructions of the talisman. After looking around, just when Song Qingming showed a trace of doubt on his face, a white mist suddenly appeared in the flowers on one side of the hillside. Zhao Menglian, who was wearing a palace dress and smiling, and a middle-aged man in a grey Taoist robe walked out of the white mist. Seeing the two people who suddenly appeared, Song Qingming immediately showed a smile on his face, and took the initiative to step forward and slightly arched his hands. Senior Sister Zhao, fellow Taoist Yun, junior brother Song came so quickly, I guess junior brother Jin and the others should not be far away. Zhao Menglian saw Song Qingming coming over, and her face also showed a trace of joy. The grey-robed man standing next to Zhao Menglian also immediately arched his hands to Song Qingming and greeted him with a smile. In addition to the three of them, Zhao Menglian and Jin Ziyun also made an appointment with a good friend each when they entered the Tower of Babel this time. The man surnamed Yun, named Yun Xin, was one of them. He and Zhao Menglian were also good friends who had known each other for many years. Like Jin Ziyun, Yun Xin also has the 4th level of giant in cultivation. He comes from a giant sect in a small country in the south of Uyghur. There are only 2 giant cultivators in the sect, including him. This time, if it weren't for Zhao Menglian's initiative to invite him, Yun Xin would not dare to come to the dangerous place like the Xianshan Tower alone to try his luck. A small sect like theirs only relies on 2 or 3 giant ancestors to support the scene. Once a giant cultivator is suddenly lost, the sect will inevitably decline quickly. Without much confidence, they generally don't dare to participate too much in the Xianshan Tower, a secret realm where unyielding forces compete for spiritual objects. Another person who accepted Jin Ziyun's invitation was a casual cultivator of the 3rd level of giant like Song Qingming, with a Taoist named King Luo Zhenren, but this person is much older than Song Qingming, and has been in the giant stage for nearly 200 years. He is also a person with rich experience in fighting. Junior brother Song, it might be a little unsafe to keep standing outside and talking. Let's go back to the formation first. After greeting Song Qingming, Zhao Menglian immediately took him back to the fog where she had just appeared. This 3rd level hidden illusion formation was borrowed by Zhao Menglian from Bai Yuxin. Even if Song Qingming, whose spiritual sense is comparable to that of a late giant and cultivator, was hiding in the formation, it would be difficult to find him for a while. In the sky thousands of miles away from Song Qingming's location, a blue light flew quickly and landed on a hill below, revealing a gray giant bird. After the giant bird carefully looked around, one of its huge wings opened directly, and said respectfully, "Your Highness, there is no one around here, it is safe now." As soon as Long Feng finished speaking, a red light flew out from his huge wings and turned into a woman in red with a somewhat unhappy face. "Did you see him come in?" Facing Ho Feng's question, Long Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I saw him before he came in." Although the people who were traveling with him were average in cultivation, they were not weak either. "I think there shouldn't be any big problems." "Well, let's go first. There are many people coming in this floor now. You should be careful and try not to be targeted by others." Ho Feng took out a map and looked at it, then pointed forward with her jade hand. "Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as I don't meet those guys in the nascent soul stage, there shouldn't be anyone here who can stop me." After Long Feng finished speaking, he opened his wings slightly, and soon the fire phoenix turned into a red light and returned to his wings. After Song Qingming and Zhao Menglian met up, they waited on the hillside for about a cup of tea, and soon Jin Ziyun and Qingluo Zhenren also arrived here one after another. Before the 5 of them got together, they had not encountered any danger, and they immediately relaxed a little. In this secret realm where almost all the cultivators above the Jinden stage entered, it was quite dangerous for any one of them to walk alone. But after the 5 of them got together, they could barely be considered a strong force here. Even if they encountered a strong man in the late Jinden stage, they would not be afraid of him with a combined strength of several people. With so many people entering the tower now, it may be difficult to find things on the first floor. We might as well find a way to find the teleportation array that leads to the upper floor and go directly to the second floor. I've just checked the map drawn in the sect's notes. Our current location is probably on the first floor, close to the southeast. The nearest teleportation point should be only a few hundred miles away. After hearing Zhao Menglian's analysis, Yunzhen immediately nodded and said, Dao Zhao is right. There will definitely be more good things on the second floor than on the first floor. I agree with her proposal. I also agree with senior sister Zhao. After all, we have a map in our hands, and we can act much faster than those casual cultivators. As long as we can successfully find the teleportation array and enter the second floor one step faster than others, the probability of us finding good things will also be greatly increased. Jin Ziyun had just finished speaking when Song Qingming and True Man Qingluo nodded and agreed with Zhao Menglian's idea. After discussing it, they each stepped on the escape light and flew directly to the southeast. Half an hour later, Song Qingming and others came to the outside of an ancient palace that was somewhat dilapidated. After carefully looking around the palace and looking at the map in his hand, Zhao Menglian nodded slightly to everyone and said, It's right here. The teleportation array to the second floor is in this palace. However, according to the records in the sect's classics, there are some ancient puppet beasts guarding this palace with strong strength. Everyone should be careful when you go in. Zhao Menglian put away the map in his hand, gave everyone a slight instruction, and then took the lead and walked into the palace in front of him. In the front hall of the hall, except for the gravel on the ground and some ancient murals on the wall, the entire hall was empty, basically nothing. Seeing that it had already been swept away by the senior monks, Jin Ziyun and Qingluo Zhenren looked around in the hall and sighed with some disappointment. Everyone passed through the hall in front and came to a long corridor made of many green boulders. Zhao Menglian, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked at a pile of rocks lying on the ground in front. Zhao Menglian's unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of Jin Ziyun and others behind her. After everyone stepped forward and took a closer look, they discovered that there was still a trace of weak spiritual power left on the pile of rocks. Senior sister Zhao, is this a puppet beast? Zhao Menglian nodded slightly and said, Yes, this is the ancient puppet beast recorded in the classics. This kind of puppet beast is different from the ones we see outside. Even if there is no cultivator controlling them, they can automatically attack the enemy. This puppet beast looks like it should have been destroyed not long ago. Could it be that someone has entered here before us? Hearing what Zhao Menglian said, True Man Qingluo on the side immediately smiled and said, Haha. There is nothing good in here anyway. It's good that someone helped us explore the way and advance. It can save us a lot of trouble. Zhao Menglian shook her head slightly when she heard it and said, Dao Qingluo, don't be happy too soon. The restrictions in this hall are very powerful. Even if someone solves these puppet beasts and breaks through, they will recover and reappear in a short time. Oh. This is a bit unexpected. It seems that the person who set up this restriction also intends to test every cultivator who enters the tower and prevent those who are too weak from entering the next level at will. True Man Qingluo smiled awkwardly. Haha. There are so many monks entering the tower this time. Maybe one of the seniors happened to be nearby when he came in, so he got through here before us. Whether we can get some help or not, it has nothing to do with us. Let's leave here quickly and go to the first floor. Looking at Jin Ziyun, who was a little impatient beside him, Zhao Menglian smiled and nodded slightly. He didn't care about the destroyed puppet beast on the ground, and led everyone to a huge stone chamber. In the middle of the stone chamber, there was a small magic circle emitting bursts of white light. Song Qingming recognized it immediately after just one look. This was a small teleportation array. Around the teleportation array, there were dozens of stone statues of various animals, forming several circular rings around the teleportation magic circle in the middle. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and the others looked at each other, and then True Man Qingluo, who had been eager to show off in front of everyone, took out a yellow talisman from his body. After a quick spell, the talisman in his hand suddenly emitted a golden light and turned into a humanoid puppet that was almost the same height and appearance as him. Go! Following True Man Qingluo's order, the humanoid puppet nodded slightly at him, and a silver shield appeared in his hand, and strode towards the teleportation array. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Zhang Tiang. After seeing the humanoid spirit puppet appear in front of them, Song Qingming and Yun Xin, who were seeing this secret technique for the first time, looked at Master Qingluo with a hint of surprise. The humanoid spirit puppet is also a kind of puppet technique, but because this kind of puppet made with special secret techniques is very close to a real person, the cultivation world has classified it separately and formed a new category. Master Qingluo's humanoid spirit puppet looks lifelike, except for the fact that his cultivation level is only in the middle stage of foundation building. The whole person looks almost the same as him. It can be seen that it is indeed a very rare thing. Jin Ziyan, who was standing by, saw the curiosity on Song Qingming and the other two's faces, and quickly explained, Taoist Qingluo's method of refining spirit puppets is a very rare secret technique in our floating cloud mountain range. Don't underestimate this humanoid spirit puppet because its cultivation is not high. It is much more useful to control than ordinary puppet beasts. Hearing Jin Ziyan's praise, True Man Qingluo immediately waved his hand with a smile on his face and said, it's just a trifling skill and not worth mentioning. Taoist Jin, what you said is a bit too much. Although the secret technique of refining spirit puppets is hard to find, it is not a rare thing. If a few Taoists are interested, after you go out of the tower, I can also give each of you a spirit puppet in the Qi refining period. Although it won't be of much use, it is still very useful to put it in the cave to serve tea and water and deal with miscellaneous items. Hearing True Man Qingluo say this, Song Qingming and the others also became interested and thanked him one after another. As the people were talking, the humanoid spirit puppet controlled by Qingluo Zhenren had already approached the center of the stone chamber. Unexpectedly, just when the humanoid spirit puppet was about 10 feet away from the stone statues, a vibration suddenly sounded under his feet, and the dozens of lifeless stone statues suddenly began to emit golden spiritual light. Then the stone statues seemed to come alive and began to move slowly. Soon, the two stone puppet beasts closest to the humanoid spirit puppet suddenly jumped into the air and pounced on the humanoid spirit puppet not far ahead. The stone puppet beast was still in the air, and a powerful white light ball had already been spit out from its mouth, which directly hit the silver shield in the hand of the humanoid spirit puppet, and directly repelled it several feet away. Seeing this, the humanoid spirit puppet did not choose to fight these stone puppet beasts head-on. After rolling back to avoid several attacks that followed, he directly dodged a few times and walked out of a set of somewhat weird body movements, and quickly retreated to the side of Qingluo Zhenren. This humanoid spirit puppet is so flexible, just like a real person, it is indeed not comparable to those ordinary puppet beasts with more clumsy movements. Seeing the response of Qingluo Zhenren's humanoid spirit puppet when facing danger, Song Qingming's eyes also revealed a little surprise. As expected, these stone statues surrounding the teleportation array are all ancient puppet beasts controlled by the array prohibition here. Once someone approaches and triggers the prohibition, they will automatically be activated to attack the monks who break into the stone chamber. Although these stone statues are only at the foundation building stage, there are dozens of them, and many of them have reached the late stage of foundation building. If an ordinary giant and monk encounters them alone, it will be very difficult to deal with them. However, at this moment, they are facing Song Qingming's 5 powerful giant and monks, and these ferocious stone statue puppet beasts are not so scary. Lure some of these puppet beasts before you start. Everyone, be careful not to damage the teleportation array in the middle, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome to repair it later. After Zhang Menglian gave everyone a warning, she took out a green short sword and slashed a sword light directly at a wolf-shaped stone statue that was about to pounce in front of her. Song Qingming and others also took out their own magic weapons and began to clean up the many stone puppet beasts of different shapes that had already attacked them crazily. For a while, colorful magic weapons flew around in the stone chamber, and various bang 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 sounds were heard. From time to time, there were broken stones flying and hitting the ground and walls of the stone chamber. With the 5 Jinden monks working together, these puppet beasts did not pose any threat to them at all. However, in just one stick of incense, Song Qingming and others easily solved the half-grown stone puppet beast, and in the battle, they also deliberately protected the teleportation array in the distance, without causing any damage to the teleportation array. Just as everyone was fighting fiercely, Song Qingming's consciousness suddenly felt a different kind of mana pressure in the stone chamber. After dealing with the stone statue puppet beast in front of him, Song Qingming turned and looked at a location not far from the teleportation array, and shouted loudly, "Who is hiding here sneakily? Come out!" Hearing Song Qingming's sudden shout, Zhao Menglian immediately noticed something wrong, and waved her hand to throw a sharp blade of light directly to an open space next to the teleportation array. "Fellow Taoists, stop. Don't misunderstand, I'll come out." With a trembling voice, a fat figure suddenly appeared on the open space of the teleportation array and avoided Zhao Menglian's attack. Seeing that there was suddenly another person in front of them, Jin Ziyun and the other 2 who were still fighting the stone statue puppet beast were also startled. They left behind the few remaining opponents and came directly to Song Qingming and Zhao Menglian. "Who are you and why are you hiding here and spying on us?" "Fellow Taoist Zhao, you misunderstood. I am Zhang Tiang, a casual cultivator from Shepherd Mountain. I actually entered the temple by mistake just now and arrived here before you. I didn't expect to hear a noise outside and thought I had encountered those demon kings. That's why I had no choice but to hide my body. I didn't mean to spy on you." Fellow Taoist Zhao, the person who spoke was a short and slightly fat young man. He was also a Jinden stage cultivator, and he seemed to have known Zhao Menglian before, calling out her last name as soon as he opened his mouth. After hearing what Zhang Tiang said, Song Qingming and Zhao Menglian suddenly realized why there was a pile of broken stones from the stone statue puppet beast on the corridor outside just now. It was probably the masterpiece of Zhang Tiang who came in before them. Thinking of this, Zhao Menglian asked again, "You are just a casual cultivator, so why do you know me? But I have no impression of you at all." Zhang Tiang immediately explained nervously, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, you don't know that when I was not yet in the dam stage, I also participated in the battle between Lu State and Xianhe League. It was at that time that I had the honor to meet fellow Taoist Zhao. However, because my cultivation was low at that time, I did not have the opportunity to act alone with fellow Taoist Zhao, so fellow Taoist Zhao did not have any impression of me." Hearing the other party say this, Zhao Menglian's face seemed to be a little unconvinced. When she was about to continue asking, 2 more stone statue puppet beasts rushed towards her and interrupted her question. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, be careful, I will help you repel the enemy." Zhang Tiang, who was still thinking about how to gain the trust of Zhao Menglian and others, saw such a good opportunity, and immediately shouted and took out a magic weapon and rushed over directly, blocking a stone statue puppet beast that was entangled with Zhao Menglian. Although Zhang Tiang's cultivation was not high, only the 2nd level of Jinden, he worked very hard. He solved the stone statue puppet beast in 2 or 3 moves, and then killed the remaining puppet beasts with a fierce look. Seeing that the other party really wanted to help, Zhao Menglian didn't say anything more. Anyway, the most urgent task at hand was to quickly defeat these stone statue puppet beasts that were attacking them. The others could wait until this matter was resolved. After another half a quarter of an hour, as the last stone statue puppet beast was knocked off its head by Yun Zin's hammer, all the puppet beasts in the stone chamber finally turned into a pile of rubble, and everyone immediately stopped to take a breath. Because Zhang Tiang took the initiative to contribute a lot in the subsequent battles, everyone's impression of him was slightly better. After some inquiries, Zhao Menglian and others quickly confirmed his identity. This person was indeed a casual cultivator Jinden from Lu State, and he succeeded in forming a pill at about the same time as Song Qingming before the monster beast turmoil. The 2 of them formed their dan at about the same time, and they had participated in the Great War against the Xianhe League together. After Song Qingming chatted with him for a few words, he began to recall that he seemed to have seen this person on the battlefield that year. "Dao Zhang, may I ask how you found this place?" Hearing Zhao Menglian's question, Zhang Tiang said bluntly with some embarrassment, "I came to the Tower of Babel this time, but I didn't come alone. It's just that I separated from that Taoist friend after entering. I wanted to search for him everywhere nearby, but I didn't expect to find this palace by accident. I thought there would be some opportunities here, so I broke in directly. I didn't expect that this place didn't find anything except those broken stone puppet beasts. Later, I met all the Taoist friends and was blocked here. Oh, so that's the case. Since Dao Yao is also traveling with a friend, I'm afraid the other party should also be looking for Dao Yao everywhere. Then we still have to go to other places to hunt for treasures, so I won't delay you and say goodbye. As soon as Zhao Menglian finished speaking, Zhang Tianyang's face changed slightly, and he immediately bowed to several people and said, I just looked for him for a long time nearby, but I didn't see him. I'm afraid he should not be nearby. I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare the same soul talisman. It is estimated that it will be difficult to find him again. Since I have the good fortune to meet a few Taoist friends here, I wonder if you can be kind enough to take me along. Don't worry, if you find any good things next time, I will share a little. I just hope I can get out safely. After hearing Zhang Tianyang's request, Zhao Menglian and others looked at each other, and a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. Chapter 554, Their Respective Thoughts. Zhao Menglian and the others could naturally see what Zhang Tianyang meant by saying this. The main reason why the other party proposed to accompany Zhao Menglian and the others was that they saw that they had the background of the nascent soul sect, and that their cultivation was not low, and they were more powerful with more people. Before Song Qingming and the others arrived here, Zhang Tianyang had to face so many stone statue puppet beasts in the foundation building period alone, and he had to work hard to get through. At this moment, he already knew the power of the forbidden formation in the Babel Tower secret realm. Even if he could find his companion next, it was estimated that even if they found something good, they might not really have the ability to get it. Moreover, there were many masters in the secret realm. Once they were unlucky enough to meet a strong enemy or a master of the demon clan who didn't like them, they would probably find it difficult to defeat the other party, and their cultivation might even be buried in this secret realm. But if he could join Zhao Menglian's team, at least his safety would be guaranteed. Moreover, although Zhao Menglian and the others were from the nascent soul sect, they seemed to be easy to talk to. If they followed them, they would not make it too difficult for him. We have already discussed entering the Tower of Babel together several years ago. It is really difficult to rashly agree to let you accompany us. Please don't blame me, fellow Taoist Zhang. Faced with Zhang Tianyang's initiative to show goodwill, Zhao Menglian, as the leader of the team, only thought about it for a moment and immediately rejected the other party on the spot. Although Zhang Tianyang's identity had been confirmed and there was no big problem, Zhao Menglian and the others had already made an agreement before entering the Tower of Babel. No matter who did not get the approval of everyone, they could not pull people in at will. Therefore, Zhao Menglian did not want to waste too much time with the other party here. Hearing Zhao Menglian's decisive refusal, Zhang Tianyang's face was immediately disappointed, but he continued to speak with some unwillingness. Fellow Taoist Zhao, can you reconsider it? This is my first time entering this Tongshan secret realm, and I know very little about this place. If I can't find fellow Taoists to travel with me, I'm afraid I will not be able to escape the fate of being buried here. I also ask fellow Taoists to reconsider it. If I am lucky enough to go out on the future, I will definitely not forget your help today. Although my cultivation is indeed not high, it is not useless. I will definitely be of some use to all of you. Just as Zhao Menglian was about to reply, Jin Ziyun on the side suddenly sent a voice transmission to several people around him, and then said directly, Senior Sister Zhao, I think since fellow Taoist Zhang has no problem with his identity and is willing to travel with us, it is not impossible to consider it. I think it is better to listen to everyone's opinions first. As soon as Jin Ziyun finished speaking, Yunzin on the side immediately nodded with a smile and agreed, what fellow Taoist Jin said makes some sense. There are so many masters entering the Tongshan Tower this time. It is inevitable that we will encounter powerful opponents. One more person here can also add a little more strength. Besides, fellow Taoist Zhang's magical powers are not too weak. He is also a person who is willing to take the initiative to help when encountering problems. He can definitely help. I also agree that fellow Taoist Zhang will join. Qingluo Zhenren, who is also a casual cultivator like Zhang Tianyang, did not say much, but immediately expressed his attitude. Zhang Tianyang, who was still disappointed just now, heard the words of Jin Ziyun and the other two, and saw that there was still a chance for things to turn around, and his face immediately showed a trace of joy. Junior brother Song, what do you think about this? After hearing the thoughts of Jin Ziyun and the other two, Zhao Menglian did not express his opinion immediately, but turned around and asked Song Qingming, who had not spoken yet. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Song Qingming nodded slightly with a calm face and said, I have no objection to Zhang Daoyao joining. Senior Sister Zhao, you guys just make the decision. Just before Jin Ziyun spoke, he also secretly sent a secret message to Song Qingming. The reason why the three of them agreed to Zhang Tianyang joining was not because they really wanted to pull him in, but just wanted to find another helper who could be used. The other party's cultivation was not low, and he would definitely be useful in the future. However, when the time came to share the results, as long as the five of them on his side reached a consensus, he would not dare to say much. Anyway, the other party had said before that it didn't matter if he could get less of the good stuff. For such a cheap helper who could be used, Jin Ziyun and the others were naturally happy to accept it. Anyway, the other party was just a casual cultivator with no big background, and he was not familiar with everyone. If he really encountered some danger and couldn't take care of him, it shouldn't matter much, and he didn't have to worry about any big trouble after he went out. Whether it was Zhang Tianyang or Jin Ziyun and the others, both sides had their own little thoughts. They were all Jinden cultivators who had practiced for many years. Although they did not say it explicitly, they basically knew it. Song Qingming did not care much about Jin Ziyun and the others' thoughts. This time when entering the Babel Tower, Song Qingming did not plan to move with Zhao Menglian all the time. He just wanted to follow them to the third floor smoothly. Whether the team brought Zhang Tianyang or not should not have much impact on Song Qingming. Moreover, now that Jin Ziyun and the other two had clearly expressed their agreement to this matter, even if Song Qingming wanted to object, he might not be able to do so, and it would also make him waste his time here in vain. It would be better to just agree to it and get it over with. Hearing Song Qingming's answer, Zhao Menglian nodded and turned to Zhang Tianyang on the side and said, since junior brother Song also agrees, then fellow Taoist Zhang is welcome to join us. However, I still have to make it clear to you in advance that you must listen to my command when we act together later, and you must not act on your own. All the spiritual objects that everyone has obtained together must be handed in first, and then distributed uniformly. If you agree, then it's settled. If you can't accept it, it's not too late to leave now. I agree. Fellow Taoist Zhao. Rest assured that I will definitely follow orders and will not act recklessly. Thank you all for your help. This is a little respect, and I hope you don't mind it. Seeing Zhao Menglian relax, Zhang Tianyang's face suddenly blossomed with joy. He happily took out a few packets of his own treasured spiritual tea and gave each of the 5 people present. Regardless of his cultivation strength, Zhang Tianyang is obviously much better than ordinary people in this aspect. It can be seen that although this guy looks a bit sly on the surface, he can successfully form a pill as a casual cultivator and get the same status as Song Qingming. There should be some reasons in this aspect. After discussing it, several people, led by Zhao Menglian, went directly to the teleportation array in the middle of the stone chamber. After carefully checking the teleportation array to confirm that there was no problem, they entered the teleportation array one after another. After another familiar spinning, a white light flashed and Song Qingming and others appeared in a somewhat damp cave. Fellow Taoist Zhao, is this the second floor of the Tower of Babel? Just after walking out of the teleportation array, Zhang Tianyang asked Zhao Menglian with a smile on his face. Oh. Did fellow Taoist Zhang say before that he didn't know much about this place? How come you seem to have known that the teleportation array in the stone chamber just now is the passage to the second floor? Faced with Zhang Tianyang's inquiry, Zhao Menglian suddenly asked back with a strange look on her face. Fellow Taoist Zhao misunderstood me. I really don't know much about this place. I just heard some rumors about the Tower of Babel before. Looking at Zhang Tianyang, who was not embarrassed at all, Zhao Menglian smiled slightly, turned around and ignored him, and walked out of the cave quickly with everyone. Just after walking out of the cave exit, before Song Qingming and others who were walking behind could see the scenery outside clearly, Zhao Menglian, who was at the front of the team, suddenly seemed to see something incredible. He stopped and took a few steps back quickly, leaning against the stone wall beside him. Everyone, don't go out yet. Someone is passing by outside. It seems to be a master. Hearing Zhao Menglian say this, everyone's faces suddenly became a little nervous. They stopped and followed Zhao Menglian back into the cave. Everyone could guess that Zhao Menglian, a 6th-level Jinden cultivator, could be called a master without thinking. This person was not a unyielding old monster, but at least a master above the late Jinden stage. It seems that many masters have already come up to the second floor. After a long while, Zhao Menglian turned sideways and said to Zhang Tianyang, the man just flew over the sky. He should have passed by. Fellow Taoist Zhang, go check the situation first. Oh, okay. Hearing Zhao Menglian directly call his name, Zhang Tianyang, who was hiding at the end of the team, was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a somewhat unpleasant expression, and walked out slowly. When he was about to reach the cave entrance, Zhang Tianyang took out a silver robe and put it on himself. Soon his figure disappeared in front of Song Qingming and others. The robe that Zhang Tianyang wore that could hide his figure was of good quality. It should be at least a second-level upper-grade robe. It was obviously much more useful than the hidden spirit shirt on Song Qingming. Even if a giant and cultivator did not pay attention within a certain distance, it would be difficult to detect his trace. After seeing this thing, Song Qingming and others finally understood how Zhang Tianyang had been hiding his figure in front of everyone in the stone chamber on the first floor. Zhang Tianyang walked out of the cave carefully under the tracking of everyone's spiritual sense. After a long time, he did not come back. When Zhao Menglian and others in the cave were puzzled, he hurried back to the cave with an anxious look. What's wrong with Brother Zhang? Did the other party discover us? Seeing Zhang Tianyang's anxious face, Zhao Menglian and others immediately became nervous and showed a look of vigilance. Song Qingming and Yun Xin, who were standing a little further away, had their eyes focused on the teleportation array not far behind them. As long as they found something wrong, they would immediately escape into the teleportation array. Chapter 555, Treasure Place. Zhang Tianyang, who hadn't had time to speak, saw that everyone was so nervous, and hurriedly shook his head and said seriously, "Don't panic, everyone. I looked outside and there was no one there. Just now when I went out to check, I accidentally found a place with very strong spiritual energy. I think there might be good things inside, so I came here in a hurry to report to you." Damn. Why didn't you say earlier that there was no one there? After hearing Zhang Tianyang's explanation, everyone's faces immediately put down their nervousness and showed a bit of embarrassment. Jin Zian, who looked a little unhappy, muttered directly to his face. "Friend Zhang, you just said that you found a place with strong spiritual energy. Where is it?" Except for Jin Zian, who had a bit of a bad temper, the other people present didn't pay much attention to what Zhang Tianyang said before, and focused their attention on the place he just said might have good things. Zhang Tianyang heard the question from Master King Lo and nodded slightly, saying, "It's in a canyon at the foot of the mountain. I just went to take a look and there seems to be a formation restriction outside, haha. If there's a formation restriction protecting it, it seems that there may be really good things inside. It's really right to bring fellow Taoist Zhang with me this time. We have just entered the second floor and we have found a treasure place. Okay, everyone should stop talking nonsense and go down to take a look. This place is too close to the teleportation array. Maybe other Taoist friends will come up from here soon. It will be troublesome if they are discovered by others." Zhao Menglian looked at the teleportation array behind her and urged everyone. Led by Zhang Tianyang, the 6 people walked out of the cave quickly and flew directly to a canyon covered with white mist below. Everyone stood in the middle of the canyon in a place completely covered by thick fog. After taking a closer look, Zhao Menglian said to everyone on the side, "Yes, there should be a forbidden formation here. Junior brother Song and fellow Taoist Yun, come and take a look together. Is there any way to break it?" In this team of 6, in addition to Song Qingming, a third-level lower-grade formation master, Yun Xin's main training is not the way of formation, but his formation level is not low, and has reached the second-level upper-grade level. After looking at Song Qingming, Yun Xin smiled and arched his hands and said, "Haha. With brother Song, a third-level formation master, here, why do I need to come forward to show my ugliness? Let brother Song do it." Song Qingming did not refuse after hearing this. After nodding slightly, he stepped forward and came directly out of the thick fog. This restriction is not difficult to break, but it will take some time. Please wait for a moment, senior sister Zhao. Zhao Menglian smiled and nodded. Junior brother Song, just rest assured to break the restriction. Let's take a look around first to see if there's anything else here. Oh, fellow Taoist Song, it will be difficult for you to do it alone. Do you need me to stay and help you? Seeing that several people around had left the place and walked around, Zhang Tianyang did not leave immediately, but took the initiative to stay and help Song Qingming. After Song Qingming glanced at him, he shook his head slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't worry. I am enough here. Don't worry. I just checked it and I have enough confidence to break this formation." Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist Song. Zhang Tianyang smiled and greeted Song Qingming, and then left here quickly. Before leaving, he did not forget to look back at the restriction formation behind him. After seeing Zhang Tianyang leave, Song Qingming turned around and smiled. When checking the formation just now, Song Qingming also quickly noticed that some parts of the formation in front of him had already shown signs of being damaged. It should be that someone had tried to crack this formation not long ago. Without thinking, Song Qingming could guess that this person must be Zhang Tianyang, who had come down to check it first, but his formation level might not be as good as Yunzin. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't get in. He had to give up breaking the formation and hurried back up to report the news to everyone in the cave. The reason why Zhang Tianyang wanted to stay and help just now was actually that he was a little afraid that Song Qingming would find out and tell everyone about it, revealing that he had just tried to take the treasure alone. However, Zhang Tianyang thought too much this time. Although Song Qingming didn't like his greedy character, he had no intention of telling others about this. For Song Qingming now, one more thing is really better than one less thing. From the records in the notes, it is basically difficult to find spiritual objects above level 3 in the 3 lower floors of the Tower of Babel. Regardless of whether there are really any good things in it, Song Qingming doesn't take it too seriously now. With a flash of spiritual light in his hand, Song Qingming quickly took out 5 or 6 formation flags and immediately placed them on the ground around him. He began to concentrate on breaking the restriction in front of him. Just as Song Qingming and others were slowly busy in the canyon, the teleportation formation in the cave where they had just appeared suddenly lit up with spiritual light and slowly turned, making a series of violent noises. At the same time, in a small palace hundreds of miles away from the cave, the Golden Feather Demon King brought his 3 late giant and demon kings and cleared out a few of the 2 giant and humanoid puppets guarding here, and then came to a teleportation formation of a similar style. Your Highness, Longfeng hasn't caught up yet. Should we wait for him? Faced with a proposal of his Demon King, the Golden Feather Demon King shook his head with a complicated expression and said, I only agreed to bring him in. We don't need to worry about what happens next. There are also many human cultivators coming this time. We should hurry up and don't let them get there first. After the Golden Feather Demon King finished speaking, he led several Demon Kings into the teleportation array. As a fierce white light flashed past, their figures completely disappeared from the spot. After a while, the palace became quiet again and returned to its original silence. On Song Qingming's side, after half an hour of tinkering, the thick fog in front of him finally began to stir slowly, revealing a circular passage more than 2 people high in the middle. Haha. Junior brother Song is indeed a level 3 formation master. He was able to break this formation so quickly. You have made the first contribution this time. If I find a good spiritual object later, I will definitely let you choose one first. Seeing this scene, Jin Ziyun on the side immediately laughed happily, patted Song Qingming's arm, and praised him. Senior brother Jin, don't make fun of me. This formation is not difficult. It just takes a little more time. Even if fellow Taoist Yun comes up, he can still find a way to break it. Hearing Jin Ziyun's praise, Song Qingming immediately smiled and said modestly. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Yunzin on the side immediately shook his head and said, Alice, I can't break this restriction so quickly. Brother Song, don't be so polite. I have no objection. Just follow what Brother Jin said. When you find something good, just pick one first, okay? Let's put it this way first. Let's go in and take a look. Otherwise, we have been discussing for a long time and there is nothing inside. This will be a bit embarrassing. After hearing Zhao Menglian's reminder, everyone hurriedly walked into the passage under the leadership of Song Qingming, and soon came to a flat land with a radius of only a few miles. Although the area of this flat land is not large, it is full of birdsong and flowers, and is filled with various flowers and plants with shining spiritual light. There is also a stream flowing through the middle, like a small fairyland on earth. Haha. So many spiritual medicines, this trip is worth it. Seeing that there were at least hundreds of mature first and second level spiritual medicines in front of them, and 2 spiritual medicines in the middle had reached the 3rd level, everyone was immediately overjoyed, and couldn't help but get excited. After practicing Taoism for so many years, except for the 2 times when he was forced by the Fire Phoenix to venture into the secret realm, Song Qingming rarely saw so many mature spiritual medicines appear in front of him at the same time. Even in the spiritual medicine garden on the Song family's Funiu Mountain, which has been operating for hundreds of years, It is impossible to see so many mature spiritual medicines appear at the same time. Dear Taoist friends, this place is not so safe. Hurry up and collect the medicine first and leave here quickly. After Zhao Menglian gave an order, she took the lead and walked towards the two best third-level spiritual medicines in the middle. Seeing this, everyone immediately came back to their senses. After each of them took out a cloth bag, they also followed forward to collect the mature spiritual medicines that were everywhere in front of them. After a while, everyone had searched all the mature spiritual medicines here, gathered together with satisfaction, and began to sit down and share the results. According to Zhao Menglian's statistics, this time they got 2 third-level spiritual medicines, more than 50 second-level spiritual medicines, and hundreds of first-level spiritual medicines. Among them, 2 third-level spiritual medicines are naturally the most precious. 1 third-level luozing grass with the best quality and price was taken by Song Qingming, and the remaining one with a slightly lower value was selected by the captain Zhao Menglian first. The other 4 people were each given more than a dozen second-level spiritual medicines of different qualities, and the overall value of the spiritual objects they were given was less than that of Song Qingming and the others. This time, it was because of Zheng Tianyang that everyone discovered this treasure place in the canyon, so Jin Ziyun and others did not deliberately deduct his share. Although he did not get the best 2 third-level spiritual medicines, he was very satisfied with his spiritual medicine worth thousands of spiritual stones this time. After all, he was also a casual cultivator of Jiangdan, and his daily life was naturally worse than that of Jin Ziyun and other sect cultivators. Song Qingming got the best third-level spiritual medicine among these spiritual medicines, and he was very satisfied. He didn't expect to find anything good on this floor. He didn't expect to find a third-level spiritual medicine as soon as he came in. It was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. Chapter 556 Falling into Trap. The reason why there are so many spiritual medicines in this canyon is because a spiritual gathering array has been set up here. Although this place is not difficult to find, people will come here every time the Tower of Babel is opened. However, 300 years have passed since the last opening, which is enough time for most of the spiritual medicines here to mature. Song Qingming and his team happened to come a step earlier this time, so they picked up this bargain. Fellow Taoist Zhao, should we go directly to the 3rd floor next, or stay on the 2nd floor to look for spiritual objects first? After distributing these spiritual medicines, the somewhat excited King Luo Zhenren asked again. Now those who have entered the 2nd floor should be those masters in the late Jiangdan and Yuanying stages. I guess they don't like the spiritual objects on this floor. Now they are trying to go to the 3rd floor. It's a great opportunity for us to find treasures here. As soon as King Luo Zhenren finished speaking, Jin Ziyun immediately smiled and expressed his thoughts. Zhao Menglian nodded to Jin Ziyun's suggestion and said, Junior brother Jin is right. There are relatively few teleportation arrays from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. If we go to look for teleportation arrays now, we may run into those masters who are eager to go to the 3rd floor. Let's wait for 2 days before going up. Besides, everyone has just seen that 3rd-level spiritual objects can be found on the 2nd floor. Why should we go to the 3rd floor so quickly? After seeing 2 third-level spiritual objects here with their own eyes, everyone naturally agreed with Zhao Menglian's statement and nodded in agreement. Although Song Qingming wanted to go to the 3rd floor immediately, Zhao Menglian was right. At this time, some Yuanying old monsters might still be on their way to the 3rd floor. It was too dangerous to rashly go to find the teleportation array. It would be safer to wait a little longer. Each time the Tower of Babel is open, it takes at least a month. Song Qingming is not in a hurry for 1 or 2 days. This time he came to the Tower of Babel mainly to see if he could find some useful spiritual objects and opportunities. He naturally didn't want to lose his life here. In any case, it was always better to be safe. After everyone discussed it, they set off directly, followed the original path to walk out of this spiritual gathering place where spiritual medicines were produced, and then flew up from the canyon, wanting to find spiritual objects in other places. Just when the 6 people had just walked to the middle of the air, a gust of cold wind suddenly hit both sides of the canyon, which caught everyone off guard and made it difficult for them to stand still. After this gust of cold wind surrounded Song Qingming and others, its power instantly increased a few points, and it blew everyone slowly to the dark place on the other side of the canyon. At this time, everyone in the cold wind also felt something was wrong. This strange cold wind that suddenly appeared seemed to be controlled by someone, trying to roll them all into the darkness. Not good. Something is wrong with this wind. It seems someone has set up a formation here. Everyone, find a way to rush out first. Once you get sucked in, it will be troublesome. After feeling the power of this dark wind, Zhao Menglian released a magic shield to stabilize her body. And hurriedly warned everyone. Seeing this, the others immediately released a shield to block the section of this strange dark wind. But except for Zhao Menglian, Yunzin, and Jin Zian, who had higher cultivation, it was relatively easy to deal with it. The magic power of King Luo Zhenren and Zhang Tiang, two giant and early-stage cultivators, was obviously a little lacking. They could only release a defensive magic weapon to stop their retreat. Although Song Qingming was also a third-level giant and cultivator, he performed a little better than the two of them. He used the Zhuangguan armor that he had cultivated for many years in his body, and after switching to the 5 elements Zhuanggangju to obtain a 5-element shield spell, he did not feel too much pressure. Just as the 6 people were about to rush out of the gloomy wind, a few wild laughs suddenly came from above their heads, followed by 4 giant and monks wrapped in black robes jumping down from above and blocking the people who wanted to escape. Haha, you must have got a lot of good things just now. I'm a step late. I wonder if I can get a share now. Seeing these 4 mysterious black-robed people, Zhao Menglian and others were shocked. It seemed that they had been discovered when they were breaking the ban just now, and the other party had set up a trap here to wait for them to come up. Fellow Daoists, we are all cultivators of the Uyghur Zioao sect. We have no grudges with you. There is no need to come here to trouble us for a few second-level spiritual medicines. Although he knew that the other party had gone to such great lengths to set up a trap here, he must have come with bad intentions, but Zhao Menglian still spoke calmly and brought out his identity as the Zioao sect to try to make peace with the other party. Of the 4 black-robed men in front of him, 3 had reached the middle stage of the Golden Core, and the remaining one was a cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core, and his strength did not seem very strong. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Menglian and the others would definitely not be afraid of the other party, but now they had been tied up by a trap set by the other party, and it might not be as easy to defeat the other party head-on as it would be under normal circumstances. After seeing the black-robed men, Jin Zian and the others were very angry, but the situation seemed a little unfavorable to their side, and they could only temporarily enter and hold back. Haha. We really have no grudges against you, but we came a step late, and we can't go back empty-handed. Fellow Taoists, why don't you consider handing over your storage bags to us, so that we can guarantee that we won't embarrass you again? Huh? What a big tone. If you want a storage bag, it depends on whether you have the ability. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making peace, Zhao Menglian no longer had any hope, and directly took out his magic weapon and took the initiative to kill the other party. Jin Zian and others on the side also wanted to fight with the other side for a long time. Without much hesitation, they took out their magic weapons and rushed towards the other side. Seeing that the other side tore their faces so quickly, the 4 black-robed men were not surprised at all. After laughing a few times at everyone, they also began to take out their own magic weapons to fight the enemy. One of the black-robed men standing in front took out a dark scroll and cast a spell to draw out a burst of black mist. From it, a strange creature with a bull head and a human body and a ball of black flames was summoned. Everyone be careful, these people are magic cultivators. Seeing that the magic weapons and moves used by the other side were all a bit weird, Zhao Menglian also immediately recognized the identities of these black-robed men in front of him. Hearing that the other party might be a magic cultivator, Song Qingming and others also showed a trace of surprise. No wonder these people have been wrapped in black robes and dressed so mysteriously. It turns out that they are actually people who are magic cultivators. Although they had heard that every time the Tower of Babel was opened, there would be demon cultivators coming in to fish in troubled waters, Song Qingming and his companions had never expected that they would encounter these demon cultivators so soon after entering, and they could not help but have a new understanding of the dangers in the Tower of Babel. The righteous cultivators of the human race and the demon cultivators have always been enemies. Whether they meet here or outside, there is no reason to let each other go. Once they fall into the hands of the other party, it will be a result worse than death. After knowing the identity of the other party's demon cultivator, Song Qingming and his companions have now completely cut off other ideas and can only fight. Although the bull-headed monster that appeared on the demon cultivator's side was just a summoned spirit, the pressure on his body was no less than that of a giant and early-stage cultivator. As soon as it was summoned, it pounced on Zhang Tiang, who had the lowest cultivation level. With a fierce face, and its strength was not weaker than that of the other party. Although the strength of the demon cultivator with the lowest cultivation level, who was in the early stage of Jinden, was slightly stronger than the other party. Because of the restriction of the formation, the King Luozhenren did not immediately gain the upper hand after the two of them faced each other. Zhao Fenglian and Yun Xin each faced off against a Jinden mid-stage demon cultivator with a similar level of cultivation to them, while the last Jinden 6th level demon cultivator was fought by Song Qingming and Jin Ziyan. After the two sides fought for a while in the canyon, although the demon cultivators had a slight advantage overall, Song Qingming and others did not show signs of defeat. The demon cultivators also knew that if they dragged on with the opponent for too long here, once other cultivators were attracted, it would definitely be disadvantageous to them. Seeing that they could not defeat the opponent, the two Jinden mid-stage demon cultivators with the highest cultivation level looked at each other, each took out a small formation flag and spit out a mouthful of blood on it, and then joined forces to cast a spell to strengthen the power of the Yinfeng formation behind everyone. Another Jinden mid-stage demon cultivator also took out a black scroll similar to the previous one, and summoned a bull-headed monster and a tiger-headed monster with similar strength to increase the attack on Zhang Tiang. Junior brother Song, it's not good for us to fight like this. Leave this man to me first. You quickly find a way to go down and destroy the formation they set up first, otherwise we may not be able to hold on for too long. Feeling that the gloomy wind that restrained everyone had intensified a bit, Jin Ziyan also knew that the situation on the battlefields was beginning to be a little bad, and decisively transmitted his thoughts to Song Qingming beside him. Song Qingming naturally understood this in his heart. After hearing Jin Ziyan's transmission, he immediately turned around and rushed directly to the dark place behind. After fighting with the opponent for so long, Song Qingming had also noticed the location of the core of this formation, which was probably below the dark place. As long as he could get close to there, he would have a way to break this formation. Boy, where are you going? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly leave the battlefield and rush directly over there following the section in the darkness, the demon cultivator who was entangled with Yun Xin also noticed something wrong, and immediately controlled himself to summon the tiger-headed monster that was attacking Zhang Tiang, and quickly chased after Song Qingming. Chapter 557, Breaking the Formation and Fighting the Enemy. Just as he approached the black hole, Song Qingming had already found several arrays below. When he was thinking about how to quickly break the array, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. Turning around, he found that a tiger-headed monster in the air had already chased him. Song Qingming waved his hand and immediately summoned a black figure to block the opponent. After more than 10 years of accumulation and polishing, Jin Feng's current combat power is almost comparable to that of Su Ziyan, a cultivator who has just formed a golden elixir. Naturally, he is not inferior to the tiger-headed monster, who is also in the early stage of the golden elixir. With Jin Feng's help to contain the opponent, Song Qingming also breathed a sigh of relief and began to carefully study the arrays in front of him. Seeing that the tiger-headed monster failed to stop Song Qingming, the demon cultivator was also a little surprised. He immediately cast a spell to roll up a black mist to force Yun Xin back, wanting to personally stop Song Qingming from destroying the array below. HMPH. You still want to go over and help? You underestimate me too much. Seeing that the other party was a little ruthless, Yun Xin had already seen the other party's intentions. He ignored the entanglement of the black fog in front of him and desperately urged the magic weapon in his hand to stop the other party again. Now that the battle has been fought to this point, his side has obviously fallen into a disadvantage. Now whether Song Qingming can quickly break the formation has become the key to the whole battle. This point is not only Yun Xin, but also the other people present are very clear in their hearts. Especially facing Jin Ziyan, a 6th level Jinden demon cultivator alone, even if the opponent is much stronger than himself, Jin Ziyan still struggled to entangle the opponent and did not let this demon go to affect Song Qingming. After observing for a while below, Song Qingming quickly saw some tricks and couldn't help showing a bit of joy on his face. Although the formations arranged by these demon cultivators are quite powerful, because Song Qingming and his companions came up from below soon after picking herbs, they arranged them too hastily, leaving many flaws in this formation. After finding several flaws in the formation, Song Qingming took out several formation flags and inserted them directly into the ground. He then took out the formation plate and poured his mana into it. A beam of spiritual light instantly rushed to the formation below. A moment later, as a white light flashed below, Zhao Menglian and others who were fighting in the formation instantly felt that the gloomy wind that was restraining them suddenly became much weaker. Zhao Menglian and others immediately understood that Song Qingming had made progress in breaking the formation below. They were still suppressed by the opponent, and their spirits were suddenly lifted, and their faces showed a little more confidence. Seeing that the situation had changed, the demon cultivators could not sit still. The giant demon cultivator who was fighting with Zhao Menglian, who had been fighting for a long time but still could not defeat the opponent, gritted his teeth and took out another black pill and swallowed it directly. Soon, the momentum of this giant demon cultivator soared a few points. And his cultivation level also broke through from the 6th level of Jinden to the 7th level of Jinden. The whole person was covered with a layer of black flames, just like the two summoned spirits. Seeing the other party's sudden change, Zhao Menglian also frowned immediately, and a trace of caution appeared on his face. Dao, if you choose to retreat now, I can give you a chance to let you go directly. If you block my way again, it will be too late for you to regret it later. Hearing the other party's advice, Zhao Menglian's face showed a slight hesitation, but soon after calming down, he shook his head and said to the other party, "Good and evil cannot coexist. Your Excellency should not threaten me with empty words. If you have any powerful magical powers, just let them come." Humph! Looking for death, after a roar, the giant and demon cultivator with black flames all over his body cast a spell in his hand quickly, and summoned a very thick black mist, and then gathered it into 3 palm-sized black spheres. After being forcibly compressed into a ball, the black sphere suddenly began to emit bursts of amazing pressure, making Zhao Menglian, who was not far away, also feel an unprecedented pressure, and a trace of fine sweat had already appeared between his eyebrows. Go! As the giant and demon cultivator uttered a word, the 3 black balls in his hand flew out one after another with a surging momentum, heading straight for Zhao Menglian, who was not far away. Before the other party started to attack, Zhao Menglian had already responded. In addition to the thick ice wall that had already been erected in front of her, a yellow talisman that she had already tightly grasped in her hand had also turned into a shield in front of her under her spell. In addition, Zhao Menglian had an extra silver shield in her hand at this moment, blocking in front of her, setting up a 3rd line of defense for herself. Facing the opponent's attack this time, she was also extremely cautious. After the first black ball hit the outermost layer of the ice wall, it penetrated directly as if it had passed through a layer of tofu, and fell on the shield formed by the 2nd layer of talismans without losing its momentum. Although the shield was pressed down a lot this time, it still failed to completely break the defense and was quickly bounced aside by the shield. However, before Zhao Menglian could relax for a moment, the 2nd black sphere hit her directly. After the collision, a violent earth-shaking noise suddenly sounded in the canyon, shaking the people fighting around and stopping the fight. Seeing that the 3rd level low-grade defensive talisman in front of her had turned into ashes, Zhao Menglian had no time to react before the 3rd sphere was in front of her. Zhao Menglian, who had no way to avoid it, had no other choice but to bite the bullet and pour all her magic power into the silver shield in front of her, desperately urging this defensive magic weapon. Finally, after the black ball hit Zhao Menglian's silver shield, it instantly knocked Zhao Menglian back several feet from the spot, and made a deafening sound, knocking Zhao Menglian, who was too close, back more than 10 feet away, until she finally stopped when she hit the mountain wall on one side of the canyon. This time, in order to take the opponent's attack, she didn't expect that the defensive talisman and the defensive magic weapon she saved would be scrapped directly. Looking at the silver shield in her hand that was already severely damaged, Zhao Menglian shook her head with regret and put it away directly. Fortunately, Zhao Menglian was only slightly injured by the opponent's fierce attack just now, and her overall combat effectiveness was not greatly affected. Seeing that the giant and demon cultivator wanted to bypass her and go straight to the position of the array below, Zhao Menglian didn't care to adjust her state, took out her life magic weapon and chased after him directly. Just after catching up with the demon cultivator, the Zuanbing Qiliang in Zhao Menglian's hand had already rolled out quickly and directly blocked the demon cultivator. Zhao Menglian was a cultivator with ice spiritual roots of different attributes. The cultivation method she practiced also brought a trace of ice attribute aura. When her life treasure Zuanbing Qiliang touched the demon cultivator, it immediately brought an extremely cold chill, which seemed to freeze the air around him, forming an invisible wall. Get out of my way! After being entangled by the opponent again, the giant and demon cultivator was also furious, but somewhat helpless. Although the ice attribute cultivation method practiced by Zhao Menglian was not very powerful in attack, its defense ability was relatively outstanding. Even if the opponent's cultivation strength was higher than hers, it would be difficult to get rid of her entanglement for a while. While the two were fighting here, the situation on Jin Ziyun's side suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Facing the demon cultivator who was stronger than him alone, after fighting for more than 100 rounds, he finally couldn't hold on. After being directly blasted dozens of feet away by the opponent's close-range punch, he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and even stood up a little unsteadily. Obviously, he was also seriously injured this time. Just when Jin Ziyun was a little distressed about how to continue to stop the opponent, the dark wind that had been rolling around the crowd suddenly weakened rapidly and soon disappeared. After sensing this change, Jin Ziyun, who had just been a little sad, immediately laughed and cheered up again. With a face full of hatred, he said to the opponent, "Demon cubs, this time it's your turn to be uncomfortable." After destroying 3 or 4 of the opponent's arrays in a row, the dark wind in front of Song Qingming finally stopped, and a black array disc like a copper sheet was immediately revealed. After carefully putting it in his pocket, Song Qingming did not dare to delay too much, and immediately flew to the middle of the canyon and soon returned to the middle of the battlefield. When Song Qingming returned here, because there was no more Yin Feng to restrain them, the people who had just been suppressed by the other party finally got a few opportunities to breathe and slowly stabilized their positions. Seeing that no one had lost, Song Qingming was relieved and showed a happy face. He hurried forward to help Jin Ziyun, the only one who was still at a disadvantage on the battlefield. With the addition of Song Qingming, Jin Ziyun's side was immediately out of danger. With the two of them working together, even if the other party had a higher cultivation level, they could not take any advantage. In this way, after the two sides fought for dozens of rounds, the first to break the balance of the battlefield was Zhang Tianyang, who had the lowest cultivation level. The bull-headed monster he faced was only barely at the level of the first level of Jinden. Without the restraint of Yin Feng, Zhang Tianyang quickly reversed the situation. After continuous attacks broke the opponent's defense, he quickly seized the opportunity to use a golden seal magic weapon in his hand to directly disperse the soul of the bull-headed monster. Seeing that the other side was going to have one more person, the demon cultivators knew that they had no chance to defeat the other side today. After exchanging secret messages, they abandoned their opponents and wanted to escape from the battlefield. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Seeing that the other side was going to escape, Song Qingming and others naturally would not agree directly, and immediately chased after them to keep these demon cultivators. Chapter 558 Lend a Helping Hand. The fastest runner was the 4th level Jinden demon cultivator who was fighting against Yunzin. This demon was almost as powerful as Yunzin and the others. After summoning the tiger-headed monster that had been fighting against Jinfeng and stopping him, he left the battle and fled the canyon first. The other demon cultivators were not willing to lag behind. Facing the people who were chasing them, they all used their own means to save their lives. The leading demon cultivator, who had been entangled with Zhao Menglian for a long time, had the most superb strength and means. After dodging the entanglement of Zhao Menglian's life treasure Zuanbing Chiliang with a few flashes, he opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of extremely black smoke. As soon as the black fog appeared, it surged with a wind and soon covered the opponent's figure. When Zhao Menglian stepped forward to attack the opponent again, she found that her soul and her mind felt a slight tingling sensation as soon as she came into contact with a black fog. She immediately stopped her body and cast a defensive shield to avoid a black fog. By the time she dodged and bypassed a large mass of black fog, the demon cultivator had already flown above the canyon. After giving a strange laugh to Zhao Menglian below, he left his other companions and chose a direction to escape alone. Another Jinden level 6 demon cultivator who had fought with Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun for a long time, although his strength was also good, used a magic banner magic weapon with strong defensive ability in his hand to block Song Qingming and the other two, and then escaped from the battlefield. However, just when he was relieved, a golden net suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The magic weapon was controlled by Zhang Tianyang, who had just rushed over to support him. Seeing this, the demon cultivator immediately threw out a blood-red short blade from his hand and ran straight to the golden net, and soon directly pierced a big hole in the golden net cast by Zhang Tianyang. Seeing that the golden net was pierced by his magic weapon so quickly, it seemed that there was nothing powerful about it. The demon cultivator was delighted and immediately followed him and ran straight to the big hole in the golden net. Just when half of his body was about to pass through the golden net, a flash of light suddenly appeared around him, and the entire golden net immediately returned to its original state, trapping him in the middle, making it difficult for him to move forward. Haha. This time, you really have fallen into a trap. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianyang, who was casting a spell to control the golden net, suddenly showed a smug look on his face. Boy, you are looking for death. Knowing that he had been tricked by the other party, the giant and demon cultivator was also a little angry and embarrassed. The blood-red short blade in his hand suddenly glowed brightly, and turned around and rushed towards Zhang Tianyang not far away. Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't let the other party go. I'll help you. Seeing that Zhang Tianyang had trapped the other party, Jin Ziyun and Song Qingming immediately rushed up and headed straight for the giant and demon cultivator. Jin Ziyun, who was still in midair, had already shot out several powerful green lights from a magic jade ruler in his hand, trying to force the other party to stop attacking Zhang Tianyang. What they didn't expect was that the opponent was not moved at all by Jin Ziyun's swift attack, and the blood-red short blade aura that was heading towards Zhang Tianyang became even stronger. Seeing this, Zhang Tianyang was also a little panicked. He didn't expect that the opponent would be so desperate to get rid of his entanglement quickly. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to let go of the control of the gold net first, and quickly cast a spell to control his gold brick magic weapon, and crashed into the blood-red short blade that was flying rapidly in the air. However, Zhang Tianyang had already lost the initiative because of his hesitation just now. The magic weapon he controlled in a hurry was quickly knocked away by the opponent's magic weapon, and failed to completely block the blood-red short blade. At this moment, Zhang Tianyang was already too late to use other defensive means. Seeing the short blade magic weapon shooting at him quickly and fiercely, Zhang Tianyang's face immediately turned pale, revealing a bit of shock. The previous hesitation had already made Zhang Tianyang lose the opportunity to defend. Then the powerful power of the opponent's magic weapon was beyond his expectation. Now Zhang Tianyang had no time to use other effective defense methods. Just when Zhang Tianyang's face was full of despair, a golden talisman suddenly appeared in front of him, turning into a huge golden shield that just blocked the short blade magic weapon of the magic cultivator. Seeing the appearance of this golden shield, Zhang Tianyang was immediately happy, rekindled hope, and dodged back more than 10 feet away. After a moment, the golden shield that was not far in front of Zhang Tianyang broke into several pieces in the air with a bang. Although it still failed to completely block the attack of the blood-red short blade, the golden shield had consumed 70% to 80% of the opponent's power, making the power of this magic weapon of the magic cultivator look less scary. With a golden shield blocking, Zhang Tianyang finally had time to react, and arranged several defensive measures in front of him, which allowed him to successfully block the sharp magic weapon of the magic cultivator. Zhang Tianyang, who was already sweating coldly from fear, looked up at Song Qingming, who had just helped him, with a grateful look after he saved his life. Just as he was about to step forward to say a word of gratitude, Song Qingming's voice transmission reached his ears first. Fellow Taoist Zhang, go help fellow Taoist King Luo first. Brother Jin and I are here to deal with him. After hearing Song Qingming's voice transmission, Zhang Tianyang knew that it was not the time to thank him yet. After nodding slightly to Song Qingming, he turned into a beam of light and flew to another battlefield in the air. The demon cultivator who was entangled with Master King Luo was the weakest among the 4 demon cultivators. He was only at the 2nd level of the golden core. Without the restraint of the Yinfeng formation, his strength was obviously much weaker than that of his opponent Master King Luo. Although this demon had just used several good means of escape, they were all seen by Master King Luo, who was more experienced, and blocked the retreat one step ahead. After several entanglements, he still could not find a chance to escape from the canyon. Song Qingming asked Zhang Tianyang to go over there to help first, because he saw clearly that the opponent had obviously fallen into disadvantage in the hands of King Luo's Henrun. As long as Zhang Tianyang went over to put some pressure, the 2nd-level giant and demon cultivator would not be able to hold on for too long. For himself and Jin Ziyun, plus Jin Feng who had just freed his hands and rushed over to help, it was not a big problem to hold back the 6th-level giant and demon cultivator in front of him, but it would definitely be difficult to defeat him in a short period of time. Even with Zhang Tianyang's help, the situation here would not change much. Most of the demon cultivators have some strange means, and they don't have absolute strength to suppress the opponent. It is really not an easy thing to keep them. Instead of having no absolute certainty on both sides, it is better to prioritize to ensure that one person on the other side can be kept. After saving Zhang Tianyang, Song Qingming did not delay in place. With Jin Feng beside him, he immediately turned around and joined the battle not far in front of him. Just now, in order to remove the control of the golden net on his body, the 6th level giant and demon cultivator risked his life to force Zhang Tianyang to retreat, and escaped from the golden net as soon as possible to avoid most of the attacks of Jin Ziyun's magic weapon. However, this demon still suffered a lot of damage from the magic weapon on his back, and a lot of blood flowed out. At present, he was also seriously injured like Jin Ziyun. Although it did not affect his combat effectiveness too much, it also slowed down his movement. Just after blocking Jin Ziyun's attack, the 6th level giant and demon cultivator had not had time to escape a few dozen feet away, and was soon caught up by Song Qingming, who followed on the phantom boat and was trapped in place by his life-saving magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror. Under the repeated entanglement of Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun, the demon had struggled to break through several blockades and obstructions of the two, but only traveled half the distance and still failed to escape from the canyon smoothly. Looking up at the top of the canyon, he saw that the other two companions had disappeared. After escaping, the demon became a little impatient. He used the magic banner in his hand to block the 5 elements divine light mirror that was approaching him, and cast a spell in his hand to make a strong black mist surge out of his body. Junior brother Song, be careful, this black mist seems to be poisonous, don't get too close. Seeing the other party use this trick, Jin Ziyun immediately thought of Zhao Menglian chasing another demon cultivator just now, and the other party also used this magical power, and hurriedly reminded Song Qingming. Upon hearing this, Song Qingming immediately put away the 5 elements divine light mirror and dodged the black mist that had already flown in front of him. Seeing this, the demon cultivator hiding in the black mist immediately got rid of Song Qingming's entanglement and ran directly to the top of the canyon at a high speed. Not good. The other party is about to escape. After bypassing the black fog with Song Qingming, Jin Ziyun saw the demon cultivator who was about to fly above the canyon, and shouted anxiously, and then he and Song Qingming sped up to catch up. When the two flew out of the canyon to find the other party's trace, they didn't expect that the demon had met another opponent above, Yunzin, who had returned in time after chasing another demon cultivator in vain not long ago. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and Jin Ziyun were delighted and immediately helped to surround him and join the battlefield. Although this demon cultivator of the 6th level of Jinden was powerful, his luck was not very good today. When he wanted to get out of the canyon before, he was entangled by Zhang Tianyang and delayed for a long time. He finally got rid of the entanglement of Song Qingming and others and escaped from the canyon. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Yunzin again before he figured out the direction outside when he just popped up, and fell into the encirclement of Song Qingming's people again. What made him even more desperate was that not long after, Zhao Menglian, who had also lost track of his opponent, rushed back to join the battle. Under the siege of the 4, the demon cultivator struggled hard for a long time, but ultimately failed to escape and was killed by Zhao Fenglian. The demon cultivator had just died, and a black mist emerged from his head, and he quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Zhao Menglian sighed slightly and said, "It's a pity that I didn't bring the high-level soul-chasing talisman this time, and the demon cultivator's soul still escaped. It is inevitable that it will still cause trouble in the future." Chapter 559, A Big Harvest. Demon cultivators above the Jinden stage will basically leave a backup plan for themselves outside, preparing several low-level cultivators' bodies with restrictions. As long as their souls are not destroyed and they escape, they will have a chance to take over their bodies and cultivate again. If you want to completely kill the demon cultivators above the Jinden level at once, even if ordinary unyielding cultivators take action, they still need to cooperate with some means to deal with the demon cultivators' souls, otherwise there is still a great probability that these demon cultivators' souls will escape. Hearing a hint of worry in Zhao Menglian's tone, Yunzin on the side immediately responded with a smile, "Haha. This demon's body has been destroyed, and his soul has fallen into this Tongshan tower. It must be difficult for him to get out. Even if he can take over the body and cultivate again, it will be difficult to recover his cultivation without 100 years. In fact, it is not a big deal. Fellow Taoist Zhao, don't worry too much, fellow Taoist Yun is right. This Tongshan tower is opened only once every 300 years. If this demon's soul can't escape, it will definitely be trapped inside, Jin Ziyun also echoed after hearing this. I hope so. Zhao Menglian smiled and nodded slightly, then stepped forward to take the storage magic tool on the waist of the demon cultivator and the 2 magic weapons that fell on the ground, and cast a spell to release the dampfire in his body to directly burn the body of the demon cultivator. When Zhao Menglian and others rushed down from the top of the canyon to support, King Luo Zhenren and Zhang Tianyang had just defeated their opponents and cut off the head of another giant 2nd-level demon cultivator. Fellow Taoist Song, I have no way to repay you for saving my life just now. Please accept my greeting first. Zhang Tianyang, who had just finished fighting, saw Song Qingming's figure and immediately stepped forward and said with gratitude. Seeing Zhang Tianyang about to bow to him in front of everyone, Song Qingming hurried forward to support him, waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, you are too polite. Now that we are in this dangerous place, we should help each other. Fellow Taoist, don't take it too seriously. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fenglian immediately smiled and said, Junior brother Song is right. We just came in and we encountered such a powerful demon cultivator. It can be seen that it is more dangerous in here than we imagined. If we are not of one mind when encountering such a thing, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to get out smoothly. Besides, eliminating demons and defending the Tao is the responsibility of those of us who practice Taoism. No matter who stands on the side of eradicating demon cultivators, we should fully support them. Jin Ziyun and the other 3 on the side also laughed and echoed, and Zhang Tianyang, with an excited face, smiled and nodded, and thanked Song Qingming a few more words. After dealing with the corpse of the demon cultivator, in order to prevent the demon cultivators from receiving reinforcements, everyone, led by Zhao Menglian, quickly left the place and found a relatively hidden cave to rest for a while. In this battle, except for Jin Ziyun who was slightly injured, the others were slightly injured, which would not have much impact on their own strength. After taking healing pills and recuperating for a few days, they would basically be healed as before. After staying in the cave for half an hour, when everyone had recovered their mana, Zhao Menglian took out the storage magic tools that had just been obtained from the 2 demon cultivators. Everyone took turns to fight and spent half a day practicing, and finally forced open the 2 storage magic tools and poured out everything inside. Haha. These 2 guys are so rich, this is really surprising. It seems that we have also gained a lot this time. After seeing the various precious spiritual objects and spiritual stones worth tens of thousands of yuan in front of them, Song Qingming and others also showed a happy look on their faces and various surprised voices. Isn't this the life magic weapon of Taoist Qingming, the 9 palaces flowing cloud drum? Why is it on this demon? Could it be that Taoist Qingming has, when seeing a golden drum magic weapon among these things? Zhang Tianyang on the side suddenly shouted out in shock, and the joy on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by an unbelievable look. It is obvious that he knows the original owner of this magic weapon. According to what Zhang Tianyang said before, he also made an appointment with a companion to enter the Babel Tower together this time. Seeing his excited look, it seems that he should be the owner of this magic weapon. Since seeing this life magic weapon on the other party here, everyone can guess without thinking that his friend must have died and fell into the hands of this group of demon cultivators. Taoist Zhang, we just killed this demon, which can be regarded as revenge for your friend. Don't be too sad, please be sad. Seeing this scene, everyone was also a little surprised. As the leader of the team, Zhao Menglian quickly spoke to comfort the other party. In addition to the magic weapons they used, the 2 demon cultivators also had many other precious spiritual objects, as well as some magic weapons and instruments that had not been sacrificed. These were obviously looted from other cultivators after they killed them. The magic weapons used by demon cultivators were generally infected by demonic energy. Before the demonic energy in the magic weapons was completely expelled, ordinary cultivators could not use them at will. Otherwise, once the demonic energy attacked the flesh, it might make people slowly fall into the path of demons and become demon cultivators. In order to prevent these magic weapons from being lost and any unexpected mistakes, Zhao Menglian first decided to seal them all with spiritual talismans, and then take them back to the sect to expel the demonic energy and deal with them. The other several magic cultivation methods were directly destroyed in public. After Zhao Menglian discussed with everyone about the remaining magic weapons, spirit stones and other spiritual objects that were not contaminated by demonic energy, they were directly distributed to them on the spot according to their merits. In this battle, Song Qingming had made great contributions by breaking the opponent's formation and reversing the situation, and he was recognized by everyone. He not only received more than 6,000 spiritual stones, but also a good quality low-grade flying sword magic weapon, as well as several second-level spiritual objects of lower value. Although Song Qingming had also lost a precious third-level low-grade defensive spiritual talisman in order to rescue Zhang Tianyang in the previous battle, he had already made up for the losses in Song Qingming's previous battles with so many things now, and he was very satisfied with this. Fellow Taoist Song, you also lost a high-level spiritual talisman in order to save me. Please accept these spiritual stones. Just consider them as my little gift. If you think highly of me, please don't refuse. From now on, we two can be regarded as friends of life and death. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang. Seeing Zhang Tianyang handing over dozens of medium-grade spiritual stones, Song Qingming thought about it and didn't bother to be polite with him anymore, and still accepted them generously. When Zhang Tianyang joined the team before, he was very clear about everyone's attitude and thoughts towards him. Zhang Tianyang fought hard in front of everyone in several battles, in order to win everyone's trust and get closer to Song Qingming and others. However, he had only joined the team for half a day, and it was definitely unlikely that he would gain everyone's trust so quickly. Previously, facing the fierce attack of the giant and magic cultivator's magic weapon, if he was hit head-on by the opponent, Zhang Tianyang would definitely be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At that time, Zhang Tianyang did feel a little desperate in his heart. He didn't expect that Song Qingming would be willing to decisively use a precious third-level defensive talisman on his body to rescue his companion who had just met him and had a general relationship. If it were Jin Ziyun and others, I'm afraid that even if the other party saw Zhang Tianyang die, they would not use this life-saving trump card on him. This is also what Zhang Tianyang was particularly moved by Song Qingming afterwards. No matter what Zhang Tianyang thought, Song Qingming chose to save him at that time, and it was indeed more for the overall situation. After all, everyone was fighting against the demon cultivators together. In the dangerous situation of having a common enemy, Song Qingming would naturally not treat Zhang Tianyang as an outsider. Although a third-level low-grade defensive talisman is indeed a precious spiritual object, Song Qingming has accumulated a lot of spiritual objects above the third level in his hands over the years, and it is not a big deal for him to use one now. Therefore, this third-level talisman is not as important to Song Qingming as Zhang Tianyang thought. When he saw Zhang Tianyang in danger, in order to consider the overall situation and end the battle earlier, Song Qingming did not think too much and decisively helped him to eliminate the danger. In general, there was not much loss on his side, and the other two demon cultivators were left behind. Everyone got a lot of good things. Song Qingming's decision at that time was still good in the end. As for Zhang Tianyang's gratitude afterwards and the spiritual stones he took out, it was a reasonable surprise for Song Qingming. There are still many experts out there, and junior brother Jin needs some time to recuperate. I think we should rest here for a day, and then we will set out to look for spiritual objects elsewhere tomorrow. After experiencing the life and death battle with the demon cultivators, everyone had a new understanding of the dangerous situation in the Babel Tower. After hearing Zhao Menglian's prudent suggestions, they all nodded in agreement immediately. Even Jin Ziyun, who is always a little anxious, had no other opinions this time. Half a day later, in a dense forest near a teleportation array on the third floor of the Babel Tower, a mysterious man in a black robe came here carefully. After carefully observing the surroundings, he saw the three figures standing in front of him and immediately walked over with a look of joy. Master, after carefully bowing to the young man with his hands behind his back in the middle of the three, the black-robed man immediately retreated to the side respectfully. The young man turned around with a frosty look on his face, and asked, "Why are you here alone? Haven't they already joined you?" Hearing the young man's question, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and then he immediately answered, "Master, we encountered a group of people down there and lost, and then I and several fellow apprentices separated again." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Rest in Peace. This mysterious black-robed man was the leader of the 6th-level giant and demon cultivator who escaped after a battle with Song Qingming and others in the canyon the day before. When the four of them entered the Tongshan Tower that day, they happened to be near the teleportation array that Song Qingming and others took. After being teleported here, They soon discovered Song Qingming and others who were searching for spiritual objects at the bottom of the canyon. These demon cultivators thought they had a powerful array and could hunt down Song Qingming and others after setting traps, but they still underestimated their strength, and they didn't expect that there was a third-level array master like Song Qingming among them, so they failed. The young man called Master by the black-robed man exuded an aura that had obviously reached the nascent soul realm. This person was a nascent soul old demon who had been dominating the Funiu Mountains for 1,000 years, the Black Wind Patriarch. After hearing the explanation of the man in black robe, the Black Wind Ancestor glanced at him with a pair of cold eyes, and asked with an unhappy face, "When I contacted you just now, Lao Liu and Yulong had no reaction. I'm afraid their physical bodies should have been destroyed." At this time, whether it is the human race or the demon race, basically all the masters who are famous have come up. "What kind of powerful people did you guys meet to make you fight so miserably? What do you mean even the physical body of the sixth junior brother has been destroyed?" Hearing the Black Wind Ancestor say that two companions did not escape, the black-robed man's face did not change much, but he was still slightly surprised. Another giant and sixth-level demon cultivator who was surrounded and killed by Song Qingming and others was not much weaker than him. After knowing this news, the black-robed man felt a little scared at this moment. Obviously, they underestimated the strength of Song Qingming and others at the beginning. The other side. There's no one particularly powerful among them, it's just that they have several more people than me, and later they broke the Zuanin formation we set up, which made us fail. Humph. The four of you acted together, but you were beaten like this by a group of casual cultivators. You're really a bunch of trash. Hearing the angry rebuke of the Black Wind Patriarch, the black-robed man could only stand aside with his head down and an embarrassed look on his face, not daring to say anything more. Seeing the black-robed man being scolded, another disciple who had been standing behind the Black Wind Patriarch chuckled and said, "Master, do you want me and the eldest brother to go down and see if we can find these people?" "Forget it. I came in here specifically with a Tongshan order this time. How can I waste time here? Don't worry about this matter for now, follow me." "Oh. Master, junior brother Xiao hasn't arrived yet. Should we wait for him?" The black-robed man heard that the Black Wind Patriarch was about to set off now, and asked again with some confusion on his face. After glancing at him, Black Wind Ancestor shook his head and said, "It's been so long since he arrived. This kind of trash is useless up there. Forget about him. If it weren't for you being of some use, I would have reached the 4th floor by now." Seeing that Black Wind Ancestor had made a decision, the man in black robes immediately nodded respectfully and followed him. Outside another valley filled with red smoke on the 3rd floor, Ho Feng and Long Feng were standing above the valley, observing the situation inside the valley through the red mist in front of them. "Your Highness, this fog is quite strange. I just walked in to try it out. This fog can actually corrode my protective ki. I'm afraid it will be a little dangerous." Ho Feng nodded with a smile on his face and said, "This place has such a strong protection ban. It seems that no one has successfully entered it. That guy hasn't come up yet. Anyway, we have nothing to do now, so let's go in and take a look. I don't know when that guy will come up. Otherwise, I will go down to find him and bring him here directly, so as not to delay your Highness's important matters." "No need. Most of the nascent soul cultivators who entered the tower should still be on the 3rd floor. I just want to avoid them, so I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait here for a few days before we go up." After Ho Feng finished speaking, he landed directly on the ground, cast a red shield, and walked directly into the red fog in front. Because they had just come in not long ago, most of the cultivators were still concentrated on the 1st and 2nd floors. It was still easy to run into other cultivators in the tower. After Song Qingming and others had been on the 2nd floor for a few days, they ran into several groups of cultivators who were looking for treasures in the tower. Those who could reach the 2nd floor so quickly were basically giant and cultivators with some strength. After meeting each other, as long as they found someone they were not particularly familiar with, they would observe each other from a distance and then quickly leave. Except for the group of demon cultivators they met on the 1st day, after encountering a wave of crises, Song Qingming and others did not encounter any major dangers in the following days, but their luck was also not so good. They went to several places where there might be spiritual objects, but they were either beaten to the punch by others or there were only some spiritual objects below level 2, and they did not find anything good. On this day, several people followed the map in Zhao Menglian's hand and came to a hill full of low trees, wanting to find a place recorded on the map where spiritual objects might be found. Dao Zhao, is the place you are talking about that location? After hearing Zhang Tianyang's shout, everyone looked in the direction he pointed to, and immediately found more than a dozen tall stone pillars not far from the foot of the mountain. After seeing the stone pillars, Zhao Menglian's face lit up, and she nodded slightly and said, "Yes. That should be it." Everyone smiled immediately after hearing that, and turned into a stream of light and ran straight down the mountain. Just as they approached the stone pillars, Song Qingming saw a figure lying under a stone pillar. When they got closer, they found that it was a monk wrapped in a blue robe, who had been dead for many years and turned into bones. After seeing the body, Zhao Menglian sighed slightly and said, "There is still a strong spiritual light attached to the bones. It seems that this person was also a giant monk with a high level of cultivation. I don't know why he died here, Alice. It's a pity that the storage bag on this person has been taken away by someone first." Leaving us nothing, Jin Ziyu stepped forward to check the body, shook his head and turned back. Seeing the disappointment on Jin Ziyu's face, true man King Luo couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha. Fellow Taoist Jin has a great idea. This person has probably died here for thousands of years. During this period, the Tower of Tongshan has been opened at least 2 or 3 times. How could we be the only ones who have been here? Fellow Taoist Zhao, even giant and cultivators can die here. It may not be so easy to get in. Does the map in your hand explain what kind of restrictions and protections are in place?" Compared to the skeleton, Yunzin was more concerned about what kind of danger was hidden behind the stone pillar. Hearing the other party's question, Zhao Menglian shook her head and said, "The sect's notes don't record much about this place. It just marked this place. No one has really broken in yet. In that case, there should be a lot of good things here. If it's like the previous places, it's easy to break in. Most of them are often visited. If you want to find good things here, you have to go to places that ordinary people can't enter." Fellow Taoist Jin is right. This person died here. In fact, it's not necessarily killed by the restrictions inside. There is also a great possibility that he died here after being attacked by others after coming out. We don't need to be too nervous. Just as several people nearby were discussing how to get in, Song Qingming, who was idle, looked at the skeleton under the stone pillar and felt a little bit sorry, so he called out Jin Feng to command him to dig a pit directly in the open space next to him, trying to bury the other party. Just as Jin Feng just picked up the skeleton, Song Qingming suddenly felt a walnut-sized white ball fall from the skeleton's empty mouth. After Jin Feng carefully caught the ball, he took a quick look at it, and quickly put it away. He then put the bones back into the newly dug pit with a normal look on his face. Haha. Fellow Taoist Song is really a kind-hearted person. We are ashamed. Seeing Jin Feng burying the bones and walking back, Qing Luo Zhenren praised him with a smile. Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand humbly and said, "Fellow Taoist King Luo, you are joking. I just saw this man die here and no one came to collect his body. I just couldn't bear it, so I did it." Zhao Menglian also nodded and said, "People like us who practice cultivation will inevitably die one day. I just hope that we can meet a kind person in the future and bury our bodies in 3 feet of yellow earth, so as not to be exposed in the wilderness for thousands of years like this Taoist fellow. Fellow Taoists, we didn't come here to sigh about these things. Let's go in first, otherwise someone will come looking for us later." Hearing Jin Ziyun's urging, Song Qingming and the others laughed and roared, put away the golden wind, and followed everyone to the position between the 2 stone pillars. Just after passing through the 2 outer stone pillars and entering the group of tall stone pillars, this originally calm and silent place suddenly began to blow a gust of wind, and then a group of black clouds quickly gathered in the sky, covering the entire area. After sensing the changes in the surroundings, everyone hurriedly released a magic shield. Zhao Menglian and Yun Zhonghe, who were walking in front, waved their hands and summoned a defensive magic weapon to surround themselves. Just as they were ready, a very terrifying thunder suddenly sounded from the 2 stone pillars and rushed straight into the high-altitude black clouds. Not long after, more than a dozen lightning bolts that looked powerful fell from the sky and attacked everyone directly from the sky. Seeing this, everyone immediately used all their strength to activate the magic shields on their bodies, and each of them took on a few lightning bolts. This lightning looks scary, but it doesn't seem to be that powerful. Before Jin Ziyun could be happy for a moment, several loud thunders rang out from the surrounding stone pillars and flew into the black clouds above everyone's heads. A moment later, Hundreds of lightning bolts fell from the sky again. Chapter 561 Gaining Benefits. Seeing this scene, the people who had just looked relaxed suddenly felt nervous and used their own defensive means to resist the swift lightning. Fortunately, although there were many more lightnings, the power of each lightning was about the same as before, and there was not much change. Relying on the defensive magic weapons in their hands and various magic tools to control lightning, the people quickly blocked the attack of the lightning. This place should be a cloud and thunder formation. Once someone breaks into the formation, the lightning will not stop. We have to rush through it quickly. After seeing a spark above the stone pillars around, the knowledgeable Zhao Menglian hurriedly reminded everyone and flew forward first, trying to quickly pass through the stone pillars in front of them. However, she had just flown more than 10 feet away, and the lightning in the sky quickly fell and directly focused on her, forcing her down from the sky again. Seeing this scene, Qingming and others who were about to follow immediately stopped themselves. It seems that people are not allowed to fly freely in this cloud and thunder formation, and can only walk step by step. After falling from the sky, Zhao Menglian also saw some clues and immediately explained to everyone. Seeing this, everyone could only use their strongest means of response and walked forward step by step. Just after walking more than 10 feet away, hundreds of lightning flashes fell from the sky again. Although these lightning flashes were not very powerful, the number of them after each fall was obviously increasing, which also made everyone feel more and more pressure. After walking forward for a distance, as the lightning flashes in the sky became more and more, Zhang Tianyang, who was weaker and had no special means to deal with this kind of lightning, was the first to be unable to hold on. Dao Zhao, I'm sorry, I really can't go any further. Seeing Zhang Tianyang's bitter face, Zhao Menglian could only nod at him and said, Dao Zhang, if you don't want to go in, then wait for us outside. Seeing that the lightning in the black cloud above was about to fall again, Zhang Tianyang bowed slightly to everyone with a helpless look on his face, and immediately turned around and retreated. Although Zhang Tianyang also knew that the cloud and thunder formation in this place was so powerful that there was a high probability of finding some good things in it, he was suffering from his own lack of strength and really didn't have enough confidence to go forward. Walking here, the sea of clouds in front of him still couldn't see the end. If he continued to move forward, once the magic weapon on his body that defended against the lightning was damaged, or his own mana was exhausted in advance, it was very likely that he would be trapped and killed in this formation. Being able to cultivate to the giant in realm, Zhang Tianyang was naturally not someone who didn't know how to advance and retreat. No matter how many good things there were in it, once he lost his life here for this, he would have nothing. After Zhang Tianyang took the initiative to withdraw, the crowd continued to move forward for a distance. King Luo Zhenren, who was relying on a second-level lightning control magic weapon, saw that the magic weapon in his hand was about to be damaged, so he had no choice but to withdraw from the team. Not long after that, Jin Ziyun and Yunzin also chose to stop moving forward because of their insufficient mana. Only Zhao Menglian and Qingming were left in the formation. Zhao Menglian did not use any magic weapon to restrain lightning to protect herself. She was able to persist until now, mainly relying on her own ice attribute skills with relatively strong defense and her own life magic weapon Zuanbing Qiliang. Qingming had a golden round bead magic weapon on his head. This bead was very wonderful. Every time the lightning fell from the sky, it could be directly absorbed by the round bead without a trace. This also made Qingming's current state seem to be more relaxed than Zhao Menglian. After walking a distance forward, Zhao Menglian, who was walking in front, suddenly saw a figure lying motionless on the ground, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The two walked closer and found that it was the body of a monk who was trapped in the cloud thunder formation and had died long ago. This corpse still had some dry flesh on it, and it seemed to have died much later than the skeleton outside. It should be the monk who broke in when the Tower of Babel was opened last time. The magic weapons on this person are all damaged. I don't know if there are any good things in this storage bag. After picking up a severely damaged magic weapon in the corpse's hand and taking a look, Zhao Menglian soon discovered that there was still a storage bag on the man's waist, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Although hundreds of years have passed, things like spirit stones are impossible to be damaged. No matter what, I still want to congratulate senior sister Zhao. Don't worry, junior brother Song, since I discovered this thing with you, I naturally can't break the rules. I will give you a share after I open it. After Zhao Menglian put away the storage bag, she smiled and explained to Qingming. Haha. Then I would like to thank Senior Sister Zhao first. After Song Qingming bowed to Zhao Menglian, he was about to move forward, but Zhao Menglian looked around and said, Junior Brother Song, we don't know how long it will take to reach the end of this cloud and thunder formation. I don't have much magic power left, and I don't plan to go any further. Junior Brother, if you can still hold on, then you can continue to move forward and see. If you really can't, don't force yourself. After all, even a giant and cultivator can be trapped to death here, and it is definitely not so easy to get through. After seeing the corpse of the giant and cultivator in front of him, the confidence on Zhao Menglian's face obviously disappeared a little. Even if she could walk here with her cultivation level, there was still no end to the cloud and thunder formation ahead. Hearing that she didn't plan to move forward anymore, Song Qingming's face did not look too surprised. Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister Zhao. I will try to go a little further. If it doesn't work, I will have to retreat. Please rest assured, Senior Sister, I know what I am doing. After telling Song Qingming a few words, Zhao Menglian threw out a spiritual light and rolled up the corpse on the ground, then turned around and retreated the same way. After Zhao Menglian left, hundreds of lightning lights fell on Song Qingming's head again, but without exception, they were all absorbed by the golden silk bead above his head. The golden ball on Song Qingming's head is called Gathering Thunder Bead. It is a very rare magic weapon in the world of immortal cultivation that can restrain lightning. It is made of the golden elixir in the body of the thunder attributed Demon King. When Song Qingming followed a fire phoenix into the secret realm of Tai Lake, he had witnessed the power of this magic weapon with his own eyes and had always been thinking about it. Later, by chance, Song Qingming found an opportunity to exchange this treasure from the fire phoenix with some spiritual objects. Unexpectedly, this time when he entered the Tongshan Tower, it finally had the opportunity to be put to great use. No matter how much lightning fell from above, it was almost completely swallowed up by this thunder-gathering pearl. It was with this magic weapon that Song Qingming could easily walk here. Seeing that the thunder-gathering pearl was not damaged, the spiritual light on it became even stronger after being tempered by the lightning. Song Qingming also completely put aside his worries. No matter how far ahead, with this magic weapon that restrains lightning, even if he can't find anything good, he will definitely not encounter any big problems when returning by the original route. With an expressionless look at the black clouds in the sky, Song Qingming raised his foot and continued to walk forward. After walking a few dozen feet forward, there was another corpse that had turned into bones in front of him. After checking the other party and not finding anything useful, Song Qingming did not delay and continued to walk forward. As he went deeper and deeper into the formation, Song Qingming encountered several more white bones that looked similar. Unfortunately, except for picking up a few severely damaged magic weapons and instruments on the ground, Song Qingming did not find anything on them. After walking for more than a mile, Song Qingming finally passed through the dark cloud and came to an open space in the middle of many stone pillars. Seeing that there were no dark clouds in the sky that could release lightning at any time, Song Qingming finally breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put away the thunder bead above his head. In this open space, in addition to the rocks and weeds on the ground, there were two spiritual trees full of fruits near the middle. Song Qingming went forward and took a closer look and found that many of these spiritual fruits were ripe. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face was immediately filled with joy. He summoned the golden wind and went forward to pick all the ripe spiritual fruits on the tree. These two spiritual fruit trees are located in this cloud and thunder formation and have been there for many years. One of the older spiritual fruit trees has reached the third level middle quality, and many of the spiritual fruits on it have reached the third level of quality. This time, Song Qingming got a total of 4 third-level spiritual fruits, and more than a dozen second-level spiritual fruits of varying qualities. These things added up were enough to exchange for tens of thousands of spiritual stones, and Song Qingming was very satisfied with this. After counting the spiritual fruits that Jin Feng brought back, Song Qingming carefully packed all these things in a box with a satisfied look on his face and put them into his storage bag. Song Qingming would naturally not touch the unripe spiritual fruits casually. Since he had already benefited from it, he would always leave some opportunities for future generations. After all, this Babel Tower secret realm is only open once every 300 years. When it is opened next time, these unripe fruits on the trees should be ripe. If you do things too thoroughly in such a place, it will definitely damage the merits of the heavenly Dao. Song Qingming may also encounter more setbacks and tribulations in his future practice. After collecting all the things he had obtained, Song Qingming returned to the Cloud Thunder Formation and brought the skeletons of the monks who had been exposed for hundreds or thousands of years to the flat ground in the middle. He asked Jinfeng to dig a pit and bury these people here one by one. These people who could walk so close to the middle position must be monks above the Jinden stage, but they themselves might not have thought that they were the powerful Jinden ancestors in their lifetime, but after death, they could only be left here in the wilderness. Chapter 562, Get Away. My fellow Taoists, I don't know your names, so I won't erect a monument for you. After bowing slightly in front of the grave, Song Qingming took out a thunder-gathering pearl and turned to leave here, walking into the stone pillars with rolling lightning. This Cloud Thunder Formation is also the most powerful restriction that Song Qingming and others have seen after entering the Tongshan Tower. If there is no advanced cultivation above the late Jinden stage, or if there is a magic weapon like Song Qingming that happens to have a thunder-gathering pearl that restrains the lightning in the formation, it is absolutely difficult to be sure to break through the Cloud Thunder Formation and get the treasure inside. After an instant of time, Jin Ziyan, who was waiting outside, saw that no one had come out of the Cloud Thunder Formation for a long time, and his face showed a little nervousness. He quietly sent a message to Zhao Menglian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Senior sister Zhao, junior brother Song hasn't come out yet. Will he get into trouble in there? Look, you're getting anxious again. Junior brother Song is a cautious person, and he has a treasure that can restrain lightning. Even if he can't get through, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to protect himself. Junior brother Song hasn't come out yet, so it's possible that he has successfully passed the Cloud and Thunder Formation and entered the restriction. We just need to be patient and wait a little longer. If you hope that he gets better, maybe junior brother Song can give you some treasures when he comes out. Zhao Menglian opened her eyes, glared at Jin Ziyan, and said something to him unhappily. Having been in the same school for many years, Zhao Menglian naturally understood Jin Ziyan's character very well, but she couldn't do anything about him. While the two were talking, a green light suddenly flew out from the middle of the stone pillar behind them and turned into a man in green. The noise immediately startled everyone who was resting nearby. After looking up and confirming that it was Song Qingming, Jin Ziyan was the first to greet him with a happy smile. Junior brother Song, how is it? Did you get through the Cloud and Thunder Formation? Seeing that everyone was looking forward to it, Song Qingming smiled and nodded to Jin Ziyan. After confirming that Song Qingming had broken into the forbidden area, Jin Ziyan hurriedly asked with curiosity, no one should have gotten there first, right? Did junior brother Song get anything? There's only one level 3 spiritual fruit tree in there. I picked some ripe spiritual fruits from it. There is nothing else. Please don't dislike these spiritual fruits. Thank you for waiting for me outside for so long. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took out 5 level 2 spiritual fruits from the tree and distributed them to Jin Ziyan and the other 5 people. Level 2 middle grade blood dragon fruit. This thing is a good thing, brother Song. You are so polite. Seeing the red spiritual fruit in his hand, the more knowledgeable King Luo Zhenren immediately recognized it and showed a hint of surprise on his face. These spiritual fruits were obtained by Song Qingming himself when he ventured in. According to the rules agreed upon by everyone before, he did not need to take them out and share them with everyone. Seeing Song Qingming being so generous, the people on the side also showed a trace of surprise on their faces. After a few words of refusing, they saw that Song Qingming was really willing to share the spiritual objects he had obtained with everyone, so they did not say anything more and accepted the gift with joy. Even an ordinary second-level medium-grade spiritual fruit can be worth hundreds of spiritual stones. Song Qingming was willing to take out so many to share with everyone, which was indeed a bit beyond their expectations. Everyone was very satisfied with this, and naturally had a better impression of Song Qingming. Even Yun Xin, who was indifferent to Song Qingming at the beginning, took the initiative to step forward and bowed to him to express his gratitude. Although these second-level spiritual fruits given away are also precious, compared with the rare third-level spiritual fruits that Song Qingming obtained in the restriction this time, the value of these spiritual objects is nothing. After coming out of such a dangerous restriction, even if Song Qingming didn't say it, it was not difficult for everyone present to guess that what he got this time was definitely more than just the second-level spiritual fruits in front of him. The reason why Song Qingming was so generous and gave everyone present a second-level spiritual fruit was to make everyone feel more balanced. When going out, especially in a dangerous secret place like the Tower of Babel, even if he temporarily gave up some small interests, Song Qingming would try his best to get along with the people around him and try not to leave a bad impression on the other party. Once you encounter a crisis, a good impression may be exchanged for the other party's help at a critical moment, giving you more opportunities to escape. Haha. It's a pity that senior sister Zhao couldn't go in with us just now. Otherwise, if a third-level spiritual fruit tree could be transplanted and sold outside, everyone could still get a lot of spiritual stones. Hearing Jin Ziyun's greedy words, Zhao Menglian immediately shook her head and said, the owner of this Tongshan tower set up such a powerful cloud and thunder formation here, probably to prevent this. Even if I go in and transplant this tree, under this condition, there is no way to bring it out safely. Fellow Taoist Zhao is right. A third-level spiritual fruit tree can be exchanged for at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. If there is a way to transplant it, so many people have come here over the years. It should be too late for us to consider this matter. Seeing that everyone was about to explain to him again, Jin Ziyun immediately waved his hand and said, I know, I just said that. You really think I don't understand the situation inside at all? Anyway, this trip here is not in vain, and we have already earned it. The Tongshan Tower is so big, there are many places to find spiritual objects. If it doesn't work here, why not go to another place? After hearing Jin Ziyun's words, everyone present couldn't help laughing a few times, and soon left here together, heading to the next place to search for treasure. 2 days later, outside a palace on the third floor of the Babel Tower that had been abandoned for a long time, several rays of light suddenly flew in, transforming into 3 giant monks in different clothes. These 3 giant monks, 2 men and 1 woman, all had cultivation bases above the middle giant stage. And the leading one had a higher cultivation base than Zhao Menglian, having reached the peak of the 6th giant stage, and was only 1 step away from entering the late giant stage. The middle-aged man at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm took up a somewhat quaint map in his hand and looked at it. He said to the 2 people beside him with a happy face, yes, this should be the place, haha. Brother Li, it seems that we should be lucky this time. It seems that no one has been here recently. There must be good things inside. Let's go in and take a look. Hearing the urging of another young man on the side, the middle-aged man in the lead shook his head with a complicated expression and said, Alice, we have already found this place, why are we so anxious? If we go in rashly and encounter some powerful restrictions, the 3 of us will be trapped inside. That would be troublesome. What does Brother Li mean? Seeing that the middle-aged man, who had always acted very casually in several treasure-hunting places before, suddenly became cautious, the woman next to him also showed a trace of doubt. Don't be anxious, fellow Taoists, let me explore the way first. Without waiting for the other 2 to agree, the middle-aged man took out a 2nd-level puppet beast from the storage bag and cast a spell to control it to go directly to the palace gate. After seeing this scene, the man and the woman looked at each other and saw a hint of displeasure in each other's eyes, but after thinking for a moment, they both endured it and did not express it directly. The 3 of them entered the Tower of Babel this time because the middle-aged man who led them had a map of the tower in his hand and had promised to give him an extra share of the spiritual objects he found. He did not expect that the other party would play such a trick at this time. He said he was exploring the way in advance, but he wanted to see if he could let his puppet beast go in first to see if he could secretly hide 1 or 2 things. Not long after the middle-aged man controlled the puppet beast to enter the palace, he suddenly felt that the connection between him and the puppet beast was directly cut off. He immediately withdrew his consciousness and opened his eyes. Before he could speak, there was a loud noise in the palace, and then a group of puppet beasts that had been forcibly twisted and deformed were thrown out of the palace. Seeing this scene, the 3 people who were just scheming in their hearts also knew that there were still people in the palace. Their faces changed and they took out their magic weapons. Who is hiding in there? HMPH. I don't want to fight today. If you 3 don't want to die, get out of here. After a somewhat fierce voice came out, a gray bird suddenly appeared at the door of the hall, staring at the 3 people in front of it with an unhappy face. The great demon king in the late Jinden period, seeing the big bird in front of them, the middle-aged man and the other 2 showed a look of surprise on their faces, and then looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although the 3 of them were not weak in strength, they still did not have enough confidence to defeat a strange great demon king in the late Jinden period. Dao, why? I give you a chance, but you don't want to leave, right? Seeing that the other party's eyes were already full of a fierce look of eagerness to try. The middle-aged man who was interrupted looked at the palace in front of him reluctantly, and then turned into a beam of light and left the place. The other two also did not dare to stay, and sighed with a frustrated look, and disappeared from the place. After driving away the three people, Long Feng glanced around, then walked back to the hall and came to the side of Ho Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed. 3 guys in the middle stage of the Golden Core came, and I have already driven them away. Otherwise, Your Highness, you would not let me take action. Haha. Today I can have another good fight. After Ho Feng opened his eyes, he ignored the slightest complaint from Long Feng's mouth and threw a golden feather into his hand. That guy has come up. Take this and go pick him up here first. Chapter 563, So Unruly. On a high mountain thousands of miles away from the location of the Fire Phoenix, Song Qingming and his companions were confronting another group of giant monks at a distance. After leaving the Cloud Thunder formation, Song Qingming and his companions wandered around the second floor for a long time, and finally entered the third floor through a teleportation array below on the 5th day of the opening of the Babel Tower. Not long after entering the third floor, Zhao Fenglian picked up the map and thought about it carefully, and then led everyone to the mountain directly, and found a valley with rich spiritual energy in a relatively hidden place. Unexpectedly, after several people entered, they found that there was just a group of people collecting spiritual medicines in the valley, and the atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. Among the group of people confronting Song Qingming and his companions, there were also several old acquaintances they knew, who were the monks of the Yu Kingdom Jiayuan sect, even Ma Qiuti, who betrayed Xiaoyao sect from Tixianbao and eventually fled to Yu Kingdom, happened to be here. After Tixianbao surrendered to Jiayuanzong, Xiaoyaozong wiped out the entire Ma family and killed Ma Hongshan afterwards, but many members of the Ma family, including Ma Qiuti, successfully fled to Yu Kingdom under the cover of Jiayuanzong. In the Battle of Tixianbao, it was Song Qingming, Jin Xian, and Zhao Fenglian who surrounded and killed Ma Hongshan together. When they met again, they were already enemies and were extremely jealous. Ma Qiuti looked at Song Qingming and the others with a bit of gnashing teeth. However, her current cultivation level is only the 2nd level of Jiandan. Facing any of Song Qingming and the other two alone, Ma Qiuti is not an opponent. Although she had already killed Song Qingming and the others in front of her 100 times in her heart, Ma Qiuti still endured it on the surface, just staring at the other party tightly, without any movement. There were only 5 people on the Jiayuanzong side. In addition to Ma Qiuti and the other 2 Jiayuanzong monks in Jiandan, there were 2 casual cultivators with high cultivation levels, and some of them were in the middle stage of Jiandan. Although Song Qingming and his team had one more person, the other party's overall cultivation strength was not much better than theirs. Both sides looked at each other and did not dare to make any rash moves. Friend Zhao, this place was discovered by our Jiayuan sect first. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to rush in and rob things like this. Don't you worry that your Xiaoyao sect will lose face if it gets out. Oh. When did this Tongshan Tower become your Jiayuan sects? Can't others come in where you come in? As for face, although the disciples of this sect are not talented, they also know that face is something that has always been earned by oneself, otherwise no matter how nice you say, others will not give it to you. After hearing the other party's thoughts, Zhao Menglian immediately refuted what they said. Although there are basically only some low-level spiritual medicines of the 1st and 2nd levels left in this small valley, which are not very valuable, Jiayuan sect has already had a grudge with Xiaoyao sect after all. In front of several casual cultivators from both sides of the enemy team, Zhao Menglian did not want to lose face for Xiaoyao sect. If they met someone else, it would be fine. They could just give it to them. But if they met someone from Jiayuan sect, Zhao Menglian and the others would retreat like this. If the news spread, the Immortal cultivation world in the floating cloud mountains would definitely think that the Xiaoyao sect was afraid of the Jiayuan sect. What do you want, sir? Why don't you tell us a rule? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to withdraw, the leader of Jiayuan sect asked again. Zhao Menglian looked at the other party and said directly, Dao, are you kidding? Anyone can enter the secret realm of Tongshan Tower, and the things inside are naturally for everyone to see. There is no need for any rules. Dao, don't you really think that if you see the things inside, they will definitely be yours in the end, huh? Dao Zhao, what you mean is that you are not going to take a step back, the Jiayuan sect cultivator continued with a gloomy face. Yes, so what? After talking about this, The two sides have already started to draw their swords, and it is obvious that they can't continue to talk. Soon, the Jiuan sect monks took the lead and rushed to Xiaoyao sect. More than a dozen giant monks from both sides fought in a group. A moment later, when the two sides were fighting in the valley, Long Feng, who came here according to a token given to him by Ho Feng, saw such a messy scene in the valley, and his face was slightly surprised. He was ordered to come to pick up Song Qingming this time, but he saw him fighting with a group of people in the valley, which was really beyond his expectations and made things a little complicated. This kid, he is always worrying. Long Feng, who was standing outside the valley, sighed, and his figure suddenly changed into a middle-aged man in golden armor, walking in the air and coming to the valley. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, which soon alarmed the two sides fighting on the battlefield, causing everyone to stop fighting and look at this person. Everyone. I want this place. If you want to live, get out of here. Who are you, and why do you want to interfere in our affairs? Feeling that the person who came seemed to have a somewhat extraordinary status, and not being able to see through the other party's cultivation, the Jiuan sect cultivator immediately asked the other party. Hearing this, the golden-armored man said arrogantly, I didn't expect that after not coming out for a long time, people outside don't recognize me anymore. It seems that Funiu Mountain is not famous enough outside these years. Ever since seeing the golden-armored man in the sky, Zhao Menglian has always felt that this person in front of her seems to have seen him somewhere. After hearing the three words Funiu Mountain mentioned by the other party, a name that Zhao Menglian found unbelievable suddenly appeared in her mind, causing cold sweat on Zhao Menglian's forehead. Everyone, quickly disperse and escape. This person is the Golden Feather Demon King, Zhao Menglian shouted to Song Qingming and others on the side, and immediately turned into a beam of light and ran straight out of the valley. Hearing the name of Golden Feather Demon Emperor, everyone from Xiaoyao sect and the cultivators from Jiuan sect changed their expressions, and they were too scared to speak. They immediately abandoned the many spiritual creatures in the valley and fled. Whether it was the Wei Kingdom, which was closest to Funiu Mountain, or the Yu Kingdom, which was a little further away, the name of Golden Feather Demon Emperor would not be too unfamiliar to even the foundation building and Qi refining cultivators, let alone the giant and cultivators who had practiced for at least 100 years. But what made Zhao Menglian and others a little unbelievable was that, according to reason, a demon cultivator of the unyielding level like Golden Feather Demon Emperor should have been several floors above the Babel Tower at this time. His sudden appearance here really scared them. After a while, the entire valley, except for the Golden Feather Demon Emperor in the sky, immediately became empty, and the original tranquility of the valley was restored. Seeing this scene, the Golden Feather Demon Emperor in the sky smiled smugly and slowly fell from the sky. After arriving at a flat ground, the Golden Feather Demon King took out a feather full of colorful spiritual light from his body, looked at it, and then carefully put it away with a satisfied look. About a cup of tea later, a green light suddenly flew from the horizon and landed in front of him. It was Song Qingming who had just escaped and turned back. Seeing the Golden Feather Demon King with his back to him, Song Qingming not only did not show a trace of fear, but took the initiative to step forward and gently patted the other's shoulder. Brother Longfeng, your illusion is really getting more and more powerful. There were so many people here just now, but no one noticed something wrong. Even I was almost fooled by you. The Golden Feather Demon King turned around, stared at Song Qingming with an unhappy face and shouted angrily, Boy, you are so unruly, are you tired of living? Seeing that the Golden Feather Demon King in front of him looked a little wrong, Song Qingming immediately showed a trace of doubt on his face. When Song Qingming was fighting with the people of Jiuan sect in the valley just now, the contact token given to him by Ho Feng on his body had already reacted, proving that someone had come here to pick him up. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Golden Feather Demon Emperor in front of him, Song Qingming naturally thought of Long Feng, who was proficient in the art of transformation. In addition, after the other party appeared, he only drove everyone away from beginning to end, and did not chase any of them. Such an abnormal behavior must not be something that the Golden Feather Demon Emperor himself could do. Seeing the confusion on Song Qingming's face, the Golden Feather Demon Emperor glared at him, and then a flash of spiritual light flashed on his body and suddenly began to transform his body, and soon turned into a fire phoenix in red clothes with a stern face. Your Highness, seeing this amazing scene, Song Qingming's face was immediately shocked, and he took several steps back before slowly stabilizing his body. I just thought you were Brother Longfeng, I didn't know you were here in person, so I was rude in front of you, please forgive me, haha. You can't even see that. It seems that my shape-shifting technique has really been cultivated to perfection. Looking at Song Qingming in front of him, Long Feng, who had transformed into a fire phoenix, finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Then he flashed with spiritual light again and turned back to his original appearance. Song Qingming, who was already frightened by the fire phoenix transformed by Long Feng, immediately shook his head angrily at him after seeing this scene, and said, "Brother Long Feng, I have always respected you all these years. Why do you still lie to me like this?" Facing Song Qingming's accusation, Long Feng smiled and apologized quickly. "Oh, it's just a joke, Brother Song, don't mind it so much. Her Highness is still waiting for us. Let's go with me to meet her first, Brother Long Feng, don't worry. There are so many spiritual herbs in this valley. We can't just waste them. Please wait a moment, I'll pick them and come over soon." Chapter 564, Happy. Seeing Song Qingming looking at the low-level spiritual medicines around him, his eyes had already released a gleam of brilliance. Long Feng, who had long been accustomed to Song Qingming's petty-mindedness, nodded helplessly, walked aside and ignored him. Being in the depths of the Funiu Mountains where spiritual medicine resources are very rich, Long Feng naturally looked down on these first and second level low-level spiritual medicines in front of him, but Song Qingming was different. Although there were no precious spiritual medicines above level 3 in this valley, after Song Qingming collected them, he also found dozens of mature second-level spiritual medicines. If he took them outside, he could sell them for at least 10,000 spiritual stones, which was also a considerable windfall for him. If he was not afraid of wasting too much time, Long Feng would have urged him a few more times, and Song Qingming would have wanted to collect all the first-level spiritual medicines in the valley. After all, they are all cultivation resources that are easily available, and they don't need to spend any effort and time. Although these low-level spiritual medicines are not valuable individually, hundreds of beads can also be exchanged for a lot of spiritual stones. After setting off with Long Feng, the two hurried northward, and soon arrived outside the palace where Ho Feng was. "Your Highness." As soon as he entered the palace and saw Ho Feng's eyes fixed on him, Song Qingming immediately smiled and stepped forward to pay his respects. "You look so happy. You must have found a lot of good things these days." Seeing Ho Feng looking at him with a smile on his face, Song Qingming quickly put away the smile on his face and said modestly, "Haha. Your Highness is joking. I have been wandering around with a few fellow disciples these days. I was lucky to find a few ordinary spiritual objects." "Oh. The third-level spiritual fruit is just an ordinary spiritual object for you. It seems that your value has increased again now." After Ho Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Song Qingming slightly, ignored him, and turned to walk outside the palace. Hearing Ho Feng mention the third-level spiritual fruit, Song Qingming was startled and instantly showed a look of embarrassment. When did this woman's nose become so sharp? It's been several days, and she can still smell the scent of the third-level spiritual fruit from me. Thinking of this, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a moment of fear. It seems that in front of Ho Feng in the future, he still has to hide this kind of good thing. "Your Highness misunderstood me. This is the first time I have seen this third-level spiritual fruit. I don't know what it can be used for. I didn't dare to say it because I was afraid that you would laugh at me." Song Qingming took out a third-level dragon blood fruit from his body with a little reluctance, and hurriedly chased after it and sent it to Ho Feng. Looking at the red spiritual fruit in front of him, Ho Feng raised his hand and took it in his hand to take a closer look, and then said to Song Qingming calmly, "I know you should have more than one on you, but don't worry, although this thing happens to be of some use to me, one is enough." After Ho Feng finished speaking, he put away the dragon blood fruit in his hand, waved his hand to release spiritual light, and sent a round jade bead with a bright spiritual light to Song Qingming. Seeing this precious thing in front of him, which was no less valuable than the third-level dragon blood fruit, Song Qingming quickly put it away with a happy face, and bowed to the fire phoenix in front of him. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the gift." The fire phoenix looked at Song Qingming, who was full of joy, and after a slight hesitation in his eyes, he suddenly said seriously, "You have already obtained a lot of good things this time, and it is not in vain. Now find a place to hide, or go find your human companions, and get out of here safely. It should not be a problem for you. If you go up, every step must be extremely dangerous. Even I can't guarantee your safety. Do you want to think about it again? Are you sure you want to continue to follow me?" Long Feng, who was standing aside, heard what the fire phoenix just said, and his face showed a little surprise. When he turned his attention to Song Qingming on the side, he found that this human cultivator, who usually looked a little cunning, had a rare look of determination on his face at this moment. Your Highness probably knows that I don't have a high talent for cultivation. If I just seek safety and hide in the mountains to practice hard, and dare not come out to take risks to find opportunities to break through my cultivation, my path in this life will definitely stop here. Although human cultivators awaken their spiritual intelligence earlier, their lifespan is far less than that of the demon race. Even for a giant and cultivator like me, if I cannot make further progress, my lifespan will be exhausted and I will die in just a few hundred years. Personal opportunities are predestined by God. You can't get them by taking risks, let alone achieving the nascent soul stage. Wouldn't it be good for you to live happily for hundreds of years? It's better than losing your life now, right? After Hou Feng finished speaking, the expression on her face became a little complicated. Song Qingming nodded firmly and said, Your Highness is right. Some things cannot be forced. But now God has given me a chance to come here. If I don't go up and take a look, I will be unwilling to give up. Although I am not a man with great ambitions, I am not a coward. Instead of regretting this matter in the future, it is better to give myself a quick death now. Even if I really leave my life here, I will accept it. Since you are not afraid of death and want a quick death, there is no need to say more. Come with me. Hou Feng looked at Song Qingming calmly, nodded slightly, and took him and Long Feng together to turn into light and disappeared on the spot. Because he had obtained the handwritten note about the Tower of Babel from Song Qingming before, Hou Feng also had a map in his hand, and the record seemed to be more detailed than Zhao Fenglian's. Under the guidance of Fire Phoenix, Song Qingming and his companions soon found a teleportation array that led to the 4th floor. Following a nascent soul cultivator, Song Qingming easily entered the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel with almost no effort. After reaching the 4th floor, Song Qingming immediately felt that there were obviously fewer cultivators entering this floor than on the lower floors, and it was also more desolate. The 3 of them flew on this floor for more than an hour, and they even saw the shadow of a cultivator. Just as they were on their way, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. And it quickly approached Song Qingming and his companions. The shadow was getting bigger and bigger in their field of vision, and its flying speed was no less than that of an ordinary giant and cultivator. Seeing the scene in front of him that was about to cover the sky, Song Qingming immediately thought of a vision he had seen in the Tower of Babel book, and he immediately stopped, with a hint of nervousness on his face. Just when Song Qingming was about to speak, the Fire Phoenix in front of him had already seen the black shadow stop, and a round jade ring with a whole body of snow white appeared in his hand. With a slight spell in his hand, the round jade ring turned into a white shield, covering her, Long Feng, and Song Qingming beside her. Not long after all this was done, the black shadow in the sky in front of them had moved not far in front of them. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around them, and even the rocks on the ground were blown into the air. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's guess was confirmed. They had encountered a ghost wind in the secret realm above the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. The ghost wind is a hurricane with an extremely fast speed and a powerful ban. Once caught in it, even a cultivator who has reached the giant stage will be torn into pieces. If an ordinary giant and cultivator encounters it, it is difficult to resist such a powerful disaster with his own strength. Moreover, there are more than one such ghost wind here. They do not appear in a specific location, nor do they blow in a fixed direction. Their speed is even faster than that of giant and cultivators, making it difficult to escape their pursuit. As long as the cultivators enter this level, it is almost difficult to avoid this test. This is one of the reasons why the 4th level of the Babel Tower is several times more dangerous than the 3 levels below. Hou Feng had just used the magic weapon to prop up the shield, and in just a moment, the dark ghost wind had already arrived in front of Song Qingming and his group. Only bursts of sharp sounds like knife cutting were heard outside, and bursts of brilliant sparks caused by intense friction began to light up around the white shield. After seeing the power of this ghost wind, Song Qingming also felt a surge of fear in his heart. If he had not followed Hou Feng and the others, Song Qingming would have faced this scene alone, and he would have been absolutely unable to survive. This lasted for about half an instant of time, and the black ghost wind slowly dissipated, revealing Song Qingming and the other 2 who were still hiding in the white shield. Okay. Let's continue on our journey. After taking a look around and seeing nothing unusual, the Fire Phoenix put away the white shield and quickly left the place with Long Feng and Song Qingming. On the 4th floor, The fire phoenix did not stay for too long and went directly to a teleportation array on the next floor. In this way, just 2 days later, Song Qingming and his team had successfully appeared outside a teleportation array on the 6th floor of the Babel Tower. During this period, Song Qingming and his team not only encountered several ghost winds, but also witnessed falling thunder that was no less powerful than the cloud thunder array he had seen before, and rain of arrows that was as powerful as ordinary magic weapons. Any of these natural disasters would be difficult for ordinary giant and early-stage cultivators to resist. Even Jin Xian and Yun Xin, who were weaker giant and middle-stage cultivators, would find it very difficult to deal with such a situation, not to mention searching for spiritual objects everywhere. After flying for a distance on the 6th floor, just as they were about to approach a teleportation array leading to the 7th floor, the fire phoenix in the air suddenly stopped, and then took out a magic weapon to quickly cover the figures of several people. Your Highness, there are people at the foot of that mountain. Chapter 565. Well said. Following the direction pointed by Long Feng, Song Qingming looked carefully and found that in a cave about 10 miles away from the others, there were several unfamiliar figures fighting with something in the cave. After Ho Feng took a closer look at the cave, she suddenly said to Song Qingming and the others behind her, "Let's go around the side and don't alarm them." Since entering the 4th floor, although there were occasionally a few cultivators on the way, Ho Feng basically ignored them and just kept on going. This was the first time Song Qingming saw her look so cautious after seeing other cultivators, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although it was a bit far away, Song Qingming couldn't see who was in the cave, but if Ho Feng took the initiative to choose to take a detour, then the other party was most likely a unyielding cultivator. Thinking of this, Song Qingming also became a little nervous. After looking at Long Feng, they both shut their mouths and didn't dare to say anything more. They carefully followed Ho Feng and went around from the side. Not long after Song Qingming and his companions left, the battle in the cave below also ended quickly. 3 people in different clothes came out of the cave one after another. The 3 people were an old man with white hair but still ruddy complexion, a young man with a green robe and a more handsome face, and the last one was a middle-aged Confucian scholar who was shaking a paper fan in his hand. After the white-haired old man walked out of the cave, he immediately took out 2 black lacquer spiritual fruits, and said to the 2 people beside him with a smile, "To Taoist friends, there are only 2 black rock fruits, and we 3 can't divide them equally. Then let's follow the old rules. If any of you don't want spiritual fruits, we will compensate him with some spiritual objects." The white-haired old man who spoke had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core. The pressure on this person was no weaker than that of Yao Qianshu, the head of the Zioao sect in his heyday, whom Song Qingming had seen in the past. He was also a person who had tried to break through the nascent soul. Haha. Fellow Taoist Su, what you said is a little wrong. It was obviously the 2 of us who did the most work just now, so the spiritual fruit belongs to both of us. Of course, fellow Taoist Feng also helped a little, so it is natural for us to compensate him with some spiritual objects. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, the middle-aged Confucian scholar beside him immediately refuted the other party's idea with a serious look on his face, and then expressed his own opinion on the distribution of spiritual objects that he had already thought of. Although the middle-aged Confucian scholar's cultivation level was lower, only the 7th level of the Golden Core, his attitude when speaking was always condescending, and he was not too polite to the white-haired old man because his cultivation level was lower than that of the white-haired old man. Hearing the middle-aged Confucian scholar's refutation of his words, the white-haired old man did not show any displeasure, but turned his gaze to the green-robed young man who was standing aside and had not spoken yet. Then, fellow Taoist Feng, do you have any other opinions? HMPH. Old Ghost Su, are you getting more and more confused as you get older? Why do we need to ask him about this? Fellow Taoist Feng is only at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. He's lucky enough to be able to come here with us. If it wasn't for your face, I wouldn't agree to bring him, a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, here. If he doesn't agree, I mind having one less person to share things with us later. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, the middle-aged Confucian scholar who had been pretending to be a good guy just now immediately looked displeased, and he broke up with a young man in green robes on the spot. The green-robed youth, who had not had the opportunity to speak just now, did not show any big reaction on his face after hearing the words of the middle-aged scholar. After a moment, he slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Han is right. I agree with his idea. It is indeed too much for 3 people to share things. It may be better to have one less person, which can also save us a lot of trouble in the future." Hearing that the green-robed youth agreed with his idea, the middle-aged scholar thought that the other party had already surrendered to him, and immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face, but the other party's next words soon made the smile on his face stiffen instantly. "Haha. Fellow Taoist Feng. Did I hear it right just now? Do you mean to kick me out first?" The middle-aged scholar laughed in disbelief and asked the other party again. The green-robed youth did not speak directly, but squinted his eyes and looked at the other party closely. The slightly provocative expression on his face had given the answer that the other party wanted. Seeing that the other party actually looked down on him, the middle-aged scholar showed a little anger on his face, and turned to the white-haired old man beside him and said, "Old Su, what do you mean? You are not going to help him deal with me?" "Oh, Brother Han, you misunderstood. Like you, I just met this Taoist friend Feng not long ago. I don't want to interfere in your affairs. You two can do whatever you want." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he put away the black spiritual fruit in his hand with a smile, turned around and quietly stepped aside, taking the initiative to make room for the two of them. The middle-aged scholar has been practicing to the late Jinden for many years, and his strength is not weak among the late Jinden cultivators. Except for the white-haired old man who has reached the peak of the Jinden, the middle-aged scholar rarely takes other Jinden cultivators seriously. The cultivation level of the green-robed youth had just broken through the 6th level of the golden core. In the previous battles, he had not performed well. In the eyes of the middle-aged scholar, this person could not be his opponent at all. When he heard the green-robed youth provoking him so confidently, he thought he was relying on his special relationship with the white-haired old man. When he saw that the white-haired old man had expressed his intention not to intervene and left on his own initiative, the middle-aged scholar immediately relaxed his face and turned to look at the other party with a smile on his face. "Dao, if you regret it, take the initiative to apologize to me. I can let you go without caring about what you just said for the sake of our journey together." "Oh. I'm afraid you may not be qualified to apologize to me." The green-robed youth still looked disdainful. "Boy, if you don't want to take the chance given to you, then you can only blame yourself for your miserable life." As soon as the middle-aged scholar finished speaking, a very rare third-grade high-quality flying sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards the green-robed youth with a proud look on his face. After an instant of time, the ground, which was very peaceful just now, was already in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. The middle-aged scholar, who was already lying on the ground, was dying. He looked at the green-robed young man who was walking towards him step by step with a face full of shock, and asked in horror, "Who are you? Haha. Who am I? Even I have almost forgotten it. There is no need for you to know this. Just go on your way, Dao. Dao Feng, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please forgive me." Facing the middle-aged scholars begging for mercy, the green-robed young man was expressionless all the time. He ignored the other party at all, and the flying sword in his hand flew forward quickly. After a scream at the scene, there was no sound from the middle-aged scholar. The green-robed young man stepped forward to collect the magic weapons that fell on the ground, and then took away the storage magic weapon on his waist. Then he left the place and walked towards the white-haired old man standing not far away. The fierce battle just now over the spiritual object took place at the scene. The white-haired old man beside him took it all in. He was also slightly surprised by some of the methods of the green-robed monk. He neither spoke to either of the two men, nor did he help either of them. Even when the green-robed young man directly killed the middle-aged scholar, the white-haired old man did not react, nor did he stop the other party from doing so, as if these two people had nothing to do with him. Seeing the green-robed young man coming over, the white-haired old man casually handed him a black spiritual fruit that the two of them had just fought for. "Fellow Taoist Feng, since you have already won, then this thing should be yours." Having one less person to divide things does save a lot of trouble. "Even I have taken advantage of you." Hearing the other parties chuckle, the green-robed man calmly took the spiritual fruit and put it into the storage magic weapon. He then said to the white-haired old man, "I have solved this trouble. Have you thought it through? Do you want to go up with me? Haha. Fellow Taoist Feng, I heard before that there is no cultivation base of the nascent soul stage on the 7th floor, and it will be difficult to move after entering. Brother, are you sure that the two of us will be able to find good things in it after we go in?" The green-robed man showed a trace of displeasure on his face when he heard this and said, I have already taken action to solve this problem and there is no trouble. Do you still not believe me and want to back out? Haha. If I didn't believe what Brother Feng said, I wouldn't have followed you here. However, each floor of the Tongshan Tower is more powerful than the previous one. I am also a little worried that I might encounter some danger after going up, and I will not be well prepared. That's why I asked you in advance. The white-haired old man saw that the green-robed man was a little unhappy, and he quickly explained. The green-robed man stared at the white-haired old man for a long time, and then slowly showed a strange smile and replied, Don't worry. There won't be any big danger on the upper floor. The rumors you heard are just those unyielding sects deliberately spread them in order to prevent too many people from going up to compete for spiritual objects. At this time, those unyielding old monsters who have entered should have gone to the 8th floor. If we go up now, we should not encounter them. On the contrary, it will be safer than staying here. Oh, so that's it. When I first entered the Tongshan Tower, I had just formed a pill not long ago, so I could only hang out in the lower floors. I really don't know much about the situation here. Fortunately, this time I have Brother Feng, an old friend, to accompany me. It has indeed saved us a lot of trouble. Chapter 566 Purple Girl. Hearing the flattering words of the white-haired old man, the green-robed young man did not show any joy on his face. The reason why the white-haired old man did not intervene in the fight between him and the middle-aged scholar was actually to take the opportunity to see the strength of the green-robed young man. Fellow Taoist Su, you don't have much time left to live now. If you don't find a way to break through to the nascent soul stage within 20 years, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in this life. You probably have no other choice but to try your luck with me. I advise you not to think about it anymore, haha. Brother Feng is right, don't worry, Taoist, even if I didn't quite believe in your strength before, you have just proved to me that I came here this time to find a spiritual object to break through the nascent soul. As long as this goal can be achieved, it doesn't matter who I cooperate with. Hearing this, the green-robed young man nodded meaningfully and said, I knew there was a place up there where I might be able to find something to help break through the nascent soul. If Taoist wants to find this thing, it will definitely be right to go up with me. But that place is also a dangerous place. When the time comes and I need your help, Taoist, don't play tricks anymore, otherwise I'm afraid both of us will not be able to get what we want. Don't worry, brother, if you can really find a spiritual object to help break through the nascent soul, you will be my great benefactor. Just tell me if you have any requests. When the white-haired old man heard the green-robed young man say that he could find a spiritual object to help break through the nascent soul, his eyes suddenly lit up and his attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Seeing this, the green-robed young man was not surprised. After smiling at him, the two of them turned into a beam of spiritual light and left here quickly. Qing County, Funiu. One day, a young girl in purple came to the east of Funiu. The woman had a pretty face and a little childishness. After looking at the extremely tall and towering Funiu in front of her with a pair of big dark eyes, a happy smile slowly appeared on her face. It seems a little familiar, but why is it different from what I remember? The purple-clothed girl stood there and muttered to herself, then raised her legs and strode towards Funiu. Just as she approached the Funiu Mountain Protection Formation, 3 monks from the family law enforcement team dressed in Song family costumes surrounded her from the front and stopped the purple-clothed girl from moving forward. The leader, Song Yuanbing, a late-stage Qi refining cultivator from the Song family with the surname Yuan, glanced at the purple-clothed girl and saw that she looked very unfamiliar, not like a local cultivator. He said with a bit of arrogance on his face, My fellow Taoist, the Funiu Mountain is ahead and outsiders are not welcome. Don't go to the wrong place, hurry up and leave here. The purple-clothed girl was annoyed when she saw that the other party was trying to drive her away. She said with an unhappy look on her face, Isn't this the Song family's Funiu Mountain? I didn't go to the wrong place. You people are just driving me away without asking a single question. Aren't you too arrogant? Are all the people in the Song family so ignorant of etiquette, huh? Where did this ignorant little girl come from? How dare you talk nonsense like this in my Song family's territory? I think you are tired of living. If you don't get out of here quickly, don't blame us for being rude to you. The purple-clothed girl in front of them seemed to be only at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining. She actually looked down upon them and dared to slander the family's reputation. The 3 cultivators of the Song family's law enforcement team standing in place showed some anger on their faces. Oh. I won't leave today. I want to see how rude you guys can be. Since the ancestor of the family successfully formed a pill decades ago, and the Song family was promoted to Golden Pill family, in Qing County and even the entire northeast of Uyghur, the Song family has become a hegemon that no one dares to provoke. On weekdays, even those foundation-building cultivators who dominate the territory have to be polite to them when they arrive in Funiu. Unexpectedly, they met such a stubborn little girl today. Just as the Song family members took out their magic weapons and wanted to teach the other party a lesson, the purple-clothed woman looked at them with disdain and said, "I promised my master that I would not fight with anyone casually. I advise you not to fight with me, otherwise you will suffer later, but don't say that I didn't warn you in advance, haha." Toad yawning, what a big tone. Since you don't want to leave today, don't blame me for being cruel. As soon as the voice fell, Song Yuanping had a flying sword in his hand, and rushed directly towards the purple-clothed girl with a fierce momentum. Facing the swift sword light from Song Yuanping, the purple-clothed girl still stood there motionless, as if she was stunned and did not make any response. This little girl is really ignorant of the world. She didn't even bother to ask what Funiu is, and she dared to come here to act wild. Now she knows how powerful she is. Seeing this scene, the two younger Song family disciples on the side thought that the purple-clothed girl who seemed to have just entered the world was scared by Song Yuanping and dared not move. They immediately showed a bit of ridicule on their faces. Just when the flying sword in Song Yuanping's hand was less than a foot away from the opponent's shoulder, suddenly a spiritual light appeared in front of the purple-clothed girl, which not only blocked Song Yuanping's flying sword, but also shocked him to fly backwards. 14th uncle, seeing this somewhat shocking scene, the two Song family cultivators standing on the side almost fell out of their eyes. After a moment of surprise, the two people who reacted rushed up to help Song Yuanping up. One of them took out a sound transmission talisman from his body and cast a spell to transmit the situation here back to the mountain. You are a foundation-building cultivator, Song Yuanping, who had just coughed up a mouthful of blood, saw the purple-clothed girl slowly walking towards him with a smug look on her face, and immediately showed a bit of fear in his eyes. HMPH. I have something else to do here today, and I'm too lazy to bother with you juniors. Take me up the mountain quickly. Facing the purple-clothed girl's scolding, Song Yuanping and the other two stood there and looked at each other, not daring to move their bodies. After a while, one of the younger Qing generation cultivators took the initiative to step forward and bowed his hands nervously, saying, "Senior, I wonder what you are doing in Funiu. Can you tell me so that we can report to the elders first? What do I have to tell a junior like you? What, the suffering you just suffered is not enough, right?" The purple-clothed girl looked at the person who asked the question with a mocking face, and her eyes revealed a bit of displeasure. "Fellow Taoist, since you are a guest at Funiu, just talk nicely. Why do you have to embarrass these juniors?" Just as the purple-clothed girl was about to scold Song Yuanping and the other two, a voice came from the mountain. A moment later, Song Changs, dressed in white, stepped on a flying sword and came to the crowd. Seeing that the family's foundation-building elders had arrived, Song Yuanping and the other two immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved to hide behind Song Changs. He also exaggerated the story of the purple-clothed girl's attempt to force her way into the mountain. "Who are you, fellow Taoist? Why did you break into Funiu and hurt my Song family members for no reason?" Looking at the purple-clothed girl whose identity he didn't know yet, Song Changs's face also showed a little doubt. The purple-clothed girl said with displeasure, "You are a foundation-building cultivator after all. How can you be so indiscriminate as these people? Are you brainless? Do you believe everything they say?" "Dao, what you said is a bit funny. I don't believe my family members, so should I believe what you said? Regardless of whether they are wrong or not, it is always wrong for you to hurt people here. Shouldn't you give me an explanation first?" Facing the accusation of the purple-clothed girl, Song Changs's face also showed some anger. Regardless of how true or false what Song Yuanping and the others said just now, the Song family is now a giant family after all. Even if their own people have made mistakes, it should be the Song family's own business, and it is not the turn of outsiders to teach them a lesson at will. The purple-clothed girl is just a foundation-building cultivator with a cultivation level similar to his. She blatantly injured Song Yuanping at her own mountain gate, which is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Song family in Funiu Mountain. Haha. If you want to have an explanation from me, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. After the purple-clothed girl finished speaking, A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a green copper umbrella appeared. Then I'm sorry, as soon as Song Chang's finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a red flying sword with a little flame appeared in front of him. Under his spell control, it went straight to the purple-clothed girl. Seeing this, the purple-clothed girl did not dare to neglect it. The green copper umbrella in her hand had already opened. After releasing a defensive shield in front of her, she shot several very sharp sword lights at Song Chang's who had not yet approached. The two of them soon fought back and forth at the foot of Funiu Mountain. Song Chang's, like the purple-clothed girl, is now a second-level foundation building cultivator. The difference in their cultivation strength is not big. They have been fighting for more than 100 rounds without a winner. Song Yuanping and others who were watching the fight were also a little excited. While the two were fighting, more than a dozen Song family cultivators came down from the mountain. Led by Song Yuanfang, who is now in charge of many family affairs. Seeing Song Chang's and the other man still fighting not far away, Song Yuanfang showed a hint of surprise on his face. The purple-clothed girl's cultivation method was very good. With several magical powers and the copper umbrella magic weapon in her hand, she had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Her strength was not comparable to that of ordinary cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. Even Song Yuanfang, who had already reached the third level of foundation building, might not be able to defeat the other party. A foundation building cultivator with such strength must not be a casual cultivator with no one to rely on. Even if the purple-clothed girl was not a disciple of a large sect, she should have been cultivated by a giant in force similar to the Song family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Old Friend. After carefully observing for a while, Song Yuanfang found an opportunity and immediately took the initiative to stop the two people who were fighting. Then he bowed to the purple-clothed girl with a smile on his face. My fellow Taoist, I am Song Yuanfang, the general affairs elder of the Song family. Just now, the younger generation in my family was ignorant and offended you with words. Please forgive me. When we return to the mountain, we will teach them a lesson. Please don't bother with them anymore. Seeing the humble and polite Song Yuanfang, the purple-clothed girl glared at Song Chang's, then took the initiative to put away the magic weapon in her hand, turned sideways and bowed to Song Yuanfang in return. Fellow Taoist Song is polite. I thought that everyone in the Song family was as ignorant and unreasonable as them. Finally, someone who can reason has come. What did you say, Changs? Don't be rude. You should leave first. Hearing the purple-clothed girl's sarcastic words, Song Changs, who was angry, just had a flame on his flying sword, but was stopped in time by Song Yuanfang. Since Song Yuanfang took control of the family affairs, he has been the most prestigious person in the Song family, except for a few people of Song Qingming's generation. Facing his rebuke, although Song Chang's was unwilling, he quickly regained his sanity and took the initiative to put away the magic weapon and retreated to the side. Seeing Song Chang's frustrated look, the purple-clothed girl couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on her face. After pacifying Song Chang's, Song Yuanfang turned around and continued to ask the purple-clothed girl, Sir, you must have come to our Song family for something. May I know your name? Facing Song Yuanfang's polite question, the purple-clothed girl put away the smile on her face, and replied calmly, I am Liu Yuxin, I am here to look for Senior Song Qingming. I would like to trouble fellow Taoist Song to lead the way for me. Oh. Fellow Taoist Liu, it's a bit unfortunate that you came. The ancestor is in seclusion recently. If there is anything, can you tell me first? Hearing Song Yuanfang's answer, the purple-clothed girl hesitated slightly and said, My master has instructed that this matter cannot be told to other people casually. I hope fellow Taoist Yuanfang can understand. If Senior Song Qingming is not free, you can take me to find Senior Qingyu. Ancestor Qingyu is also in seclusion for cultivation. If there is nothing very important, we should not disturb her. If it is really inconvenient, why don't you come back later? How about this? I'll wait here. You help me take this to Senior Qingyu. If she sees it, she should come out to see me. If not, I can only come again next time. The purple-clothed girl looked a little surprised, and then took out a green porcelain bottle from her body and threw it to Song Yuanfang. Looking at the small porcelain bottle in his hand, Song Yuanfang thought for a moment, smiled and bowed to the other party, turned to Song Chang's and explained a few words to him, and then went back to the mountain. Although the specific origin of the purple-clothed girl is still unknown, judging from her good skills and her confident face, and she named Song Qingming and Song Qinggayu, the purple-clothed girl's origin is probably not too simple. The two ancestors of our family had traveled abroad for many years, and it was normal for them to know one or two people with profound cultivation. This girl just said that she was entrusted by her master, so her master is very likely a giant and senior. Thinking of this, Song Yuanfang did not dare to neglect the other party. As soon as Song Yuanfang left, Song Chang's, who was still there, immediately turned his eyes to Liu Yuxin. Why, you still want to try again when the winner hasn't been decided yet? Feeling the anger in Song Chang's eyes, Liu Yuxin smiled and said to him unhappily. Facing Liu Yuxin's provocative words, Song Chang's was unmoved this time. He took his eyes away and turned to look elsewhere, ignoring her. Seeing that the other party didn't fall for it, Liu Yuxin felt that it was meaningless, so she turned around and found a cleaner place to sit cross-legged. On the top of Funiu Mountain, in Song Qinggayu's cave. Ever since Song Qingming passed on the secret technique of Kang Yuan Shu to Song Qinggayu and Wang Xian, after returning to Funiu Mountain, the two of them went into seclusion one after another and began to practice this secret technique. The secret art of hiding Yuan Shu cannot be cultivated overnight. According to Song Qingming's previous experience, it normally takes about 10 years to cultivate to perfection, which has a certain auxiliary effect on Dan formation. Because when practicing hiding Yuan Shu, most of the spiritual energy absorbed by the cultivator will be automatically stored in various parts of the body, which will also greatly affect the progress of the cultivator's normal cultivation and absorption of spiritual energy. If an ordinary cultivator starts practicing hiding Yuan Shu from the beginning of building the foundation, then the speed of his cultivation to the 9th level of the foundation will inevitably be much slower than others. The reason why Song Qingming was able to practice this secret art from the beginning was actually because he relied on the incomplete map on his body to absorb spiritual energy several times faster than ordinary people to practice, which offset the disadvantage of hiding Yuan Shu. Otherwise, the time for him to form a Dan would definitely be later than it was at that time. People like Song Qinggayu and Wang Xian, who have already cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building, do not need to absorb spiritual energy to improve their cultivation. There is no need to worry about cultivating the hidden essence technique. As long as they spend another 10 years or so seriously, they can basically successfully cultivate this secret technique. Song Qinggayu, who was concentrating on her retreat in the cave on the top of the mountain, suddenly felt a wave of spiritual power coming from outside the cave. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a green talisman flying into the cave and coming in front of her. In order to cultivate the hidden essence technique to perfection as soon as possible and impact the golden elixir realm, Song Qinggayu specifically told Song Yuanfang and others before her retreat that they should not disturb her on the top of the mountain unless there was something particularly important. Seeing the sound transmission talisman in front of her, Song Qinggayu's face also showed a little doubt. She had only been in retreat for less than a month. Could something big have happened on the mountain again? After taking the sound transmission talisman and opening it to take a look, Song Qinggayu's doubts deepened a little, and then she waved her hand to open the formation restriction at the entrance of her cave. After a while, Song Yuanfang, with a worried look on his face, walked in from outside. Yuanfang, you just said someone is anxious to see me. Who is it? After seeing Song Qinggayu sitting in the cave, Song Yuanfang first stepped forward and bowed, then slowly said, Grandma, a foundation building cultivator just came down the mountain. She is a very young woman. She said she has something urgent to see you. Young woman, foundation building cultivator? What is her origin? Did she say what she came to see me for? Song Qinggayu thought for a moment and continued to ask. Song Yuanfang shook his head slightly and said, that person looks unfamiliar. She doesn't seem to be a cultivator from the vicinity of Qing County, and we can't recognize her origins. Oh. She did say her name is Liu Yuxin, and asked me to give this to you, saying that you will understand after seeing it. What did you say? Her name is Liu Yuxin. After hearing the name of the purple-clothed girl, Song Qinggayu, who had some doubts on her face, changed her expression instantly, and stood up on her own initiative. Then her eyes quickly focused on the green porcelain bottle in Song Yuanfang's hand. After taking the small porcelain bottle and looking at it carefully for a few seconds, Song Qingming stood there blankly as if she was lost in memories. After a long while, a look of joy slowly appeared on her face. She directly instructed Song Yuanfang beside her, "Yuanfang, this person is an old friend of mine. Please go there in person and bring her directly to me." This girl was spoiled by her master back then. She may have a bad temper. You must not take it to heart with her. After confirming that the woman in purple was really an old friend of Song Qingming, Song Yuanfang felt relieved. Fortunately, there was no misunderstanding between them at the foot of the mountain just now, otherwise if Liu Yuxin was injured at their hands, it would be difficult to end it now. Don't worry, Great Aunt. I know what to do about this matter. However, just now at the foot of the mountain, because I didn't know her identity, Chang's and her had a little misunderstanding. I'll ask Great Aunt to help explain it to her later. Hearing what Song Yuanfang said, Song Qingming was not surprised. She smiled and nodded slightly and said, "It's okay. I will explain this to her later." After an instant of time, seeing Song Yuanfang smiling apologetically and carefully inviting Liu Yuxin into Funiu Mountain, Song Chang's face also showed a little surprise. After knowing that Liu Yuxin should have a special relationship with his ancestor on the top of the mountain, Song Chang's also regretted it in his heart, but because of his face, he was too embarrassed to apologize to the other party. He could only glare at the culprit Song Yuanbing and others next to him with an unhappy look. I haven't said much about some things recently, so you may have forgotten them. It seems necessary to tell you a few more times. Notify all the monks and the law enforcement team on the mountain to meet in the family meeting hall in half an hour. Seeing the fierce look in Song Chang's eyes, even Song Yuanbing, as an elder, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart and became a little scared. Since he succeeded in building his foundation and took charge of the family law enforcement team, Song Chang's has gradually become a little gloomy. Although he is still friendly to the elders on the surface, once he is targeted, he will not show mercy to anyone. In recent years, the family law enforcement team occasionally catches clan members who do not follow the rules or make mistakes. Whether they are elders or juniors, Song Chang's, the family law enforcement elder, almost always shows an iron-faced and selfless face. Sometimes even Song Yuanbing's intercession may not work. Chapter 568 The Promise of the Year. Not long after entering the Funiu Mountain protective array with Song Yuanfang, Liu Yuxin soon saw a blue stone gate built by the Song family at the entrance of the mountain. Looking at the huge blue stone in front of her, which had been weathered but had not changed much, immediately evoked memories in Liu Yuxin's mind, and she couldn't help but stop for a moment and take a closer look. When she left Funiu Mountain, Liu Yuxin was still young, so many of her childhood memories were already blurred, but she had a deep memory of the tall gate made of large stones at the foot of the mountain. Did Liu Daoyao come to Funiu Mountain before? Seeing Liu Yuxin's somewhat abnormal behavior, Song Yuanfang also noticed something wrong in his heart, and asked with a tentative smile. Liu Yuxin immediately woke up from her memories when she heard this, and after retracting her gaze, the expression on her face quickly returned to normal. Indeed, I have been here before, but it was a long time ago, so I can't remember it clearly. Song Yuanfang smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "The spiritual vein of Mount Funiu was upgraded to the third lower grade not long ago after our ancestor formed the elixir. Many places on the mountain have indeed changed a lot over the years. It is normal for you to be unfamiliar with them. If you haven't been here for a long time, well, what you said is true. It is easy to forget many things over time. We have practiced for decades, while mortals have already hurriedly gone through their lives. We don't know how many memories we can leave for us. Fellow Taoist Yuanfang, are your family members before you practiced still alive?" After Liu Yuxin finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Immortal town not far below the mountain. "Well, I have been practicing for nearly 100 years. My parents and siblings have long passed away, but there are still many younger generations living at the foot of the mountain. When I think of them occasionally, I will go down the mountain to see them. Although the lifespan of mortals is shorter than that of us cultivators, they don't have to go through the troubles that we need to experience in practice. Except for some differences in wealth, they are actually more likely to be satisfied than us in their daily lives." When Liu Yuxin mentioned her family at the foot of the mountain, Song Yuanfang's face gradually showed a hint of surprise, and he was a little confused about her question. Without waiting for Song Yuanfang to think more, Liu Yuxin stood there and pondered for a moment, then turned around and bowed slightly to Song Yuanfang. I have learned a lot from what Taoist fellow Yuanfang said just now. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang waved his hand and said, haha. He is just a person who is not doing well on the path of Taoism, and he just sighed a few words. Taoist fellow Liu does not need to be so polite. Ancestor Qingming is still on the mountain and is anxious to see you. Let's go up quickly, so that she won't have to wait too long. Liu Yuxin smiled and nodded, and the two of them quickened their pace to the top of the mountain. After a cup of tea, Song Qingming, who had already placed a lot of spiritual tea and spiritual fruit on the stone table in the cave, saw Liu Yuxin, who followed Song Yuanfang in, and immediately smiled and took the initiative to walk towards her. Greetings, Senior Qingming. Seeing the polite Liu Yuxin, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. Then waved to Song Yuanfang beside him and said, Yuanfang, thank you for your hard work. If you have nothing to do, go and get busy first. Seeing Song Qingming so happy, Song Yuanfang glanced at the stone table not far away, and said, Grandand, there are guests here today. Should I tell the Kangjin Pavilion to get some more spirit wine and send it to you? Well, okay, you are thoughtful. You can go directly to Fu Sanshan and ask him for some better quality spirit wine. If that guy dares to fool you again, just say I told him to. After Song Yuanfang bowed and took his leave and left the cave, Song Qingming immediately stepped forward to close the door of the cave, reactivated the forbidden magic circle at the door, then turned to look at Liu Yuxin, walked up to her with a happy face, took her hand and sat aside. I haven't seen you for decades. I didn't expect that Yuxin has also successfully established his foundation. Seeing that your path is so smooth, I am really happy for you. Come and try these. I specially prepared them for you. Liu Yuxin took the spiritual fruit handed over by Song Qingming with a smile, and said coquettishly, haha. After so many years of separation, I thought that Uncle Qingming had long disliked me. It seems that I thought too much. Sure enough, you still love me the most, you little ungrateful wolf. I left you so many cultivation pills when I left, and you forgot that I gave you your name. If I don't love you in this world, who else will love you? Song Qingming said, and then personally poured Liu Yuxin a cup of fragrant spiritual tea. Well, Uncle Qingming is the best to me. Liu Yuxin picked up the spiritual tea on the table and echoed with a smile on her face. Liu Yuxin, who came to Funiu, was the little girl named Liu who was born with spiritual roots and was taken away by Qingming from Liujia village at the foot of the mountain. When Liu Yuxin left Funiu, she was only 5 or 6 years old, and followed Qingming and Song Qingming to the East China Sea to travel. When Song Qingming left them and came back from the East China Sea, she had grown into a graceful young lady. Because they had been together for nearly 10 years, and Song Qingming had always loved and taken care of this child from Funiu, Liu Yuxin and Song Qingming naturally had a very close relationship. I haven't seen you for decades, but your temper hasn't changed at all. You're causing trouble down the mountain right after you came back, and you even dared to fight with Chang's and the others. Fortunately, Yuanfang and the others didn't make it too difficult for you, otherwise if something happened to you, how would I explain to your master later, you've wronged me? This time, it was those guys who were arrogant and unreasonable and attacked me first. If you don't believe me, you can ask fellow Taoist Yuanfang. But don't worry, they are not my opponents. If they really can't beat me, I would have moved you out long ago. Song Qingming naturally knew that Liu Yuxin was a little eccentric and a person who never suffered losses. Hearing her answer, he was not surprised, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Yuxin, has sister he succeeded in forming a pill? Did you come back alone this time, or with your master? Hearing Song Qingming mention his master Qingming, Liu Yuxin's smile instantly withered, revealing a serious expression, took out an unopened letter from his body, and carefully handed it to Song Qingming in front of him. Master, I succeeded in forming a pill 6 years ago. She had something to do over there and couldn't get away, so she asked me to come back to you first, saying that she wanted to fulfill a promise we made that year. Before I came here, I asked Master, but she still refused to tell me what it was. She only told me to give this letter to you or Senior Song Qingming. I think you should understand everything after reading this. Oh. Your master and I had a lot of promises back then, but I really can't remember them for the moment. Song Qingming took the letter from Liu Yuxin's hand with a smile on her face. After opening it and reading it for a while, her eyes turned back to Liu Yuxin's face, and the expression on her face gradually became a little complicated. What's wrong, uncle? What did master say in the letter? Seeing the strange look on Song Qingyu's face, Liu Yuxin asked her curiously. Yuxin, stay here first. I'll ask Yuan Fang to arrange a place for you to stay. I can't make the decision on my own about what your master has told me to do. I need to discuss it with Brother Qi first. Brother Qi went out to other places some time ago. It is estimated that he will be back in about 1 or 2 months. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I need to tell you after I have discussed it with him. Don't ask too much now. Song Qingyu put away the letter in his hand and replied to Liu Yuxin with a serious face. Seeing that the expression on Song Qingyu's face was beyond doubt, Liu Yuxin was very confused, but she didn't say anything more. She could only nod obediently. On the 8th floor of the Babel Tower, in a valley full of flames, Li Mufang was fighting fiercely in the air with a giant bear monster in the nascent soul stage with flames all over its body. Bai Yuxin and others who came in with Li Mufang were trying their best to stop hundreds of low-level monsters with flames all over their bodies not far away. As a larger giant and monster fell in front of the group, Li Wutong quickly said to Bai Yuxin, Sister Bai, although there are many remaining monsters, the strongest ones are only at the foundation building stage. With me and junior brother Chen here, we are able to deal with them. You should go and help Uncle Li first. Bai Yuxin glanced at the battlefield not far away, nodded at Li Wutong, and immediately turned into a beam of light and flew to Li Mufang. The giant bear that was fighting against Li Mufang was a spiritual monster whose cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul. Although its cultivation was not much different from Li Mufang's, as a spiritual monster formed by the restriction in the Tower of Babel, this giant bear had no intelligence and relied entirely on the instinct of the restriction to attack and defend. After dealing with the giant bear for a while, Li Mufang, who was much stronger than the opponent, had already taken the advantage. With the help of Bai Yuxin, Li Mufang quickly suppressed his opponent. Half an hour later, with the unwilling roar of the giant fire bear, Li Mufang shattered the red core in its body with a sword, ending the life of the spirit monster. After dealing with his opponent, Li Mufang quickly came to a place in the middle of the valley, where flames were blazing. Li Mufang waved his hand to cast a blue shield, and then stepped directly into the flames. After a long while, he walked out again, with a golden ginseng emitting spiritual light in his hand. Seeing the ginseng in Li Mufang's hand, which was actually a high-level spiritual object of the 4th grade, the 3 Bai Yuxins who had already dealt with the remaining low-level spirit monsters and rushed over immediately showed a smile that could not be concealed on their faces. Congratulations, Uncle Li. Chapter 569 9th floor. After entering the Babel Tower, Li Mufang and his companions had searched many places, but the highest spiritual objects they had obtained before were only of the 3rd grade upper grade. This was the first 4th grade spiritual object they had found after entering the tower. After picking up the golden ginseng in his hand and taking another look at it, Li Mufang happily put it away, and then said to the people in front of him, "It is worth our trip to get this thing. Now it is almost time to meet up with the Lingyuan sect. Let's go and meet up with them first." Hearing that Li Mufang was about to leave here, Li Wutong hurriedly asked, "Uncle Li, the fire spirit energy here is so lush that it can even breed a spirit body in the nascent soul stage. Should we collect some and bring it back to the sect?" Fire spirit energy is also a spiritual object that can help cultivators who practice the Zhiang Gong method to temper their bodies. In the cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, the high-level fire spirit energy that Li Wutong and his companions saw is almost unseen. When they first entered the valley, Li Wutong and his companions were also shocked by the vigorous fire spirit energy here. Seeing Li Wutong's excited face, Li Mufang shook his head and smiled. The fire spirit energy here is not a natural thing, but a result of the acquired restrictions in the Tongshan Tower. It will immediately disappear as long as it is taken away from here. Otherwise, after so many years of opening, the fire spirit energy here would have been completely taken away by others, so that's it. I also thought this place was a bit strange at first, but I didn't expect the restrictions in this valley to be so powerful that it could produce such a high-level fire spirit energy. Well, it's useless to be too greedy here. It's good enough for us to find 1 or 2 4th-level spiritual objects. After saying a few more words on the spot, the Xiaoyao sect members quickly boarded the 4th-level flying boat on Li Mufang's body, turned into a spiritual light and quickly disappeared into the valley. At the same time, deep underground, a distance away from here, the Golden Feather Demon King, wearing golden armor, forcibly shattered a bluestone door in front of him with a punch, and strode into a huge underground stone chamber with several demon kings behind him. As soon as he walked in, the sharp-eyed white dragon demon king immediately saw several magic weapons surrounded by spiritual light on a table not far away. When he was about to go forward to take the treasures, he was stopped by the golden feather demon king. Seeing the cautious look on the golden feather demon king's face, the white dragon demon king said in confusion, "Your Highness, why don't you take these magic weapons?" The golden feather demon king did not answer him, but released several spiritual lights with one hand and went straight to the magic weapons on the table. Just when the demon kings saw the golden feather demon king's unusual behavior and were a little puzzled, the magic weapons that the spiritual light had just approached suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and then two of the magic weapons immediately turned into purple fire pythons with eyes staring fiercely at the demons opposite. This is actually an illusion. Seeing the purple fire python in front of him, the white dragon demon king shouted in surprise, and his back suddenly felt a little cold. If it weren't for the golden feather demon emperor who stopped him, he would have fallen into the trap of the purple fire python. The pressure emitted by this purple fire python is almost close to the nascent soul stage. Once attacked by this fire python, even if the white dragon demon king has reached the late golden core stage, it is estimated that it will be difficult to save his life and he will die on the spot. You retreat first, I will take care of this guy. The golden feather demon emperor raised his hand to signal the demon kings beside him to leave the stone room, cast a spell to take out a golden red feather fan, and walked towards the fire python in front of him step by step. Half an hour later, with a sound of breaking through the air, the golden feather demon emperor, with a little more joy on his face, flew out from the ground with several demon kings and landed on the ground. Just as they were about to leave, a few rays of light suddenly lit up in the sky not far away. Not long after, the red cloud demon king appeared in front of them with three of his men. Haha. Brother Jinayu, it turns out you are here. I just received a message from Taoist fellow Lihurl, telling us to hurry up and join him. Upon hearing this, the golden feather demon king asked with some surprise on his face, why is it so fast this time? Are those cunning human cultivators ready to go up now? According to the intelligence obtained by Taoist fellow Lihurl, some human cultivators have begun to gather in the direction of entering the 9th floor. It seems that this time they want to try it in advance, the Red Cloud Demon King responded anxiously. I see, then let's go and join Taoist fellow Li Fang first, but don't fall too far behind them. On a relatively desolate mountain, 7 or 8 rays of light suddenly flew from the distant sky and turned into several people in black robes. The leader was an old man in a black robe. He had a long face and a tuft of black beard at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were so majestic that the people around him dared not look directly at him. The old man in black robe led the people behind him to walk hundreds of feet on the mountain peak and came to a cave made of huge rocks on the side of the mountain peak. Just as they walked into the cave, a black mist suddenly emerged from it and rushed towards the people at the cave entrance. When the old man in black robe saw the black mist, he showed some disdain on his face. He waved his hand lightly and released several powerful blood lights, which immediately shattered the black mist in front of him in the air. Brother Blood Demon, you always came early in the past. Why are you a little late this time? After a somewhat low voice came into the ears of the old man in black robe, a handsome young man suddenly appeared in the black mist that had just disappeared. When the old man in black robe saw the young man, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. He replied expressionlessly, my late arrival has nothing to do with you, Mo Yunting. Do you want to meddle in my business? Mo Yunting shook a folding fan in his hand, smiled and waved his hand, haha. Brother, you misunderstood what I said. Everyone knows that your blood spirit sect is the #1 sect of the demonic path in the floating cloud mountains. Even if I meddle in other people's affairs, I dare not meddle in the blood spirit sect. It's because fellow Taoist Gu has been urging me these days. So I asked one more question. If you don't want to say it, it's not a big deal. It's okay as long as it doesn't delay our next thing. The ancient demon has also arrived. When the blood demon ancestor, who had never taken other people seriously, heard the name mentioned by Mo Yunting, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his face. Mo Yunting nodded slightly at the other party with a dangerous look on his face, then turned around and walked directly towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor did not say anything more, and immediately followed with many disciples behind him. Outside a teleportation array on the west side of the 8th floor of the Babel Tower, a golden spiritual light suddenly lit up. A moment later, Two figures plus a gray bird with a somewhat burly figure appeared outside the teleportation array. This team, which seemed a little uncoordinated in the entire Babel Tower, was the Fire Phoenix, Long Feng and Song Qingming, who had just teleported up from below. Haha. Brother Song's method of breaking the formation is indeed quite impressive. If it weren't for you, Your Highness, and I would have to spend a lot of effort to get up here. Hearing Long Feng's praise, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, on this journey, I just know some formation techniques to help everyone save some effort. How can I compare to Brother Long Feng and Your Highness? Don't praise me so much, those urinating old ghosts should still be on the 8th floor now. This is not a place for you two to flatter each other. If you don't want to lose your life, shut up. Ho Feng, who had just come out of the teleportation formation, turned around and rolled his eyes at Song Qingming and Long Feng behind him, and walked quickly towards the door. Facing Ho Feng's rebuke, Song Qingming and Long Feng looked at each other awkwardly for a while, and didn't dare to say anything more. They shut up and followed Ho Feng. After entering the 7th floor from the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel, Ho Feng did not rush to move forward. Instead, after searching for spiritual objects on the 7th floor for 5 or 6 days, he took Song Qingming and Long Feng to the 8th floor through the teleportation array. In the past few days, Ho Feng and Song Qingming searched a lot of places together. Although most of them had been taken by others, they still found some fish that slipped through the net and obtained 5 or 6 third-level spiritual objects of good quality. What surprised Song Qingming was that after getting these spiritual objects with Ho Feng this time, she did not choose to take them all into her hands as before, but distributed these spiritual objects on the spot. Even Song Qingming, who did not contribute much along the way, also got 2 third-level spiritual objects. The 2 spiritual objects Song Qingming got were a 3rd-level medium-grade spiritual medicine and a bottle of 3rd-level low-grade spiritual water that could assist in cultivation. The value of these 2 things on the market would be worth at least 30,000 or 40,000 spiritual stones. Following the Fire Phoenix up here, Song Qingming was able to obtain so many precious spiritual objects. This was beyond his expectation. Now he was very glad that he had chosen to follow the Fire Phoenix after entering the tower. Otherwise, if Song Qingming was still hanging around on the 3 floors below with Zhao Fenglian, he would definitely not have gained much. The reason why he was able to find the most valuable 3rd-level spiritual fruits on the 2nd floor was that he encountered the Cloud Thunder formation that was difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to cross, and he just happened to have spiritual objects that could restrain lightning. After leaving the vicinity of the teleportation formation, the 3 people of Fire Phoenix had just walked halfway when a golden beam of light suddenly lit up from the sky at a distance from them. Seeing this shocking scene in front of them, Song Qingming and others, including Fire Phoenix, were slightly surprised. Your Highness, is someone about to enter the 9th floor? Chapter 570 Tongshan Tower. Hearing Long Feng talking about the 9th floor of the Babel Tower, Song Qingming was a little excited at the moment, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. The scroll in the Zioao sect did not record much information about the top 3 floors of the Babel Tower. Song Qingming also learned a little about the 9th floor of the Babel Tower from Ho Feng these days. Unlike the very wide space of the 8 floors below, the 9th floor of the Babel Tower is not large, with only one place called Babel Pavilion. As long as the monks enter it, everyone will get a chance to try. Those who pass it successfully will not only have the opportunity to get a good reward, but also experience some insights and practice during the trial. It is said that there are also some monks who have been trapped in the bottleneck for many years. After coming out of it, they entered the enlightenment soon, and then broke through the bottleneck of their own practice in one fell swoop. This rare trial opportunity is something that ordinary giant and cultivators, like Song Qingming, can only encounter in their lifetime. Even if they cannot pass the trial to get other rewards, as long as they can experience some insights in their cultivation, Song Qingming's trip will not be in vain. According to the time, the Tongshan Pavilion will soon be opened. Let's prepare here first. After they go up, we will set off. After Ho Feng finished speaking, he took the 2 of them to a high mountain below. In a flat land a few hundred miles in front of them, several Yuanying cultivators stood high in the sky, looking at a huge light circle that had slowly stabilized in front of them. They all showed some satisfaction on their faces and put away the magic weapons in their hands. Not far behind them, there were more than a dozen giant and cultivators with different cultivation levels, and most of them were above the middle giant stage. Haha. Fellow Taoist Wu's cultivation has really improved a lot. No wonder your Qingming sect has been thriving in recent years, expanding its territory everywhere, and even daring to pull out the tiger's whiskers of the Xiaoyao sect." Hearing the sarcasm in the words of the white-clothed old man opposite him, the Qingming sect's grand elder Wu Zhiwen, who looked a little ugly, glanced at the other party and replied slowly, "Fellow Taoist Chu, don't flatter me. The Funiu sect just quietly swallowed up the territories of 2 counties of the Chen kingdom. Compared with you, my Qingming sect is just a small fight." When the old man in white heard what Wu Zhiwen said, he showed a little pride and said, "Fellow Taoist Wu, what you said is wrong. My Funiu sect has been established for thousands of years. It can only be what it is today because of the foundation left by our ancestors. Compared with fellow Taoist Wu who revitalized the Qingming sect with his own strength, I am still far behind." Although the white-haired old man had been praising Wu Zhiwen's personal ability on the surface, his few words directly exposed the shortcomings of Qingming sect's lack of foundation, which was not as good as their thousands of years old sects. Seeing that the other party belittled his sect in front of everyone, Wu Zhiwen was also a little angry. When he was about to refute the other party, a somewhat cold voice sounded from the side, interrupting their conversation. "Two Taoist friends. We are not here to listen to you talk about these boring things. If there is anything unpleasant, let's talk slowly after we go out." The person who spoke was a young man in a loose black robe. The cultivation of this man had already overshadowed Wu Zhiwen and the old man in white, and there was a little unquestionable color in his tone. Hearing the words of the black-robed young man, although Wu Zhiwen was still a little unhappy in his heart, he didn't say anything more and took the initiative to retract his hostile gaze towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled when he heard this. He bowed slightly to the middle-aged man, then turned to look at the circular light circle in front of the people. The scene soon returned to silence. After a moment, seeing that the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from the light circle in front of the people had completely stabilized, the black-robed man who had just spoken waved his right hand gently, and a giant python with 2 golden horns on its head immediately appeared beside him. After the golden-horned python appeared, it slowly came to the light circle in front of it, under the drive of the black-robed man. After flying around the light circle for several circles, it turned into a beam of light and quickly drilled into it. After seeing that the golden-horned python had successfully passed through the golden light circle, the black-robed man waved to the people on the site and said, "The band has stabilized, let's go." As soon as the voice fell, the black-robed man flew to the light circle first, and soon sank into it. Seeing this, the others did not delay and turned into a beam of light and quickly entered it. Not long after, as the last monk disappeared into the light circle, the scene suddenly became quiet until several more rays of light flew over from the horizon. "Your Highness, they have all gone in. Let's go in now. Let's wait and see." Looking at the light circle that was slowly shrinking in front of her, Ho Feng shook her head slightly and said, "This restriction is a little unstable now. If we rush in directly, we may be torn apart by the space restriction. Let's wait first." The 3 of them waited in place for about half an hour, until the golden light circle had closed and disappeared. Ho Feng slowly took out a red spear with a hint of flames and flew high into the sky. After stopping in the air for a while, Ho Feng suddenly burst into flames, and then the spear in her hand instantly became several times longer. After she slashed the empty space in front of her with all her strength, a red blade of light instantly flew into the air, and soon a golden light appeared in front of her again. After seeing the golden light, Ho Feng did not stop the spear in his hand, and drew several powerful light blades, opening the forbidden passage in front of him a little more. The passage leading to the 9th floor is different from the other floors. There is no teleportation array to go up directly, but to find the weak points hidden in the 2 layers of restrictions in the air and force a passage to enter. After swinging more than 10 shots in a row, when the golden light circle in front of him was large enough, Ho Feng slowly put away the magic weapon in his hand and fell from the air. "The restriction will take some time to stabilize. You keep an eye on this place. I don't know if it's because I just consumed too much mana." Ho Feng and Song Qingming explained it, and then they immediately sat cross-legged on the side, took out a precious high-grade spirit stone, and began to meditate to recover. After a long time, seeing that the forbidden spirit power in the air had stabilized, Song Qingming hurried over to inform Ho Feng, and found that the high-grade spirit stone in her hand had already turned into a ball of powder. Seeing such a precious spiritual object being used up by the fire phoenix in an instant, Song Qingming was also slightly surprised. It was indeed difficult for a Jindan with such shallow knowledge like him to imagine that a unyielding cultivator would consume spiritual objects. Under the leadership of the Fire Phoenix, the three of them quickly passed through the space restriction channel and came to the 9th floor of the very mysterious Babel Tower. Looking at the empty 9th floor in front of him, although he had heard Long Feng mention some of the situations on it, Song Qingming still showed a trace of surprise on his face after seeing it with his own eyes. Your Highness. Where is this Tower of Babel? Where should we go next? We are already here, where else are you going? The Fire Phoenix glanced at Song Qingming calmly, and then ignored him. After casting a spell to release a hidden body restriction on the spot, he closed his eyes and sat down. After seeing the performance of the Fire Phoenix, Song Qingming showed a puzzled look on his face again. He turned his head and looked at Long Feng who was standing beside him. Under his deliberate guidance, Song Qingming looked up into the sky and found a tall shadow hidden in the white mist directly above the heads of several people. Because the 9th floor was filled with floating white mist, the main body of the shadow in the sky had been completely shrouded, and only a rough shape could be seen, like a tall palace attic. Be patient and wait here first. The opening of the Tongshan Pavilion is not expected to be so fast. It will take at least a few days. After Long Feng explained with a smile, he also took out a large flag and made a hiding band on the spot. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately followed Long Feng in, and smiled with some regret. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have come so early. We could have wandered around the 8th floor and maybe found a few more good things. Humph. You're dreaming. Before we came up, those unyielding old monsters had already searched the 8th floor. You're lucky to have found a few spiritual objects down there, haha. How can I be so lucky? It's not because of you and His Highness that I got a few good things. After the two chatted for a few words, Ho Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked up into the air. Not far from where they were, a black shadow like a crow quickly flew over here. After seeing the black shadow disappear, Ho Feng closed his eyes calmly again, ignoring what had just happened. After the black shadow flew over them, it landed on a piece of open space not far away and suddenly turned into a thin young man in a blue robe. After observing the scene for a while, the young man in blue robe took out a black talisman from his body and cast a spell to control it to fly not far in front of him. The black talisman was in the air, but suddenly encountered an obstacle and stopped. Not long after, a huge tent appeared in front of him. After seeing this scene, the young man in blue robe hurriedly put away the black talisman in the air and walked quickly into the tent in front of him. In this not very eye-catching big tent, more than a dozen people who were meditating and resting had gathered at this moment. They were all notorious magic monks in the floating cloud mountains. Seeing the young man in blue robe walk in, a middle-aged man with a red face and long beard immediately took the initiative to step forward and asked, Yuchin, what's the situation outside? Thank you for the monthly tickets of Book Friends 1872. I came late and didn't have a name, so I just gave it a name. What do you say? Family cultivation is my dish, huge tiger, etc. Thank you for your monthly tickets and subscription support. I found that many new book friends have come recently. If it is convenient, why not add a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. Chapter 571 Demonic Unyielding. When the blue-robed youth saw the red-faced man, he quickly stepped forward and bowed, revealing a somewhat honest face, and replied, reporting to the master, I took a look outside, and the people from the Unyielding sect and the Xingqian sect have already come up, and there are also many high-level demon cultivators from the demon cultivator side. I dare not get too close, and I only saw that there are about 5 or 6 unyielding demon kings among them. The lowest level of these demon cultivators in the tent is at the Jindan stage. Any one of them can cause a headache for the immortal cultivation world of a small country. Now that they have gathered here, they can only take the initiative to hide their bodies carefully, for fear that they will be discovered by the outside world. Humph. These people came so quickly, it's a pity that Zhao Wuling didn't seem to come this time, otherwise I would like to have a good exchange with him to avenge the destruction of my physical body by him last time. As soon as the blue-robed youth finished speaking, a slightly angry voice came from the depths of the tent. Hearing this voice, the blood demon ancestor who was sitting aside gently waved his hand at the two people who were still standing in the middle, and said to the one who had just spoken with a smile, Hey, Brother Gu, don't be angry. The purpose of our coming here this time is to grab the few things we snatched from the Tongshan Pavilion. If Zhao Wuling really didn't come in for something, wouldn't it be more beneficial for us next time? In these years, we, the demon cultivators, have been suppressed by the righteous cultivators in the floating cloud mountains. Even we, the nascent soul cultivators, can only hide and dare not walk around at will. Such a life is really too depressing. Now that the demon path is in danger, it is difficult to compete head-on with the righteous cultivators. One of us must be able to make further progress in the future and break through to the spirit transformation realm. Only then can we lead the demon path to prosperity again and suppress these righteous cultivators, haha. Whether it's the righteous way or our demonic way, the immortal cultivation world in the floating cloud mountains hasn't produced a cultivator in the god transformation stage for many years. How can it be so easy to break through the god transformation stage? Brother Blood Demon really dares to think so. As soon as the Blood Demon Patriarch finished speaking, Moyunting, who was sitting next to him, immediately spoke up and poured a basin of cold water on him. After looking up and glaring at Moyunting, the Blood Demon Patriarch sighed slightly and said, "This Tongshan pavilion was left behind by the ancient ascended people. It may not be impossible to find some shortcuts to the god transformation stage. It's a pity that old demon Qingyun didn't come this time because of something, and missed this great opportunity, otherwise we would have a better chance of grabbing things." This. Brother Blood Demon, you don't know, the reason why old demon Qingyun didn't come this time is not because he was busy. It's probably just to deal with you, Moyunting responded with a hint of meaning. Oh. What's the reason? Please enlighten me, Brother Mo. After Moyunting coughed lightly, he slowly said. I also heard that one of the disciples of the old demon Qingyun, more than 200 years ago, betrayed his master and stole many important spiritual objects from him. Although he later found the disciple and destroyed his soul, the Tongshan order in his hand was lost, and it has not been found until now. Without the Tongshan order, he is not qualified to come in and rob things. What do you think he is doing here? That's right. I heard some rumors about this matter back then, but I didn't know whether it was true or not. Today, I heard what Brother Mo said, and I think it should be true. Except for some of the Tongshan orders handed down from ancient times that have been lost, the rest are basically in the hands of righteous cultivators and demons. Even if the old demon Qingyun wants to find another one, it is not so easy. It was his own fault that he neglected to discipline his disciples, which led to such a situation. It was because you like to recruit disciples everywhere. If it were me, I would not need these trash and would have refined them into corpses one by one. Hearing the cold words without a trace of emotion from the mouth of the person deep in the tent, many giant and demon cultivators standing behind the blood demon ancestor and Moyunting also felt a chill in their hearts. The demon cultivator who was hiding in the depths of the tent and speaking was named Gudeo Ian. He was a genius in practicing the magic skills. This demon had already broken through the late Yuanying stage 400 years ago and became the #1 demon in the area near the floating cloud mountains. Unfortunately, Gudaoin was unlucky. 200 years ago, he was besieged by righteous cultivators and was killed by Zhao Wuling, the late Yuanying elder of the Wanling sect. He was forced to take over another body and cultivate again. Because his cultivation level dropped greatly after taking over his body, he was afraid that his disciples would be out of control and attack him. Gudeo Unbian not only managed to kill all his disciples and Taoist companions who knew his background, but also used secret methods to refine their bodies into corpse puppets. The methods he used were extremely cruel among the demon cultivators. Seeing this, the blood demon ancestor and Moyunting could only shake their heads slightly. Among the demon cultivators who came in this time, only the 3 of them had the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, and their strength was completely unable to compete with the righteous cultivators or demon cultivators. The reason why he brought so many disciples in addition to giving them some opportunities to train, was also to add a layer of protection for themselves. Once they were in danger and could not get out safely, these disciples who had been planted with restrictions by them were also the objects they could take over at any time to save their lives. In an open space near the bottom of Tongshan Pavilion, several major nascent soul sects on the east side of the floating cloud mountains, such as Zioao sect and Xingchen sect, had gathered here. Compared to those demonic monks and Hofeng who sneaked up here and needed to conceal their whereabouts, the many Yuanying sects of the righteous path and the demon tribes not far away did not have such concerns and directly gathered together in several places. Although the two sides had conflicts on weekdays, and some were even mortal enemies, they still threw all these grudges aside here. After all, the opportunity was ahead, and no one wanted to miss the important things that would help their own path. Because of these things, After everyone waited for a few days below, a white light suddenly lit up in the sky, and then the white fog covering the surroundings of the Tongshan pavilion began to slowly retreat to both sides. Seeing this scene, the people below also knew that the time for the Tongshan pavilion to open was approaching, and they all cheered up and stood up from the ground, especially those giant and monks who came in for the first time. Each of them showed a trace of expectation that was difficult to conceal. After you three go in, remember to pay attention to your own safety. Even if you pass the trial, don't force the spiritual objects inside. You still need to do everything within your ability. After hearing Li Mufang's gentle reminder, Bai Yuxin and the other two immediately nodded and responded. As one of the many giant and cultivators in Xiaoyao sect, the three of them were able to come here to participate in the trial of Tongshan Pavilion because compared with other people in the sect, their own cultivation potential is better, worthy of the respect of Li Mufang, the sect's supreme elder. However, unyielding cultivators cannot go in to participate in the next trial, and Li Mufang can no longer continue to take care of them. Everything still depends on them. Although after entering the Tongshan Pavilion, whether you can pass the trial or not, you will not encounter any forbidden dangers, but once you enter it, everyone will face different trials, and they will be forced to disperse. Those who can come here and have the opportunity to enter the 9th floor are basically very powerful giant and masters from various forces. Once they encounter those powerful opponents when snatching spiritual objects in there, it is also very dangerous for them. After the white mist above the sky slowly dissipated, a golden pavilion suspended in the air stood in the middle, and the true appearance of the Tongshan pavilion also completely appeared in front of everyone. Soon, the demon clan not far away took the lead in lighting up a series of escape lights. Dozens of giant and demon kings had already flown to a white magic circle in front of the Tongshan pavilion in the sky, and soon disappeared into it. The same is true for the human cultivators. Dozens of giant and cultivators from major sects, including Bai Yuxin and others, flew into the sky one after another and entered the white magic circle. After all the giant and cultivators on the scene entered the Tongshan pavilion, there were only a dozen unyielding cultivators from the human and demon races left on the scene. These unyielding cultivators who usually looked high and mighty looked at each other at this moment, and their eyes began to emit a bit of hostility, and some of them became tense. Sichuan, with a slight smile on his face, looked at the tense atmosphere at the scene, turned around and said to Li Mufang and the others beside him, "Fellow Daoists, the time is almost up, let's go first." As he spoke, Sichuan took out a simple black iron plate from his body. After casting a spell and injecting spiritual power, the black iron plate in his hand quickly released a white light that wrapped around Sichuan's whole body. Then, after a flash of white light, Sichuan completely disappeared from the spot. After seeing this scene, the other unyielding cultivators on the side did not show any surprise on their faces. Soon, Li Mufang and the others also took out a black token that was exactly the same as the one in Sichuan's hand, and disappeared from the spot with the power of the token. After a few more white lights lit up, not only the other human unyielding cultivators present, but also the 7 or 8 unyielding demon kings on the side, also held a black iron plate like them in their hands. Soon, these unyielding cultivators used the same method to leave the place one after another, allowing the place that was a little lively just now to immediately return to its original tranquility. However, this short-lived tranquility was soon broken by more than a dozen figures flying from afar. When these people saw that there was nothing below and no one was visible, they immediately felt relieved and quickly turned into a series of escaping lights and flew directly into the Tongshan Tower in the sky. Ho Feng, who was standing not far from the Tongshan Tower, saw a dozen black shadows flying in front of him, and immediately turned to Song Qingming and Long Feng beside him and said, "There shouldn't be many people over there in Tongshan Tower. You can go in directly later. Don't run around when you come out. Just wait for me here." After giving the order, Ho Feng ignored Song Qingming and Long Feng standing beside him. In front of the two of them, he took out a black iron plate from his body, the same as the one in Sichuan's hands, and then quickly cast a spell to light up a white light on the spot, and just disappeared in front of Song Qingming and the others. After seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face instantly showed a look of surprise, and he stood there with a strange expression. Thank you all for your monthly tickets and subscription support. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. Chapter 572, Women in White. The reason why Song Qingming was so surprised was not because Ho Feng suddenly disappeared, but because he had seen the black iron plate that Ho Feng had just taken out, and he happened to have one on him at the moment. Although Ho Feng disappeared in a short moment after she took out the item, Song Qingming still recognized the item in her hand at a glance. It was the black iron plate with the words Tongshan engraved on it that he had obtained that year. Since he knew about the Tower of Babel, Song Qingming had always felt that this item might have some connection with the legendary Tower of Babel. It was a pity that he had spent a lot of time inquiring and studying the details related to the Tower of Babel over the years, but he still didn't get any information about the black iron plate, which made him gradually forget about it. Although Song Qingming also brought a black iron plate when he entered the Tower of Babel this time, he never took it out in front of other people because he didn't know how to use it. It was not until he saw Ho Feng personally take it out in front of him that Song Qingming showed a look of shock on his face. "Brother Song, what's wrong with you? The princess is a nascent soul cultivator with many magical powers. What's so surprising about this?" Seeing that Song Qingming's eyes had not come back to their senses for a long time, Long Feng, who looked a little strange, immediately stepped forward to remind him. After hearing Long Feng's voice beside his ear, Song Qingming, who had been stunned for a moment, immediately came back to his senses, showing a somewhat awkward smile and asked, "Brother Long Feng, what did Princess Ho Feng just take out? Where did she go?" Facing Song Qingming's question, Long Feng shook his head helplessly at him and replied, "Brother Song, the princess doesn't need to tell me everything. This time you finally asked me. I haven't seen this thing before, and I don't know where the princess went to look for treasure." After hearing Long Feng's answer, Song Qingming showed a little disappointment in his eyes, and didn't say anything more. He flew to the entrance of the Tongshan pavilion not far away with Long Feng. Although he also had a black iron plate in his hand, Song Qingming did not dare to use it easily when he did not know where it would take him. Otherwise, once he used it, if he could not turn back, and met a unyielding master like Ho Feng again, Song Qingming would not be able to kill him even if he had 10 lives. Although he had just learned from Ho Feng how to use this item, Song Qingming had no idea where the black iron plate would lead to and whether he could use it at will. At present, he could only put it aside for the time being. In any case, the trial of the Tongshan pavilion in front of him was the most important thing for Song Qingming at the moment, and it was also the place where he could get the most practical benefits. Song Qingming was very clear in looking forward to this. He and Long Feng had just arrived near the Tongshan pavilion when suddenly a green escape light lit up not far away, and another green-robed man came to the formation leading to the Tongshan pavilion before them. After the green-robed man arrived there, he also found Song Qingming and Long Feng flying from a distance. Seeing that the other party suddenly looked at him, Song Qingming was slightly stunned and immediately took out a copper mask and put it on his face. Nowadays, those who enter the 9th floor of the Tongshan Tower are basically the monks of the big sects. Many of them have seen Song Qingming. Once recognized in such a place, it will be difficult for Song Qingming to explain it clearly in the future. The green-robed man stared at Song Qingming, then slowly turned around, stood there for a moment, and then immediately flew into the magic circle in front of him. Not long after the green-robed man left, Song Qingming, who was wearing a mask, and Long Feng, who had transformed into human form, also came to the magic circle below the Tongshan Tower. "Brother Song, we will automatically separate after entering. I can't take care of you anymore. I hope you can work hard and try to come out alive. Don't let me have a hard time explaining to His Highness." Hearing Long Feng's concerned words, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. Without saying anything more, he entered the teleportation array in front of him. Soon, a very familiar dizziness came over him. Song Qingming, who had closed his eyes, felt that his body was like a boat caught in a whirlpool. He didn't know how long he had been spinning in the white light before he slowly stopped. When Song Qingming felt that everything around him had returned to normal, he opened his eyes and found that he was standing in an open space, surrounded by white fog. He didn't know where the mask on his face had been thrown away. This place looked almost the same as the outside, except that the white expanse seemed to have no end, and the floating clouds and fog around seemed to be much thicker than outside, and even the ground was a little unclear. Seeing this, Song Qingming scanned the white fog and couldn't help showing a trace of doubt on his face. If it weren't for the memory just now reminding him that he had indeed walked into the teleportation Tongshan Pavilion array, Song Qingming would have wanted to doubt whether he had not yet entered the trial. No matter what, Let's walk around first, Song Qingming muttered to himself, then randomly chose a direction and walked forward step by step. The thick white fog had formed a huge sea of fog on the ground. Song Qingming, who was walking on it, looked like he was walking on white clouds in the sky from a distance. After walking forward for about a few hundred feet, Song Qingming suddenly heard a very pleasant fairy sound, and then the white fog in front of him began to slowly dissipate, and an extremely exquisite and gorgeous palace suddenly appeared not far in front of Song Qingming. White clouds were floating around the hall, cranes were flying, and colorful spiritual light was entangled everywhere. There were many exquisite Qi huge faintly, like the fairyland recorded in the book. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a bit of surprise on his face. After standing there and staring at the palace for a long time, Song Qingming turned around and looked around, then slowly walked over. Just as he walked to the palace gate, before Song Qingming made any move, the vermilion palace gate automatically opened to both sides, as if someone was welcoming him in. Song Qingming ignored it and walked in with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. After passing through several middle doors, Song Qingming's figure came to the outside of the gorgeous hall. Two maids in purple palace clothes, stepping on a small white cloud, flew in front of him and bowed. "Dear guests, please come to the hall to drink a cup of fairy tea and rest for a while." Seeing the beautiful faces of the two maids in front of him, Song Qingming's face was also slightly stunned, revealing a bit of surprise. The figures and appearances of these two women are definitely the most stunning among the many female cultivators Song Qingming has seen. One of them even looked about 70% similar to Bai Yuxin, whom Song Qingming knew. If it weren't for the unnoticeable black mole on her face, Song Qingming almost thought he had run into senior sister Bai here. Seeing the two maids' enthusiastic invitation, Song Qingming nodded slightly without refusing, and followed the two people into the hall. After entering the hall, the various magnificent utensils caught Song Qingming's eyes and he couldn't help but exclaimed again. "My fellow Taoist, you have come all the way here, please take a seat and rest for a while." Hearing a very clear and pleasant voice from afar, Song Qingming turned around and found that there was another floor in front of the hall, where a woman in noble white clothes was sitting, looking at him kindly. Seeing that this woman seemed to be the owner of this palace, Song Qingming hurriedly stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Excuse me, fellow Taoist, where's this place?" The white-clothed woman was also extremely beautiful, and her temperament was even better than the two maids standing beside Song Qingming. After hearing Song Qingming's question, she smiled and replied, "I guess fellow Taoist must have many puzzles in his heart. Why don't you come over first and sit down, and I will explain it to you in detail." Seeing the charming smile on the face of the white-clothed woman, Song Qingming, who was attracted by his gaze, was slightly stunned for a moment, and then smiled and nodded. Under the guidance of the two maids, he came to the white-clothed woman. As soon as the two sat down, the white-clothed woman clapped her hands lightly, and more than a dozen young women with beautiful faces immediately came out from both sides of the hall. These women were all dressed brightly, white and beautiful, and their appearance was also not inferior to the two maids who had been serving Song Qingming. After arriving at the center of the hall, these girls suddenly became inspired and began to perform their duties, encouraging various musical instruments that suddenly appeared in their hands. Soon, bursts of clear and refreshing music rang out in the hall, which made Song Qingming, who heard it, gradually revealed a hint of intoxication in his eyes. Seeing the smile on Song Qingming's face that never stopped, a trace of satisfaction flashed across the eyes of the woman in white. She took out a very delicate silver pot, poured a cup of fragrant tea on the table, and cast a spell to send it to Song Qingming. "Fellow Taoist, you have come all the way to Tongshan Pavilion, but do you have something in mind? Thank you for your monthly tickets and subscription support. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together?" 236,038,447. Chapter 573, The Immortal World. Hearing the white-clothed woman suddenly mention Tongshan Pavilion, Song Qingming, who was already a little intoxicated in his mind, suddenly had a clear look in his eyes, and he returned his attention to the white-clothed woman opposite him. "I am Song Qingming, a cultivator who entered Tongshan Pavilion to participate in the trial. If I have to say what I want, it is naturally to get some guidance here, so that I can improve my cultivation in the future." Facing Song Qingming's answer, the white-clothed woman raised her mouth slightly and smiled again, nodded and said, "It's the same as what I thought. Over the years, People who came here, including you, basically gave me basically the same answers. But I still want to ask one more question. What is the purpose of Brother Song's improvement of his cultivation? And is he also coming here for the longevity path like those people? The main purpose of cultivators concentrating on cultivation is to be able to ascend to the fairyland and live forever in the future, and Song is naturally no exception. Song Qingming answered calmly. Fellow Taoist Song, do you think my Tongshan pavilion can compare with the fairyland in your mind? Although I have never seen what the real fairyland looks like, this place is full of fairy spirit, gorgeous but not vulgar, and it is indeed similar to the fairyland I imagined. Song Qingming glanced around and exclaimed with envy. The woman in white smiled and continued to speak. This Tongshan pavilion has become a world of its own, immortal for thousands of years. If you come here for the road to immortality, it is a great opportunity for you. The cup of fairy tea in front of you already contains the origin of the world of Tongshan pavilion. As long as you drink this cup of fairy tea, you can stay in this fairyland like us and enjoy immortality forever. As long as you stay here, you can enjoy immortality. Hearing the white-clothed woman say these words seriously, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt on his face. Indeed, fellow Taoist, since you can come here, you should know something. This world has existed for who knows how many years. We are still alive here. If we don't have immortality, how can we have the chance to see you again? As soon as the white-clothed woman finished speaking, the two maids serving on the side also echoed in Song Qingming's ear, Master is right. We have lived here for more than many years. We have never had the worries of birth, old age, sickness and death. It's so happy to drink and have fun every day. It's much better than the fairyland. Yes. The fairyland is not something that everyone can go to. After practicing hard for a lifetime, you can only die halfway in the end. Staying here can not only enjoy the road to immortality and a life without worries, but also happily enjoy the inexhaustible wine and food here with us. There was a hint of charm and seduction in the tone of the two people. They pressed close to Song Qingming, and the fragrance emanating from them made Song Qingming's face flush. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Song. After drinking this cup of immortal tea that carries the origin of this world, you will be the master of this place like me. As long as you stay here, you will be immortal for the rest of your life and you will not have any troubles. As long as you don't want to, no one can come in and disturb you. The woman in white said as she picked up the teacup on her table and took the initiative to demonstrate to Song Qingming. After slowly pouring the immortal tea in the cup into her mouth, the woman in white then closed her eyes and showed a look of aftertaste, as if she had just drunk a rare delicacy in the world. When the woman in white opened her eyes again, one of Song Qingming's hands had already reached out involuntarily and took the teacup on her table. The light green tea in the cup, the waves of tempting aroma emanating from it seemed to be a little stronger, which made Song Qingming's eyes reveal a trace of reluctance, as if he couldn't bear to drink it so quickly. Just when everyone in the hall was expecting Song Qingming to drink this cup of immortal tea, after a long time, Song Qingming took the initiative to open his eyes and put down the teacup in his hand. What's wrong, fellow Taoist Song? Seeing that Song Qingming's eyes were no longer obsessed, the woman in white asked again with a puzzled look. Song Qingming replied calmly, it is indeed a cup of good tea, but I am still used to the taste of my own spiritual tea, so I won't waste your cup of immortal tea here. Being able to experience the fairyland here really makes me almost unable to control myself, but in addition to immortality in the next life, there are many things, and I really can't stay with you. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. After saying that, Song Qingming took the initiative to stand up, ignoring the people in the hall, and turned to walk out. Seeing this sudden and unexpected scene, the two maids on the side hurriedly stepped forward to stop Song Qingming. Just when their hands were about to touch Song Qingming's clothes, a burst of golden light suddenly lit up, and the two people were immediately blown away. After a somewhat delicate scream sounded in the air, the two maids in the air suddenly turned into a puff of white mist and disappeared in front of Song Qingming. The girls who were still playing music around them also immediately let out a few panicked sounds and began to flee in all directions. Soon, only Song Qingming and the woman in white were left in the hall. Hey! Isn't it good to stay? When did you get out of my charm? Song Qingming smiled slightly, shook his head and replied, haha. In fact, from the beginning when I came here, I knew that this was a trial. It is true that I am a greedy person. If it were not for the fact that I practiced a secret method and my soul was relatively strong, I would have almost fallen into your trap. I have practiced a soul technique, and it is indeed like this. No wonder I miscalculated this time. I should have changed the trial for you earlier." After the woman in white laughed at herself on the spot, she waved her jade hand gently in front of Song Qingming. Soon, the golden and magnificent color in the hall broke instantly, and then disappeared without a trace. The place where the two stood also turned into an empty small room. After doing all this, the woman in white smiled at Song Qingming, and turned into a white light and flew directly towards Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming's face changed. He raised his hand and released a yellow shield in front of him. What he didn't expect was that when the white light touched his shield, it was not affected at all and directly penetrated the shield, and then sank into Song Qingming's body. After the white light entered his body, Song Qingming suddenly felt a huge amount of information in his mind, which made him stunned and unable to move. On the second floor above the Tongshan Tower, Li Mufang and his companions who had already joined together just walked out of a secret room with disappointment on their faces and came to a somewhat narrow passage. "I told you there must be nothing in there, but you just don't believe me, old man Zheng. Look, we've wasted a lot of time again. If the demons get to the main hall first, the people from the Wanling sect will definitely laugh at us." Hearing Sitian's chatter, Zheng Zidong said with disdain, "HMPH. Why didn't you say anything when you were about to go in just now? Now you know how to speak, brother. If you really found any spiritual objects in there, I'm afraid you wouldn't say this now." Li Mufang nodded and smiled, "Haha. Although there are some spiritual objects in these secret rooms, their locations are unpredictable each time. It depends entirely on luck to find something. Our luck is indeed a bit bad, that's right. Let's hurry up and move forward. It can be said that we are unlucky if we can't find anything here. If we are a step late and go in later, the things will fall into the hands of others, and we will have no reason to blame our luck." Sitian, who was walking in front, urged them again, and the few of them smiled at each other and hurriedly walked forward along the passage. Not long after Li Mufang and his companions left, a graceful figure in red appeared in the place they had just left. Fortunately, the restrictions in this place can isolate the consciousness of unyielding stage cultivators. Following behind them saves me a lot of energy. Ho Feng stepped forward and glanced at the secret room that Li Mufang and his companions had entered, then stood there and smiled and muttered to himself before continuing to follow slowly. In another passage on the second floor, the blood demon ancestor and the three demonic unyielding cultivators Gu Daoyan and Mo Yunting smashed a stone puppet beast that blocked the passage ahead and came to the door of a secret room ahead. After taking a look at the stone door, the blood demon patriarch turned to Gu Daoyan and asked, "Brother Gu, there is a secret room here. Should we go in and take a look?" Gu Daoyan glanced at the stone door and shook his head and said, "The chance of getting good things in here is too low. There is no need to waste too much time here. If we want to get the things in the main hall, we'd better get in before them. I didn't come in this time to accompany you to find these useless things. If you delay my time to go in and don't get anything in the end, don't blame me for being ruthless, haha. Brother Gu, you are worrying too much?" The three of us joined forces this time. Although we are still no match for the righteous cultivators or the demon clan, it is not difficult to take advantage of the chaos to snatch a few treasures from them. Seeing that Gu Daoyan had a somewhat unhappy look on his face, Mo Yunting repeatedly comforted him. Among the three of them, Gu Daoyan had the strongest magical power. He was the key to the success of the treasure hunt. At this time, he and the blood demon ancestor did not dare to offend him casually. After Mo Yunting finished speaking, the blood demon ancestor immediately followed suit and turned to leave the door of the secret room. The three of them quickly continued to move forward. The same was true in several other places. Nearly 20 unyielding cultivators who dominated the floating cloud mountains were divided into different camps here, each walking in a passage, but these passages were all in the same position at the end. It took a little half a day for Song Qingming, who had been standing in the same place, to finally digest the large amount of information he had just received in his mind and regain control of his body. I didn't expect that the reward for passing the trial would be such a thing. No wonder some people can suddenly realize and break through their cultivation after going out. Song Qingming lowered his head and muttered to himself, and couldn't help but smile and shook his head. After passing the trial, when the white light transformed by the woman in white entered Song Qingming's body, a large section of memory immediately appeared in his mind. This memory is a complete memory of all the cultivation parts of a cultivator, from the Qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage. Although everyone's cultivation method is different, it must be of great help to an ordinary giant and cultivator to get all the cultivation experience of a complete nascent soul cultivator. Normally speaking, even if it is a disciple taught by a teacher, there are very few people who can teach so much. When you encounter confusion in your cultivation, you can take the initiative to answer your questions and give you some pointers. It is already considered a very responsible teacher. With a reward of this cultivation memory, Qingming also has an extra teacher on his future cultivation path. At least before the nascent soul stage, his cultivation path will be easier than that of other ordinary giant and cultivators. After digesting the memory in his mind, Qingming began to look around again, and found that he was in a small closed secret room. Did they say that if you pass the trial, you will have a chance to get other rewards? Why is there nothing here? Is it outside? After thinking for a while, Qingming touched the bronze mask that had reappeared on his face, came to the door of the secret room, pushed open the door and walked out. This bronze mask was obtained by Qingming in exchange for a second-level medium-grade magic weapon at a cultivator exchange meeting in Yianfang a few years ago when she was looking for a giant and spiritual object. This time, Qingming borrowed it from her for convenience. Although he didn't know whether this thing could block the gentleman's detection of unyielding cultivators as the seller boasted, Qingming had tried it himself and found that wearing this mask could still block the consciousness of giant and cultivators. After walking out of the secret room where he was, Qingming came to a long passage. He looked around and found that there were many secret rooms in the same position as he had just walked out. Most of these secret rooms were closed, and only the stone doors at the entrances of 2 or 3 rooms had been opened. Qingming walked in and took a look, and found that it was the same as the place he had just stayed in, empty and without a single shadow. After thinking for a moment, Qingming randomly chose a closed secret room, and went forward to try to push open the stone door. At this moment, a white light suddenly lit up at the door of the secret room, and pushed him back directly. The force was so great that Qingming retreated more than 10 steps and almost couldn't stand firm. What a powerful restriction! I added another chapter to thank everyone for their recent monthly ticket support. Although I haven't completed the small goal, I still can't help but appreciate everyone's kindness. In May, I hope everyone can continue to support Xiaoming and vote and subscribe more. Because of the extra chapters, I won't update this morning because I don't have time. I will update it in the evening. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it is convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Fighting for Treasures and Meeting Old Friends. Seeing this, Qingming tried another secret room nearby, but was still bounced back by the restriction. This time, the counterattack was even stronger, almost knocking him to the opposite wall. It seems that these secret rooms are the same as the place where I came out. They can only be opened from the inside, and people outside can't get in. Knowing that the restrictions at the door of these secret rooms were somewhat powerful, Qingming did not try to study them again, and continued to walk forward along the endless passage. After walking about 100 feet, Qingming suddenly heard a sound of fighting coming from the front. He immediately tensed up his nerves, released a phantom bolt, and released a breathing spell to hide his body in place. After waiting for half an incense stick of time, the sound of fighting in front was still ringing, and there was no intention of stopping. Qingming thought for a moment, and finally couldn't help it. He released a few silver-white insects from a small spirit beast bag on his body. After these silver insects came outside, they suddenly became a little excited, spread their wings and flew into the air. Seeing this, Qingming quickly pinched the spell and cast a spell to control them, letting these spirit insects fly to the place where the fight was happening in front. These silver insects were the golden phantom butterflies that Qingming got from others. After decades of careful cultivation, the Song family has cultivated a lot of golden phantom butterfly larvae, a small part of which have advanced to adulthood and can cast more powerful magical spells. The golden phantom butterflies controlled by Qingming are spirit insects that have advanced to adulthood. In addition to having powerful magical powers of illusion, they can also hide their bodies during flight, making them an excellent tool for tracking and exploring. After these invisible golden phantom butterflies flew to the end of the passage, they quickly plunged into a tall hall. Although Song Qingming, who controlled the golden phantom butterflies, could not share vision with these spirit insects, he could still sense the breath of the monks at close range through the golden phantom butterflies, and thus judge the general situation of the monks in front. After several golden illusion butterflies circled in the air, Song Qingming, who was still far away, roughly knew that there were 3 cultivators fighting in the hall. 2 of them were relatively strong and had almost reached the late Jinden stage, while the other one was lower, probably in the middle Jinden stage. From the actions of several people, they seemed to be fighting for something. Just when Song Qingming was still hesitating whether to go closer to see the situation, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking wind from the direction he came from, and then a black crow flew quickly from a distance, directly over Song Qingming's head and headed towards the hall in front. It turned out to be the transformation technique of the demon cultivator. After passing by the black crow at close range, Song Qingming immediately sensed that the crow in front of him was transformed by a giant demon cultivator, and the cultivation of this demon was not very high, at most only the 2nd level of Jinden. Seeing a giant demon cultivator appear here, Song Qingming was slightly surprised. He did not expect that this demon cultivator, whose cultivation was not high, could not only sneak into the Tongshan Tower, but also enter the Tongshan Pavilion on the 9th floor like himself. You should know that Song Qingming followed Ho Feng, the unyielding cultivator, and finally came here. The other party who appeared here was most likely like him, following those powerful demon cultivators. Seeing that this giant demon cultivator is so hurried, there must be more than one demon cultivator ahead, so I'd better not go over and get involved. Thinking of this, Song Qingming carefully took back several golden illusion butterflies in the hall, and then quickly returned the same way. The giant cultivators, who can enter the 9th floor, are basically strong men above the middle giant stage. In front of these people, Song Qingming's current strength is indeed not enough. If he is discovered by the other party, it will be difficult to get away. For Song Qingming now, being able to pass the trial and obtain a copy of the cultivation memory of the nascent soul cultivator is already a great harvest, and the trip is worthwhile. There is no need to continue to risk death and go to the front to compete with those giant masters for spiritual objects. In the hall in front, 3 giant cultivators who have passed the trial are struggling to fight for a small wooden box floating in the air of the hall with bursts of spiritual light. Among them, a big man with a red face and long hair has the highest cultivation level, which has reached the 8th level of Jinden. This person's skills are very strange and he is also a demon cultivator. The other 2 are a demon king in the late Jinden stage and a Xingqianmen cultivator in the 6th Jinden stage. The first one to pass the trial and enter the hall was the great demon king in the late Jinden stage. After arriving here and seeing the small wooden box in the air, just when he had just taken action to break most of the restrictions and wanted to take the treasure, the Xingqianmen cultivator happened to arrive here, and the 2 immediately had a fight here. After the 2 fought for a while, the demon cultivator with higher cultivation level broke in again. After a melee, seeing that the red-faced man had higher cultivation level and was about to take away the treasure, the great demon king and the Xingqianmen monk immediately joined forces to deal with the red-faced man. Although the red-faced man could easily repel one of them alone, the 2 of them joined forces and forced the red-faced man to be unable to get close to the small wooden box for a while. Just when the few people were in a stalemate, the black crow that had just flown past Song Qingming sneaked into the hall again. After seeing the figure of the black crow, the red-faced man was delighted and immediately sent a secret message to it secretly. Then the red-faced man's body was full of blood and he used a powerful magical power to firmly attract the attention of the 2 opponents in front of him. The black crow took advantage of the other 2 people's inattention and quietly went around and approached the small wooden box. "Boy, how dare you snatch something right under our noses?" As soon as the black crow got the treasure, he was immediately discovered by the big demon king, and soon a powerful light blade slashed towards him. When the black crow saw this, he was about to retreat to avoid the attack. But the red-faced man had already released a blood-red light and blocked the light blade that was about to reach him. "Yuchen, go get the treasure quickly. Remember, you must take this thing out safely, otherwise you can't come to see your master." After the red-faced man stopped the 2 opponents in front of him, he quickly sent a secret message to the black crow behind him, asking him to take the treasure out first. The other 2 saw that the black crow and the red-faced man were in the same group, and they immediately became a little anxious. They rushed forward and tried their best to stop the Black Crow from taking the treasure. However, the red-faced man in front of them was really difficult to deal with. Even though the two of them tried their best, they still couldn't break through the red-faced man's obstruction. They could only watch him, quickly breaking the restriction and picking up the wooden box, and then flew towards the door. Humph! If you want to leave, it's not that easy. Give me your life. Seeing that the Black Crow was about to fly out of the hall, the Xingqian sect monk took out a yellow talisman, cast a spell to release a blue sword, and quickly ran straight towards the Black Crow. This blue flying sword was transformed from a very precious third-level upper-grade talisman. Ordinary giant and early-stage monks would definitely find it difficult to resist such an attack. When seeing the aggressive blue flying sword attacking it, the Black Crow also showed a bit of panic. Be careful. Seeing the powerful pressure coming from the blue sword, the red-faced man also frowned. After shouting, the black flag in his hand immediately turned into a black dragon and rushed forward to stop the sword. After the black dragon bit the blue flying sword, a strong white light immediately lit up in the air. The aftermath of the collision between the two objects also forced the people fighting in the air to retreat several steps. Although the black dragon looked very fierce, it only lasted for a moment before the blue sword pierced through its head, then dissipated in the air and turned into a flag again, returning to the hands of the red-faced man. Seeing that his magic weapon had been destroyed, the red-faced man didn't care about it at the moment, and hurriedly looked at the Black Crow that was still in danger. The blue sword continued to rush towards the Black Crow that had not yet completely avoided it. Fortunately, the black dragon released by the red-faced man just now helped him buy some time to dodge, and also consumed most of the power of this talisman. At this time, the Black Crow had already released several defensive shields in front of him, and also used a jade defensive magic weapon, which finally stopped the remaining power of the blue sword and saved his life. Although he managed to save his life, the Black Crow was not doing well at the moment. Not only was his meridians injured by the attack of the talisman, but even the defensive magic weapon he had just used was immediately broken into several broken pieces, which made it obvious that it could no longer be used. After resolving the crisis, the Black Crow did not care about these things. He immediately grabbed the small wooden box and fled through the entrance of the hall into the passage he came from. Seeing that the Black Crow was so lucky and survived under his third-level upper-grade talisman, the Xingqian monk and the big demon king beside him also showed a trace of surprise on their faces, and flew forward to continue chasing the other party. However, the red-faced man in front of them would not let them do what they wanted. Even though he had just lost a magic weapon to help the Black Crow escape, the red-faced man's strength was not affected much. He easily stopped the two people who wanted to rush out by blocking the entrance of the hall. After the Black Crow grabbed the small wooden box and flew out of the hall, it returned directly the same way and quickly rushed to the end of the passage. When he came here just now, he already knew that there was a teleportation array over there, which could allow him to leave directly. As long as he got there and took the teleportation array to run out, he would basically complete the task assigned by his master safely. Just when Black Crow's tense nerves had just relaxed a little, something strange happened beside him. 5 golden lights came from an open secret room on his right, shining on Black Crow's feet, and soon knocked down the small wooden box he had been holding. A figure wearing a bronze mask suddenly rushed out and reached out to catch the small wooden box that fell from his feet. Then he immediately took out a white flying boat and rushed straight to the teleportation array in front of the passage. This green figure was Qingming, who had been hiding in a secret room beside him and ambushed for a while. After deciding not to get involved in the affairs of the hall, Qingming left a golden phantom butterfly at the entrance of the passage to watch the movements of those people, and he went to the other end of the passage to find an exit. Just when he had just found a magic circle and wanted to see if it was the exit, the golden illusion butterfly in the passage sensed that someone was coming quickly in front of him. For safety reasons, Qingming did not choose to take the teleportation array rashly, so he ran back to the secret room he had just left and hid his body, wanting to see the situation first. When he saw the Black Crow flying over with a wooden box with spiritual light scattered all over it, Qingming hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but snatch the wooden box from his hand and ran directly to the teleportation magic circle in the passage ahead. To say that he would compete for spiritual objects in front of those late giant and masters, Qingming really didn't have such courage, but facing a giant and second-level demon cultivator with treasures dangling in front of him, He really couldn't bear it, and he could only say that this guy was unlucky. After Song Qingming put away the 5-colored divine light mirror that was still in the air, he looked behind him and found that the black crow had not caught up yet, so he quickly accelerated the speed of the illusion boat under his feet. The black crow was panicked by the sudden attack, thinking that he had encountered a powerful opponent's sneak attack. He retreated several feet before he stabilized his body. When he reacted and saw that the person who snatched the wooden box from his hand was just a cultivator with a cultivation level similar to his, who was only in the early stage of the golden collar, he immediately shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. "Who is it? Leave the things to me," hearing the shouting from behind. Song Qingming always felt that it sounded familiar for some reason, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Now that Song Qingming had robbed someone else's things, he was afraid that there would be other people catching up with him later. He didn't want to get entangled with the other party here too much. He just wanted to escape from here quickly, and he didn't have time to think about these issues that were not very important to him now. Seeing that the other party had already distanced itself from him, the black crow endured the injuries on his body and swallowed a blood-red pill directly. Instantly, his mana surged a few points, and his flying speed also increased a lot, which quickly shortened the distance with Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who was standing on the phantom boat, saw that the black crow chasing behind him was not much slower than him, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that the other party should also have some secret skills, otherwise, under normal circumstances, a person with only the 2nd level of giant in cultivation would not be able to catch up with Song Qingming, who was fully activating the phantom boat. The two of them flew to the end of the passage one after the other. Just when Song Qingming was about to enter a white light circle in front of him that looked like a teleportation array, the black crow behind him suddenly spit out a sharp arrow formed by black feathers from his mouth, and shot it quickly and fiercely at Song Qingming, who was still rushing on the road. Shit! After sensing the danger coming from behind, Song Qingming immediately stopped, cast a spell to stack the 5 elements divine light mirror in front of him, and took on the opponent's attack with all his strength. Song Qingming was just one step away from entering the teleportation array to escape from here, but unfortunately the opponent's means were not bad, and a sharp attack still interrupted Song Qingming's plan to escape directly with the help of the teleportation array. "Dao, my master will be here soon. You will definitely not be able to escape if you run like this. You'd better hand over our things obediently. I can let you live and let you leave now." The black crow that had already caught up, after looking at Song Qingming, whose face was blocked in front of him, directly transformed into a man in black on the spot, revealing his true face. "How is it possible? It's him." Seeing the face on the black-clothed demon cultivator that made him 80% familiar, Song Qingming, who was standing in place, changed his face and almost couldn't help shouting out. Although nearly 100 years have passed, Song Qingming still recognized him at a glance. The black-clothed demon cultivator in front of him was Du Yuchen, whom he had met several times in the past. After the Blackstone Valley incident, Song Qingming went to investigate the matter with the people of Xiaoao sect. Several key refining disciples of Xiaoao sect, including his third brother Song King's, died there, but only Du Yuchen's body was not found. At that time, everyone in the law enforcement hall of Xiaoao sect thought that this guy had long been killed by the demon cultivators. Unexpectedly, he not only did not die, but also fell into the devil's way and succeeded in forming a golden elixir. Seeing this face that surprised him very much, Song Qingming was filled with emotion for a while. Who would have thought that Du Yuchen, who was ordinary in qualifications and always had a simple and honest face, could become a terrifying golden elixir demon cultivator? Seeing that the other party's eyes were staring at him without any reaction for a long time, Du Yuchen thought that Song Qingming must have been frightened by what he had just said, and continued to speak to Song Qingming with a somewhat sinister look. "It is not easy for fellow Taoists to pass the trial just now and come here. There is no need to lose your life for something. I advise you to be obedient, otherwise when the fight starts, you may not be able to leave even if you want to. I believe you should also know that I am a person from the magic path, and my master's methods of dealing with people are not something that ordinary people can bear. If you don't want to be trapped and locked up, and never reincarnate for the rest of your life, you should listen to my advice and don't challenge my patience again. Your face reminds me of someone I have known for many years. Fellow Taoist, could your surname be Du? Who are you and why do you know me?" Hearing Song Qingming calling out his surname, Du Yuchen was also stunned for a moment, and his mind began to quickly recall the familiar voice in front of him. After more than 100 years of separation, I really didn't expect that fellow Taoist Du had actually fallen into the path of evil. Ever since he turned to practicing the magic technique under the coercion of Xiao Wang, Diacheng has hardly revealed his identity in front of familiar people. Not long after Xiao Wang's death, Diacheng turned around and became a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect, the nascent soul sect of the demonic path, and became a disciple of Marguchen, the fourth disciple of the Blood Demon Patriarch. Since then, he left Uyghur and never went back. Logically speaking, Diacheng was just an unpopular Qi refining disciple in the Xiao sect. It is impossible for a giant and cultivator to notice such an inconspicuous Qi refining cultivator like him, let alone remember his name and recognize him at a glance. Staring at the man with a bronze mask in front of him, Diacheng's mind suddenly flashed a somewhat blurred face, which slowly revealed a trace of disbelief on his face. The voice of fellow Taoist sounds so familiar, it must be someone I have known before. Could you be fellow Taoist Song from Funiu Mountain? Seeing that Diacheng had seen through his identity so quickly through just 2 sentences, Song Qingming was also slightly surprised. He had only revealed a little flaw, but he didn't expect that this guy would see through it. Seeing this, Song Qingming no longer wanted to hide his identity and took off the bronze mask on his face. It's you. Song Qingming, I really didn't expect that you would succeed in forming a golden elixir. Seeing Song Qingming, who had not been seen for 100 years and had become a golden elixir cultivator with a higher level of cultivation than himself, Diacheng's face was also immediately filled with shock. Since he joined the Blood Spirit sect, Diacheng has been hiding away from Uyghur for many years. Naturally, he didn't know what was happening in Uyghur. He didn't expect that Song Qingming, who was almost as talented as him back then, could become a high-ranking and respected golden elixir ancestor. Song Qingming and Diacheng, who were facing each other, were filled with mixed feelings when they saw each other. And they were stunned for a while. Both of them were born in small Qi refining families in Qing County. Now, beyond everyone's expectations, they have become giant monks who can ride the wind and clouds and dominate the world. The only difference is that Song Qingming is already a respected giant in Henrun. After Diacheng fell into the devil's way, even though he succeeded in forming a pill after untold hardships, he was still controlled by others and lived a life of fear and worry all day long. In the eyes of the devil's monks, morality and affection are worthless things. Even the direct disciples are tools that can be discarded at will. Diacheng has also witnessed many of his fellow disciples die tragically at the hands of their master because of mistakes or failure to complete the task. If he hadn't known how to endure and observe the words and expressions everywhere, he would not have been able to survive to this day and succeed in forming a pill. Fellow Taoist Du, I have been in the dance stage for decades. As a cultivator of the magic path, it is not surprising that you don't know about it. To be honest, I was also shocked to see you today. After you disappeared in the Blackstone Valley, I went to investigate with the law enforcement hall of Xiao sect. It was probably at that time that you were seduced by the magic cultivators in the demon suppression tower and fell into the magic path. Diacheng smiled and nodded slightly. Haha. I know what fellow Taoist Song wants to ask. Yes, I did switch to the magic path after that. But don't worry, fellow Taoist, I didn't kill your third brother and the others. Of course. If you don't believe me and insist on putting the blame on me, it doesn't matter. The number of righteous monks who have died in my hands over the years is already piled up like a mountain, and a few of them won't make a difference. For the sake of our acquaintance in the past, I would like to advise you that my master will be here soon, so you'd better hand over the things right now and don't force me to do it, otherwise when he arrives, you will definitely die here today. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it's convenient, why not join a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. Chapter 575 Keeping a Secret. Hearing Diacheng's aggressive words, Song Qingming picked up the small wooden box in his hand, took a look at it, took out a cloth bag from his body, put it in the bag, threw it on the open space beside him, and looked at Diacheng calmly. Dao I'll do, the things are here, come and get them if you want. Seeing Song Qingming hand over the wooden box so sensibly, Diacheng was delighted, and waved a black wand with one hand to roll up the wooden box on the ground. Just when Diacheng was a little distracted, Song Qingming moved his hands lightly, and 5 bronze mirrors of different colors suddenly flew around Diacheng, shooting a 5-element light array at each other, trapping him in it. Seeing this sudden scene, although Diacheng's face was slightly angry, he was not too surprised. He was well prepared, and a 3-foot-long black copper staff quickly appeared in his hand, supporting a gray shield beside him. Fellow Daosong, what do you mean? You don't think that with your current cultivation, you have a chance to kill me here, do you? Fellow Daoist is right. Under normal circumstances, even if I can defeat you, I certainly can't kill you. But after so many years, you probably have forgotten that I still have those skills. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, he shot out several formation flags in his hand and flew to the ground beside Du Yuchen. Soon, several spiritual lights converged from all sides and formed a semicircular light layer in the air, covering Song Qingming and Du Yuchen. Before, when Song Qingming was studying the teleportation array beside him, he still made a preparation to be on the safe side and set up a formation around the teleportation array. Although it was just an ordinary third-level formation, under the control of Song Qingming, a third-level formation master, the power of the formation was enough to trap a cultivator below the late Jinden stage in a short period of time. With this formation, even if the opponent came with 1 or 2 more Jinden monks, they could resist for a while, which was enough to buy time for Song Qingming to escape from here by teleportation formation. It was because of this confidence that when Du Yuchen chased here and entered the range of the formation, Song Qingming had the idea of killing him in his heart. Just when Song Qingming started to activate the formation, Du Yuchen, who had already found something wrong, emitted a black light from the black copper staff in his hand, and struggled to break free from the control of the 5 elements divine light mirror, but he was still a step too late to escape in time. After releasing several black light blades and trying to attack the shield, Du Yuchen found that his attack was like a drop in the ocean, and he could not open a gap at all. It can be seen that the power of this formation is indeed good. Turning around, he found that Song Qingming, who was just not far in front of him, had disappeared long ago. The only thing left in the open space in front of him was the cloth bag containing the wooden box that Song Qingming had just thrown on the ground. Fellow Daosong, you are really good. I didn't expect that you, who were just ordinary in formation skills back then, have become a third-level formation master. It seems that I still underestimated you. But what's the point of trapping me with a formation? My master will be here soon. He is a late Jinden cultivator. Do you think this formation in your hand can stop him? Du Yuchen said in midair while carefully observing the surroundings. The black copper staff in his hand was already placed in front of him, ready to deal with Song Qingming, who appeared at any time. Song Qingming, who was hiding on the side of the formation, didn't care about Du Yuchen's threatening words at all. Through the information sent back by the golden fantasy butterfly he placed at the door of the hall, Song Qingming already knew that the 3 people in the hall were still fighting desperately and could not get away in a short time. The reason why Du Yuchen kept threatening with words and wanted to hand over the wooden box on his own initiative was actually because he had no confidence that could beat Song Qingming, so he wanted to try to scare him. Otherwise, if a person like him was really sure to keep him, he would never let him go so easily. After dealing with Du Yuchen several times, Song Qingming had a very deep impression of his insidiousness and viciousness. In order to get what he wanted, this person acted without any bottom line. Whether it was the family that raised him or the sect that supported him, Du Yuchen could sell them out at any time. This kind of demon staying in the world would be a big hidden danger to both Xiaoyao sect and the Song family. Once Du Yuchen was allowed to practice to the late Jinden or Yuanying realm in the future, I am afraid that the entire Qing County and even Uyghur might face his revenge at any time. What made Song Qingming not want to let him go the most was that when he teamed up with him to hunt monsters in Xiaoyao sect, he was almost killed by this person intentionally in the hands of monsters. Although Song Qingming was not a narrow-minded person, he was not so generous to someone who wanted to kill him. When he successfully built his foundation, if it were not for Du Yuchen's identity as an inner disciple of Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming would have wanted to go to his house to cause trouble. Now Du Yuchen has fallen into his own trap. No matter whether his third brother Song Qing's was killed by the other party, even if it was to avenge himself back then, Song Qingming would never let him go easily this time. Just as Du Yuchen was looking for Song Qingming's figure, a huge bronze mirror suddenly appeared on the ground below, emitting a dazzling white light that made Du Yuchen unable to open his eyes. He could only release a thick black mist to resist the strong light below. Just as he regained his sight, a figure holding a dagger had already come in front of Du Yuchen and stabbed him in the chest. Seeing this, Du Yuchen did not think twice and blocked the attack with a black copper stick in his hand. When he saw the other person's appearance clearly, He was slightly surprised. The man who attacked him was not Song Qingming as Du Yuchen imagined, but a face he had never seen before. After a closer look, Du Yuchen found that the aura on the other person was a little wrong. No, this is a giant and corpse puppet. Before Du Yuchen could put away the surprise on his face, Song Qingming, holding the Mobe sword, suddenly rushed out from one side and slashed at him head-on with a sword. Du Yuchen, who was caught off guard, could only bite the bullet and put up a shield for defense. He was chopped by Song Qingming's sword and fell directly to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before Du Yuchen could condense a good defense, Song Qingming had already chased him from the air with Jinfeng. Halfway through, the two of them had already separated from two different directions and launched another attack on Du Yuchen. Seeing that Song Qingming was coming fiercely and didn't want to give himself a chance to breathe, Du Yuchen also began to panic. He quickly transformed into a black crow, danced his black wings and released a burst of sharp black feathers, which shot directly at Song Qingming and Jinfeng. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not retreat to defend himself, but directly took out a green talisman and attached it to himself. It was a very rare third-level lower-grade defensive talisman. Although he knew that Du Yuchen's so-called master had not caught up with him yet, Song Qingming still wanted to make a quick decision to prevent any trouble, and did not want to tangle with the opponent here for too long. Just when he was about to take action, Song Qingming had already used all his strength. Even if it was a valuable third-level talisman, as long as it could help him speed up the speed of killing the opponent, Song Qingming did not blink an eye and used it directly. With a light shield formed by the third-level defensive talisman to protect himself, Song Qingming's offensive did not decrease. He directly withstood the opponent's attack and rushed to Du Yuchen, and slashed down with another sword. This time, because Du Yuchen turned into a black crow, his reaction and escape speed were much faster than before. He dodged Song Qingming's attack with a flash and turned to escape to the other side of the air. However, just when he flew into the air, the golden wind suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him again. This time, Song Qingming had made up his mind to kill the opponent by any means. When facing Du Yuchen's attack just now, Jinfeng was cut several times on his body, but he did not retreat a step. After transforming into a black crow, although Du Yuchen's escape speed increased a lot, he was trapped in a small space by the formation, and his magical powers were unable to be used. Just after he escaped, he was caught up and surrounded by Song Qingming and Jinfeng again. Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist kings really didn't die in my hands. You don't have to fight me to the death here. As long as you are willing to give me the things, I can exchange them with you for a third-level spiritual object. What do you think? After being attacked by Song Qingming and Jinfeng for only a dozen rounds, Du Yuchen was already a little overwhelmed, and began to send a voice message to Song Qingming to make peace. However, the magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand never stopped attacking, and the rhythm of the attack became more and more fierce. Not long after, one of Du Yuchen's wings was directly split into two by Song Qingming on the spot. Song Daoyao, stop fighting. Take the thing. Don't worry, I won't mention this to Master, and I will never tell anyone about you. Du Yuchen, who had transformed into human form again, had a piece of his left arm falling to the ground, and the dark black blood could not stop flowing out. He knelt on the ground with a miserable face and begged for mercy from Song Qingming in front of him on the spot, without any trace of arrogance before. Humph. Daoyao is so kind to keep a secret from me, how can I not let you do what you want? Facing Du Yuchen, who had no power to resist, Song Qingming, who had already seen his acting skills, did not show mercy and quickly cut off his head with a sword. Du Yuchen, who had just died, soon had his soul emerge from the top of his body and fly out to escape. However, just as he was about to pass through the formation outside, a bronze mirror suddenly appeared in front of him and shot a colorful light at him, freezing Du Yuchen's soul in midair. Then, two iron chains shot out from a red-yellow talisman in Song Qingming's hand, directly locking his soul and pulling it directly into the talisman. Thank you Xiaomo for the reward, and thank you all Taoists for your monthly tickets and subscription support. I found that there are many new book friends recently. If it is convenient, why not add a book friend group and chat together? 236,038,447. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.